Chapter 4:15. What appeared before their eyes were 5 dark cells. They were no different from the other empty cells. Only the bars were brand new, and they served as a foil to the darkness behind them. The stench was thick. There was no sound. There was no movement. No people. Everyone looked at each other, and their gazes were puzzled. Ricky patted the shoulder of the absent-minded Samuel. The latter seemed to have entered a dream, and he slowly came back to his senses. At this moment, a deep and long sigh came from the darkness of one of the cells. There was a hint of laziness in the voice. "Bruley, are you snoring again?" The lazy voice chewed a few times, as if it had just woken up. Damn it, it's louder than thunder. When he heard this voice, Samuel shuddered. The sound of a human body turning over came from the darkness. Everyone looked at each other, and they held their breaths. It's a person. A living person. Samuel's raised foot stopped. He seemed to be hesitating for a long time between moving forward and stopping. He stared at the darkness in front of him in a daze, and the torch in his hand swayed slightly. When they saw Samuel's unusual behavior, Ricky and Klein looked at each other. Stake frowned, while LaSalle was puzzled. Soon, a muffled sound came from another cell, as if someone had punched the wall. Everyone could not help but turn their gazes to look at the darkness in another cell. The bleak voice of a man rang out. "Ha ha ha ha, you speak as if you can hear thunder in here." When he heard this somewhat indifferent voice, Samuel shuddered again, and his whole body began to tremble. The prisoners in the darkness and stench were silent for a while. The first lazy voice rang out again. "Speaking of which, do you still remember what thunder sounds like?" The desolate voice snorted and dragged out a long nasal sound. He seemed to be contemplating. "Of course. Listen up, Nalji, the sound of thunder is like this." The desolate voice began to swallow his breath, and he began to imitate it vividly. Asterisk slap. 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 Pa. Asterisk aside from the 2 cells, a few different sounds of laughter came from the darkness in the other 3 cells. Thales could sense that there were about 5 to 6 people there. Some of these laughs were mournful, some were oppressive, and some were heavy. But without exception, all of them caused one's heart to feel oppressed. "Go to hell, Tardin." A lazy voice laughed. The prisoner named Nalji mocked him. "This is obviously the sound of you and Bree secretly fucking the wall at night." The desolate voice seemed to be amused by itself and laughed wildly. "F*ck the wall, ha ha ha, F*ck the wall, ha 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 ha." Tardin's laughter was long and strange, but Thales could sense an inexplicable mania in it. And desolation. At that moment, a third voice sounded from the 3rd cell. "Ayya. You are very pleased with yourselves, aren't you, Nalji, Tardin?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows. "This sounds like the low growl of a dissatisfied beast." Nalji and Tardin's laughter slowly faded. Compared to the laziness of the first voice and the desolation of the second voice, the third voice was sharp and harsh, and somewhat sinister. It reminded people of a predator lurking in the dark and grinding its claws. "But I know, you can't hide it from me, I know." The person who spoke gritted his teeth, as if he had seen something unbearable. There was silence. "Ah." Tardin, who had been laughing wildly just now, snorted softly. He seemed to be rather disdainful. "Oh, here we go again, Nair, our logistics officer." In the next second, the sinister voice suddenly erupted in a high pitch. "Yes. I know, Nalji, Tardin, you 2 chatterboxes. The boring dialogue you say every day is actually a secret code, right? What are you planning?" Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of a fist pounding on the wall came from the darkness. Thales quirked his eyebrows in surprise. "What's wrong with this person?" The man named Nair punched the wall and said hysterically, "You must be planning something in secret. You must be planning something in the dark. You want to kill me. Yes, that must be it. Yes, you want to annoy me to death with your endless trash talk." Then you can monopolize the supplies, and you can live until that day. It must be like this. It must be. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of Nair punching the wall grew louder, and he seemed to be ready to risk everything. I'm telling you, this is a delusion. No one can take away my rights, no one can. Delusion, ah. I'm going to kill you before you do anything, ah. Nair's crazed roar echoed in the hall. It was filled with sorrow and hatred. Klein scratched his ear awkwardly outside the prison cell. Everyone looked at each other nervously, but Ricky raised his hand and stopped them from moving. He stared at Samuel's back. Samuel just listened quietly and did not move. Amidst the repeated curses, the lackadaisical Nalji laughed and whistled rhythmically. Nair's curses stopped for a moment. Then, a melodious song rose in the darkness. A young man rides a horse, a young lady carries a basket. They meet by the roadside, and love is born at first sight. At that time, the stars are bright in the night sky. At that time, the breeze is soft. The young man murmurs in a low voice, "When I am rich, I shall return your deep love." Unknowingly, the curses became softer. Nalji had a good sense of rhythm. This little song traveled faintly in the dark prison cell. It was mixed with Nair's curses. His voice was clear and could be said to be a clear stream. The king is old, and the woman carries a cane. He meets again in the next year, and time is merciless. At that time, withered leaves fall, and the sun is setting. The old woman sighs, "Now that you are rich, how can you return my deep love?" Slowly, as Nalji's song grew weaker, Nair's curses disappeared as well. Only the sound of panting was left. Nair snorted angrily. Then, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground was heard. The darkness in the 5 prison cells returned to silence once more. But Samuel still did not move. He stared at the darkness in front of him quietly. Only the light on his hand trembled slightly. Soon, another timid voice rang out in the air, trembling. "Nalji, isn't it?" This person was either born with a delicate voice, or he was a little timid. His voice was intermittent and trembling as he said, "I'm sorry." He spoke in a faltering and trembling voice. "No, it's not." Nalji sighed in the darkness and said lazily, as if he was coaxing a child, "What's wrong, Cannon?" "That's not what?" Cannon trembled as he said, "That's not the sound of thunder, and it's not Brulee's snoring either." "I know, that's not." He sounded extremely afraid. That's the sound of the iron curtain being lifted." Everyone, including Thales, shuddered. The people in the prison cells had noticed them. Cannon's voice continued, but the tone of his voice gradually changed. They're here to drag us out and behead us, for our sins, for our dereliction of duty, for our unrepentance, for our selfishness. Ah! They're here. I know. A rustling sound traveled into the air. It sounded as if the owner of the voice had fallen to the ground, curled up, and whimpered in panic. "They're here, Cannon is talking nonsense again," Tardin said faintly with a desolate voice. "It's the same as last time, remember, Nalji?" He said that a girl appeared in front of him. "You're in the same cell as Cannon. Help, knock him out." At this moment, Nalji, Cannon, Tardin. A steady voice rose slowly. It seemed to have an inexplicable power in the darkness. "The 3 of you, quiet." The person who spoke very slowly, but the moment he spoke, the 3 of them became quiet. "I think I did see something." When he heard the steady voice, Samuel lowered his head slightly in the hall. He seemed to have sunk into a daze. Klein was about to reach out to remind him, but Ricky pressed down on his shoulder. Ricky shook his head at him. Ricky, who had been paying attention to the prison cells, had a stern expression on his face. Footsteps slowly rose from behind the 4th prison cell. Everyone's nervous gazes turned to that prison cell. A dark, indistinct, and thin figure appeared behind the metal bars. Thales could vaguely see that the figure had messy long hair that covered its face. Its clothes were covered in patches of black and gray, and its disheveled appearance and dirty appearance could be vaguely seen. Light. I saw light. The deep voice said calmly. Tardin, who had been mocking them all along, snorted in disdain. It's just an illusion. Nair always feels that someone wants to harm him, and Cannon always sees female ghosts. To tell you the truth, sometimes, I also dream of King 80. Silence, the deep voice spoke again. This was a commanding tone that left no room for doubt. Thales noticed that the other prison cells did not make a sound. They seemed to be waiting for his judgment. The thin figure slowly approached the fence. Outside the cell, Samuel took a deep breath, raised the torch, and shone it on the man. Ah! There was a cry of pain. In the next second, in the bright firelight, the thin figure suddenly raised his arms in front of his eyes and stumbled a few steps back. It's too dazzling. This light, what's going on? Samuel hesitated for a moment and moved the torch back a little. This time, Thales saw it clearly. A figure appeared in the darkness behind the prison cell's bars. It was an abject man with long hair and a beard that reached his chest. He stood in front of the bars and slowly lowered his arms. Samuel stared at the person in front of him in a daze. He was sallow and emaciated. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked old and dispirited. Based on his appearance alone, he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Samuel felt a dull pain in his heart. He remembered that the person in front of him was once handsome and had a strong physique. But now, Thales saw something else. The prince watched as the man parted his long hair to reveal a thin, wrinkled face, and a brand that stretched from the right side of his face to his chin. Thales was stunned. The one who was like Samuel, the one with the letters, from the ancient empire, the brand of a sinner. Samuel's lips moved, and he said in a quivering voice, Barney Jr.? The prisoner in the prison shuddered. Chief Vanguard. Samuel looked at the disheveled prisoner in front of him and said laboriously, Quill Barney Jr.? Across him, Barney Jr.'s bloodshot eyes were fixed on Samuel, who was separated by a door and outside the prison cell. He did not move, as if he had been petrified. The other voices in the prison cell also fell silent. Only the sound of panting slowly became louder. In the darkness on the other side, the man called Cannon spoke again with a trembling voice. Wait, this voice, it's like, after the noise of someone getting up from the floor, a second figure appeared in another prison cell. Samuel turned around gently and illuminated the other person. Cannon? Thales saw the prisoner. He was hunched over and leaning against the wall. He inched closer to the bars bit by bit. He covered his face tightly with his hands, revealing only his eyes, as if he was afraid that something would hurt him. Soon, Cannon slowly put down his hands and revealed his extremely filthy face. You are. No. The prisoner stared at the fire outside in a daze. His face was filled with terror, and he trembled more violently. And on his right cheek, there was also an S branded in the ancient empire's language. Thales suddenly understood something. Samuel stared at the person in front of him. There was an unknown bitterness in his words. Jonah Cannon. He was once the bravest man, and he dared to fight against wild beasts. But, something's not right. In the same prison cell, a languid voice rose from behind Cannon. I think I'm hallucinating too. I actually saw the iron curtain really open, and I even saw Samuel. In the flickering light from the fire, a person who was also covered in filth appeared beside Cannon. His hair was untidy, his beard was unkempt, his eyes were lifeless, his face was old, and he had a foul stench about him. He looked like a hairy savage. Samuel took a deep breath and turned his gaze, unable to hide the bitterness in his voice. Nalji. It's indeed me. Nalji's filthy face froze. There was a commotion in the other 3 prison cells as well. A few figures appeared one after another from the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. Samuel slowly turned around and looked at the other two people in the third prison cell. He slowly called out their names. Gyuri Tardin. The prisoner tilted his head and stared at Samuel. He widened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up to reveal a terrifying smile. Sol Bruley. The man was rather robust, and he did not say a word. The remaining two people were in separate cells. When Samuel called out their names, his tone was exceptionally different. Second Logistics Officer, Cecil Nair. This was a savage whose entire body was tense. He stared at the torches outside the bars with a gaze filled with suspicion. And you, Chief Penal Officer, Luton Belden. Samuel looked at the last person and slowly exhaled. Long time no see. The other party only stared at him coldly. Thales looked at these prisoners who were unkempt, did not look well, and were not young. It was obvious that they had suffered for a long time. He noticed that, without exception, all of them had the brand of ANS on different parts of their faces. So, they're all, however, the people in the 5 cells reacted in a surprising way. What's going on? In the end, Belden lowered his head indifferently and muttered to himself. Who's the crazy one this time? Maybe they don't have enough supplies? Or have they really seen a ghost? Nothing, Barney Jr. interrupted him coldly. Barney Jr. cut him off coldly. His gaze passed through Samuel as if he was looking at air. It's impossible for him to be real. Disgust appeared on his filthy face. He turned around. Everyone, go back to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. It's just another illusion. Chapter 4:16. Following Barney Jr.'s cold words, Nalji grumbled and lay down on the ground. Cannon curled up and shrank back. The others looked around and returned to the darkness behind their cells. Samuel looked at them in surprise. He could not understand why they were unmoved. How, Barney Jr., it's me. Samuel took a step forward. The firelight caught up to Barney Jr.'s back. He could not control his emotions and shouted anxiously, Vice Flag Bearer, Colin Samuel. Nalji? Cannon? Belden? But no one paid attention to him. Samuel stared at the 5 cold cells in a daze and watched a few figures disappear before his eyes. Ricky coughed. Samuel, our mission, but Samuel obviously did not believe in him. He suddenly gritted his teeth and rushed to Barney Jr.'s cell. He gripped the metal bars indignantly. Hey! Barney Jr., you bastard, however, Samuel's words came to an abrupt halt. Asterisk bang. Asterisk there was a loud bang, and a visible spark burst out between his palm and the bars. Samuel cried out in pain, as if he had been hit hard. He flew backwards and fell to the ground, moaning softly. His torch fell to the ground and stirred up a lot of dust. The sudden change startled everyone. Klein caught up with Sean in a few steps and helped the pale-faced Samuel up. The latter stretched out his trembling palm. There were burn marks on it. Be careful. Ricky stared at the metal bars with a solemn expression. He looked at the clear handprints Samuel left on them. This is a trick of the wizards. There's something strange about these bars. No one should touch them. Thales looked at the bars with lingering fear. He wondered what they were. Samuel panted harshly. With Klein's support, he gritted his teeth and looked at the darkness in the cell in front of him. Barney Jr. He shouted angrily. But the cell was still dark. There was no response. Stake frowned in the crowd. What's going on with them? Joseph shook his head. His gaze was sharp. This is a prison. A place that can make you go crazy. The group was silent for a while. Ricky cast Samuel an inquiring look, but the latter only lowered his head and said nothing. There was a conflicted look on his face. Klein said tentatively, "We." At that moment, Samuel broke free from Klein's support and suddenly shouted. In the name of the supreme god Lo Sophia, in the name of great Emperor Camelot, in the name of the magnificent gods, ancient kings, knights, and ancestors, Samuel's voice was thick and deep, but it was extremely clear. It was as if there was a power that could pierce through people's hearts and reverberated in the hall. Today, I engrave this oath. Thales was stunned. Almighty God, great Emperor Camelot, Samuel panted and looked up at the 5 cells in front of him. In the darkness, a few panting sounds could be heard. Soon, Barney Jr.'s voice came from the prison cell. There was a hint of hesitation and confusion in his voice. What did you say?" Samuel took a deep breath and took a step forward. Thales saw that Samuel's expression was one that he had never seen before. The light from the flames swept past the brand on his face and reflected the determination on his face. Samuel said, "That's right. I vow to dedicate my life to the throne, to serve the imperial power, and to serve no other master." He gritted his teeth and did not continue speaking. His voice echoed in the hall. The former flag bearer continued to stare at the darkness in the prison cell, as if he was waiting for something. 1 second, 2 seconds, he was not disappointed. A voice that sounded like it had just woken up from a nightmare suddenly rose. "I vow that this sword will only be brandished for the Emperor, and will only be broken for the Emperor. There is no other use for it." As the voice rose, a figure appeared in front of the bars. Thales recognized it. It was the lackadaisical Nalji. But his voice was no longer lackadaisical. A complicated, pained expression appeared on Samuel's face. A third voice rose faintly and continued their words. "I vow that this body will either be buried in the resting place of the throne, or be buried in the midst of the imperial life. There is no other end." In the prison cell, Tardan's confused expression left the darkness and entered the illumination of the flames. There was no need for anyone to remind him. The 4th and 5th voices rose and continued the oath. "I vow that this soul will not go to hell, will not enter heaven, and will not care about the world. It will only be forged into the mighty empire. There is no other place for it to belong." A brilliant light flashed in Samuel's eyes. He opened his mouth slightly and chanted the unusual words together with the prisoners. "The Emperor has arrived, and the knights have gathered." The prisoners who had disappeared previously appeared under the light of the flames. They joined the chant through the bars. "Where the iron hooves go, the villains will all perish." Bitterness, excitement, dullness, confusion, absent-mindedness. Thales read many different emotions on the prisoners' faces. "Where the sword points, chaos will come to an end." Finally, the stern-looking Barney Jr. walked out of the darkness and stood behind the bars. "The legacy shall not be destroyed." He met Samuel's gaze and chanted the last sentence together. "The empire shall be eternal." There was silence. "The empire shall be eternal." The muscles in Thales' hands tightened slightly. At that moment, be it stake, LaSalle, the disaster swords, or the captives, Quick Rope, Dean, and Tampa, all of them stared at these special prisoners in surprise. They stared at their interaction with Samuel. As the flames swayed, Samuel sighed softly. "I still remember that day. Your father, Quill Barney Sr., specifically mentioned this before he took the oath." He revealed a bitter smile. He said that the original text of the oath was written in the ancient language of the empire, and that it represented the glory of the past. He also said, Barney Jr. shook his head in the prison cell and finished Samuel's sentence. He said that he felt that trash like us did not have the right to enter the royal guards, and that we did not have the right to become the emperor's Praetorian guards, whose glory would last through the ages. Barney Jr.'s expression was calm. Even being in the same room with us was a disgrace. Until that day, when he died in battle in front of the palace gate. Samuel's expression darkened, and he lowered his head. "My God. You really are." On the other side, Belden's gaze was fixed on Samuel, and he did not move for a long time. Barney Jr. did not remain silent for long. He turned to another cell. "Nalji, cannon. Light the lamp." His words were mournful, concise, and still unquestionable. Nalji rubbed his already dirty face. "Are you serious, Your Excellency, Vanguard? This is the oil we squeezed from that gerbil." Even if we add this dried material, it won't last long. I don't know how long it will take before we can catch the next one. Barney Jr. shouted angrily from the prison cell. Light the lamp. Nalji did not say anything else. Soon, a fire was lit in his cell, and it illuminated the figure outside. Samuel. As he stared at the illuminated face, Barney Jr.'s words were filled with endless sighs and complicated emotions. It's really you. Vice flag bearer. Samuel did not say anything. The other prisoners sucked in a sharp breath and moved closer to the bars, wanting to see the person in front of them clearly. Nalji rubbed his eyes desperately. Cannon, who was beside him, kept breathing deeply, and he trembled. Bruley. Tardin, who had been imitating the sound of thunder just now, turned his head and roared at his roommate, Bruley. Aya. The people outside the prison cell were slightly stunned. Before they could react, they saw Tardin's rather large roommate roar in response, Ugh hi. Immediately after, he pounced on Tardin like a giant bear. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound rose. Thales widened his eyes and watched as the prisoner named Bruley roared and threw a punch, hitting Tardin right in the face. The force was astonishing, and it was merciless. What are they doing? Tardin crashed into the wall behind him and groaned in pain. But just as Bruley's second punch was about to land, he jumped up from the wall in an unbelievable manner, swung his elbow horizontally, and hit Bruley's chin. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Bruley shook his head and took a step back. He cried out in pain. Then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he attacked Tardin again. Asterisk thud. Asterisk just like that, everyone watched in shock as the two prisoners in the prison cell fought fiercely against each other. Asterisk bang. Asterisk every punch landed on flesh, and every move was fierce. But regardless of whether it was Barney Jr., Nair, Nalji, Cannon, or Belden, they turned a blind eye to the internal conflict between their cellmates. Samuel also watched their fierce fight in disbelief. He did not know what to do. Finally, when Tardin kicked Bruley's chest hard and kicked his bear-like opponent away, he shouted, "Enough." Bruley put down his arms, which he was about to attack. He panted heavily and stared at him fiercely. Soon, Tardin, who had a bloody nose, a swollen face, and blood at the corner of his mouth, got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, it hurts. He looked at Samuel, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said incoherently, "I'm sorry. This is the one and only Baron technique, hee. Samuel was stunned. Tardin rubbed his red and swollen chin. He and Bruley supported each other and stared at Samuel without blinking. He laughed strangely and said, "He, I'm sure that the person inside is real, and it's not just our imagination." After a while, Samuel, who seemed to have figured something out, lowered his head wordlessly. "I'm real, Tardin," he said sadly. "I'm standing right here. It's not an illusion. It's not." Thales sensed a lot of emotions from his words. On the other side, Nair stared at Samuel. "What's wrong, Samuel? They still captured you? Am I right? What are they plotting? Who do they want to kill this time?" Samuel shook his head. Cannon trembled slightly. He hid behind Nalji and said in a nervous manner, "What? Are they going to be beheaded? Or hanged? Are we in there too?" Samuel stared at them with an indescribable gaze. He still shook his head. "You've lost a lot of weight, and you've aged a lot." Nalji sneered in the prison. "Of course, at least you don't need a stone knife to shave." Something's not right. Belden, whose long hair hung over his face and beard reached his chest, crossed his arms. He asked warily and maliciously, "Why are you here, you coward? Who are those people outside?" Samuel was silent. He let them size him up and listened to their strange questions. Until Barney Jr. asked, "Now, Samuel." Barney Jr. sucked in a deep breath and asked an unexpected but thought-provoking question. "What year is it now?" Once he said this, the prisoners in the prison became quiet. They stared at Samuel quietly. After a long while, Samuel exhaled. Calendar of Eradication, Year 679. Barney Jr. was slightly stunned. Then, his face turned pale and he took a few steps back. The prisoners were also stunned. My mind is not clear. Help me do some math. Nalji nudged Cannon. He anxiously turned his head around and looked around. He grabbed his hair and said in distress, 679,679. So, 679 minus 677. No, 650, no, 660. When did we get here? Cannon did not answer him. He just curled up and sat down. Fear was written all over his face. How? 18 years. Barney Jr. looked around in a daze. He laughed for some reason. It's been 18 years. Samuel did not speak. 18 years. With an indescribable feeling, he quietly watched this special reunion after a long time. Cannon said that it's been about 30 years. Nalji said that it's been 5 years at most. Barney Jr. was immersed in his own world. His face was in pain, and the brand on his face trembled slightly. But I don't believe either of them. I've been counting the number of times the supplies were delivered. I counted myself. I thought it was only 7 or 8 years. He sat down. His expression twitched, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter was bitter, hoarse, and unpleasant to the ears. Soon, Nalji and Tardin also joined in the laughter. The other prisoners were either dazed or dazed. They did not say a single word. Samuel closed his eyes. He only opened them after a long time. All of you are here. Where are the others? He asked with great difficulty. The laughter in the hall stopped. Barney Jr. raised his head. His gaze was cold. Didn't all of you bring torches? He spread his hands and said coldly, see for yourselves. Samuel's eyebrows twitched. He walked forward quickly. He did not care about the dazzling light that made the prisoners cover their eyes in pain and retreat. He illuminated every cell through the bars. A few seconds later, Samuel's body swayed a few times. He took a few steps back weakly. How? How could this be? He mumbled. The prisoners were silent. In the cell, Cannon covered his face and slid down against the wall. He sobbed in pain. At that moment, Thales saw the scene before him clearly. There were nearly 7 or 8 cells, and each of them was filled with human skeletons and dried corpses. But unlike before, most of the skeletons were neatly arranged. The heads were at the top, and the bodies were at the bottom. They were placed neatly on the ground, one after another. Behind Barney Jr. were 5 neatly arranged corpses. One of them still had dried skin and muscles. Just like a graveyard, Thales whispered in his heart. Samuel's face contorted as he looked at Barney Jr. How did they? Barney Jr. snorted coldly. Take your torch further away. Unlike you, we don't see much light. It's very glaring. Samuel gritted his teeth and put down the torch. Barney Jr. stared at him for a long time before he spoke. Allen and Walker had an internal conflict in their cells. 8 or 9 of them died. Morian had a high fever that didn't subside. Toby had an infection from his injury. Ross had a strange disease that he couldn't name. Bug took things too hard. A few of them were the same as him. The more he spoke, the more dejected and gloomy Barney Jr. became. He turned his body slightly, and his eyes were lifeless. Kamal went crazy. One day, he suddenly stopped eating and drinking. Bobby wanted to pry open the bars, until he realized that prolonged contact with them was fatal. The hall was silent for a while. It was very depressing. Myro mysteriously couldn't wake up. Barney Jr.'s expression tensed. He clenched his fists in pain. As for Big Lore, he became a little abnormal. Before he killed the third person, the people in their cell had to do something, so, he took a deep breath and forced his emotions back into his body. Gold and Skeleton left together. They were the last two people in the same cell. They agreed to cut each other's wrists. One day, Rogo suddenly screamed like a madman. He cried and laughed for a day and a night. Then, he went silent. Samuel listened quietly. Every time he heard a new name, the torch in his hand would tremble a little. Cox died peacefully. He even left behind some last words. Kulai men just had a common cold, but we didn't have any medicine. We could only watch him day by day. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. I was the one who did it. Barney Jr. laughed dryly. The cells were not connected. We could only hear sounds. What happened over the past few years was like King show. Those who died early in the same prison cell can still have a dignified funeral. Barney Jr. looked at his own hands, then glanced at the 5 skeletons behind him. An indescribable emotion flashed in his eyes. As for the last ones, they can just lie down and wait. Barney Jr. said absent-mindedly. Thales stared at the unkempt prisoner in a daze. He stared at the dark cell and the glowing bars. He remembered the skeletons and corpses on the upper floors. He could not describe the feelings in his heart. Thud. Samuel knelt on one knee. His face was pale. So, Barney Jr. raised his head and snorted coldly at him outside the cell. Yes, Vice Flag Bearer, Sir Colin Samir. It's been 18 years. 45 people in their prime, 45 men, 45 noble knights. The smile on Barney Jr.'s lips grew wider until he pulled out a smile that was filled with hatred, bitterness, sarcasm, and bitterness. 45 royal guards who were imprisoned in the prison of bones. He raised his head and looked at the skeletons around him in a daze. He stared at the other 6 prisoners in silence. Probably. Chapter 4:17. In the dark hall, Samuel listened to Barney Jr.'s words in a daze. His gaze swept past every corpse in the prison, but there was only emptiness and confusion in his eyes. He looked like a prodigal son who had left home for many years and returned to his home, where he no longer had anything. 7. He mumbled. For some reason, as he listened to their conversation, Thales also felt empty in his heart, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. In the crowd, Steak coughed softly. He quickly walked to Ricky's side and pointed above his head. My people can't control the people above for too long. We also have to prevent any possible accidents. Ricky ignored him, but Steak attracted the prisoner's attention. Samuel, who are the people who came with you? Barney Jr. moved closer to the bars. He put away his mournful expression, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the disaster swords in the distance. He said warily, they don't look like people from the government. None of them look like nobles who manage things. None of them look like soldiers from Blade Fang's camp. They look like mercenaries. Ricky frowned. He extended his hand and waved Steak away, signaling him to calm down. In another cell, Belden also became vigilant. They don't look like the people who escorted you down here to capture the fugitive. Belden remembered something, and his expression became stern. How did you come down, Samuel? Samuel frowned slightly. He hesitated on how he should answer. In another cell, Cannon, who had been hugging his head and cowering, suddenly shuddered when he saw the large number of people outside his cell. He leaned against the wall and moaned in pain. They are helpers, Samuel finally said. He calmly faced the scrutinizing gazes of his former colleagues. They were the only people who were willing to lend me a helping hand when I had nowhere else to go. Samuel glanced at the disaster swords with an indifferent expression. Just like us, they are a group of pitiful people who each have their own desires and needs. Klein snorted softly and patted Joseph, who was beside him. They are also a group of people who do not want to be mercilessly forgotten by the merciless course of history. Ricky remained motionless. Fate brought us together. Samuel turned his head around and stared at the imprisoned Barney Jr. His words were laced with a profound meaning. We were able to resist it. But apparently, perhaps because he had suffered too much, his former companions did not respond positively to him. Barney Jr. tilted his chin, slanted his eyes, and looked at Samuel in a rather hostile manner. Why are you here, Samir? What identity did you return with? How did you enter the prison of bones? A fugitive? Prison breakers? The savior? As Barney Jr. spoke, his gaze shifted to the people behind Samir. He began to size up the group of uninvited guests. I don't see much light, and my eyesight has deteriorated a lot, but I can at least see a group of ferocious monsters with all kinds of weapons. They don't look like they came with invitations. As for the few who aren't armed, they're the ones they kidnapped, right? While Samuel was at a loss for words, Barney Jr. spoke faintly, and his tone became increasingly suspicious. Moreover, who is that young man? Why did you put so many people around him? Why did the people around the man in the hood and the man in the gown subconsciously look at him? Barney Jr. suddenly gestured with his chin and looked at Thales indifferently, causing the prince to tense up. Stake and LaSalle, who were mentioned, were slightly stunned. Under Ricky's gaze, they had no choice but to move their subordinates further away from Thales. But just when Thales thought of something, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, and a chill ran down his spine. Don't you dare say anything unnecessary, brat. Marina pressed down on the back of his shoulder. The blade of her sword rubbed against Thales' pants. She said coldly, you won't have anything down there. Thales only felt a chill invade his spine. He did not dare speak again. No, it doesn't look like protection. Belden also stared at Thales from the other side of the cell. His frown deepened. I can tell. That young man is also someone who was kidnapped. Ricky's expression turned solemn. The remnants of the royal guards had exceeded his expectations. They had clearly struggled in captivity for so many years, but when they saw the light again, they immediately saw the crux of the situation. Samuel's expression was a little unpleasant. He moved his gaze away from Thales. Barney Jr., Belden, as expected of the vanguard and penal officer. Your observational skills are still astonishing. Barney Jr. snorted coldly and stared at Thales. Just who is he? Oh, right. At this moment, Stake suddenly interrupted their conversation. Honorable Crassus, is your plan to help this former royal guard catch up? Ricky's eyebrows twitched slightly. Stake and his two subordinates walked forward with smiles on their faces. They stopped the former royal guards from talking about Thales, and at the same time, slowly approached the prince. Due to many reasons, I don't think it is a good idea for your subordinates to pour their hearts out to these gentlemen. Stake winked at Ricky. Perhaps I can escort our sensitive goods back first. Thales stared at Stake's outstretched hand. He was on guard. Then, a long sword that was hollow blocked Stake's path at lightning speed. Touch him, Stake. Klein grabbed his dark light sword and stopped Stake from approaching Thales. His tone was hostile. Don't even think about keeping that hand of yours. Stake's smile froze. LaSalle coughed awkwardly. He had no choice but to mediate the situation. Everyone, I think Stake's suggestion is that it's time for us to speed up our progress. The Northlander silently pushed Stake back and gestured for the two assassins beside Stake to put away the weapons they had brought out at some point in time. He reminded them solemnly. Accidents can happen at any time. Don't forget our situation. Ricky shifted his gaze from them and snorted. Of course. Samuel, the leader of the disaster sword, said softly. Focus on the mission. Samuel nodded. As for you, Ricky looked at Stake and said in dissatisfaction, we need time. Stake raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was thinking about something. But in the end, he still smiled and slowly stepped back. Very well, of course. Then I will wait for you outside. Anyway, I am very concerned about the situation above. I need to confirm it. Stake raised his hands and took 2 steps back. Then, He walked out of the hall with his subordinates while the disaster swords glared at him with hostility. LaSalle gave Ricky an apologetic smile. They can be impatient sometimes. The mercenaries who had surrounded Shadow Shield unknowingly let go of their sword hilts and put away their murderous gazes. On the other side of the hall, the prisoners and Samuel watched the small conflict in silence. Samuel inhaled, as if he was adjusting his emotions. Barney Jr., I am very happy to see. But Barney Jr. rolled his eyes. Who is that? The prisoner in the cell stared at Stakes back from a distance. That hooded man? He doesn't give me a good feeling. And that man with the nose so high. In another cell, Nair stared straight at LaSalle and gritted his teeth. That damn Northland accent. It's definitely not from Cold Castle, but from further north, from Extet. LaSalle instantly froze. As he looked at his two doubtful colleagues, Samuel sighed. That's not important, but a panicked shout suddenly broke the oppressive atmosphere. No. Everyone tensed up. Their first reaction was to grip their weapons, and then, they snapped out of their daze. The person in the cell was shouting. No, no, no. Barney Jr. Barney Jr. frowned and turned his head. In another cell, Cannon, who had previously reminded the prisoners that the iron curtains had been lifted, was still hugging his head and curling up on the ground. He could not stop trembling. As he twitched, he shouted in pain. Barney Jr., I can hear it, just like how I see it in my dreams every day. His roommate, Nalji, who had been acting lazily just now, quickly walked forward in a very experienced manner. He put his arm around Cannon's shoulder and comforted him in a low voice. It's okay, Cannon, it's all over, it's all over. Everything is fine, everything will be fine. Those terrifying things in the past don't exist anymore. We're fine, that's all. As Nalji spoke, he became absent-minded as well. He stared at the ground with a dazed expression. But Cannon still struggled desperately. His eyes were shut tight, and he shouted madly, their footsteps, they pressed down on the soles of their feet, and they tiptoed like cats. Those footsteps, those voices, those people who only appear in the dark. Just like those people. Those people. Samuel looked at Cannon's outburst with a dejected expression. Barney Jr. furrowed his eyebrows tightly. They're here, Barney Jr., they're here. Cannon shouted in pain. His dirty hair flew everywhere. They're coming to kill them. Just like in the past. Cannon's pained cries lasted for nearly a minute. Then, just like how Nalji comforted Nair earlier, he hummed a tune softly. Cannon finally quieted down. Samuel exhaled quietly. He stared at Cannon, whose eyes were wide open, and his chest was heaving in shock. He said in a pained tone, when did he become like this? Barney Jr. shook his head in a mocking manner, but his eyes were filled with doubt. I don't know. I felt like he was already like this when he woke up one day, but that's not important. Cannon's symptoms are considered mild. Samuel was silent for a while. Listen, Barney Jr., you shouldn't be here. Samuel gritted his teeth. His gaze was firm. You are all respectable warriors, valiant fighters, fearless warriors, and sharp knives. You shouldn't stay here and die of depression. Barney Jr. slowly raised his eyes, causing Samuel, who had been slightly agitated, to instantly freeze. Come with me, join us, and I can give you back your freedom. Perhaps you will even have enough power. But Samuel still insisted on making his suggestion. He looked at the others with hope. To make up for our past mistakes. To even change this F***ed up world. Samuel's tone was forceful. What do you think? Once he said this, the prisoners were silent for a moment. Barney Jr. stared at Samuel faintly. Tardin and Bruley frowned. Nalji was still comforting the trembling Cannon. Belden and Nair did not react. Freedom, freedom. Tardin shook his head, making him look like a clown in a circus. He raised his hands in a dramatic manner and waved them in the air. His lips curled up in an exaggerated arc as he laughed loudly. Everyone, he said that he will give us freedom. Ha 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 ha, his laugh was very exaggerated, and even a little fake. Samuel stared at his former colleagues in confusion. What's wrong? No one answered him. Only Barney Jr. shook his head and exhaled slightly. You know, Samuel. That year, each of us insisted that we were innocent. Barney Jr. lowered his head and said in a cautious tone, we refused to admit our guilt, so we were sent here. Samuel's breathing changed slightly. Unfair treatment and judgment. He nodded, and an indignant expression appeared on his face. This is what they forced on us that day, but Barney Jr. suddenly raised his head. No, listen to me, Samuel. We are at fault. We failed in our duty. His Majesty and the Crown Prince died under our watch. But we did not collude with the enemy. We are not traitors. The royal guards did not betray the late king. I have always believed that we are innocent in this regard. Barney Jr. stuck close to the bars, almost touching the dangerous magic creation. But he still widened his eyes and stared at Samuel outside the prison cell in a rather neurotic manner. Everyone, including me, believed in this. So we gritted our teeth, and no matter how much we were tortured, we refused to give in. So we were unyielding. We shouldered the blame and slander, but we still walked into the prison with our backs straight, just like tough men. Because we did not do it, we did not do it. Innocent is innocent. Samuel stared back at him in a daze. He was puzzled. Until Barney Jr.'s next sentence. Until you, Samuel. Barney Jr.'s face suddenly contorted. He stood up abruptly and gritted his teeth. Until you escaped from the escorting team and disappeared from our firm belief. Samuel's eyebrows rose and fell. He clenched his fists tightly. Barney Jr. Suddenly pounced forward and grabbed the bars with both hands. Everyone, including Samuel, was shocked. Samuel even subconsciously took a step back. Barney, tell me, Samuel. Barney Jr. gripped the bars tightly. His fingers trembled non-stop, as if he was enduring great pain, but he still glared at Samuel with resentment. Why did you run away that year? Abandon all your comrades and brothers? Slap. There was a flash of light from the bars. Barney Jr. cried out in pain and fell to the ground. But he did not care. He only raised his smoking hands and stared coldly at Samuel. Why did you use cowardly actions to deepen the brand of our crimes? To prove our crimes? Samuel stared at Barney Jr.'s actions in disbelief. He turned to look at the other prisoners, but found that they were all looking at him with unfamiliar expressions. To prove our crimes, Samuel stared at the countless skeletons and closed his eyes in pain. He stuttered. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. In his hesitation, he said through gritted teeth, I'm sorry. You know, Barney Jr., you know. Samuel trembled and lowered his head. 18 years ago. I could bear all the consequences of that tragedy, be it demotion, punishment, torture, exile, or even death. But this? Samuel opened his eyes abruptly. He raised his torch and illuminated his surroundings. Skeletons, prison cells, and ashes. To stink, rot, and be forgotten in a bottomless dungeon? Then, to remain here forever, without even a splash of water? To bury our humiliation and stigma deep underground forever, never to be remedied? Samuel's expression became more and more twisted, like a drowning man struggling in the water. After a long while, he gritted out his next words through his twitching teeth. No. I refuse, he said firmly. He stared straight at Barney Jr. His eyes were full of pain and resentment. Just like what you said, we didn't do it. We shouldn't have to bear such torture. This is the reason. Unexpectedly, Barney Jr. smiled. He smiled very happily. Is that so? You just said, I refuse, and ran away without any hesitation. But now, you even came back to break the prison. So, where is your pride, dignity, and honor as a royal guard? Barney Jr. raised his hand and shook his shoulders. He said sarcastically, where is the passion you once poured into the oath of the ancient Praetorian guards? Samuel was silent for a moment again. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. I stopped being a royal guard a long time ago. This time, Samuel's voice was low, and his tone was dejected, as if he was talking about a humiliation. After our dignity and honor were trampled to nothing by the high and mighty new king and nobles on that day, Roland said with a sigh. Samuel clenched his fists, and his arm muscles tensed. Kessel, before he ascended the throne, he was just a playboy. He can't push the entire royal guards into the abyss with just a hasty trial. He can't use the so-called collaboration with the enemy to turn everyone who was once loyal to him into a traitor. He also has no right to deprive us of the right to wash away our grievances with our own hands. When Thales heard the familiar name, his heart became gloomy. Samuel's breathing quickened. He did not. Samuel raised his head and looked at his unrecognizable, sallow, and emaciated colleagues. Indignation appeared on his face. He had no right to turn us, all of you, into what you are now. The disaster swords looked at each other at a loss. Klein was about to interrupt him, but he was stopped by Ricky again. The silence in the cell lasted for a long time. Then, Barney Jr. chuckled. Like this? Barney Jr. stood up and took a few steps back with a broken smile. He spread his arms, as if he was showing off his home. Ha ha ha, you know nothing. With a chilling smile, he slowly said, nonsense. Samuel was stunned. What? Barney Jr. snorted coldly. You have no idea what kind of life we have been living here. Barney Jr. took a step forward and said with hatred, you haven't endured the boundless silence and darkness. You haven't heard everybody's desperate wails and cries. You haven't seen your companions die in the sunless cells. You haven't eaten the stinky cockroaches that crawled out of the dead bodies. You haven't tasted the food that stinks of feces. Every time he said a sentence, the prisoners reacted differently. They gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, twitched, or pounded the wall in pain. Barney Jr. stared at Samuel with resentment and pointed at the corpses piled up neatly in the cells. You have never tried, as the vanguard, as the highest-ranking member of the guards in the prison, to stand here through the bars and give a farewell speech to your dead companions. Barney Jr. clenched his teeth so hard that they almost cracked. 37 times. 37. The prisoners stared at Samuel with dead, emotionless eyes. His face turned pale. Barney Jr. adjusted his breathing and shook his head indifferently. In the end, when I sent off the few people closest to me, I had nothing to say. Barney Jr. turned his body sideways and revealed a few tombs that only had bones left before Samuel's eyes. It was not just because I had nothing to say, but also because I was already numb. Their voices and smiles in the past gradually faded and faded away under the sunlight. All that was left in my mind was their mournful cries and absent-minded wails before they died. I can't watch another person sink into this boundless hell. Barney Jr. stood where he was in a daze. Thales lowered his head and sighed soundlessly. And you? Barney Jr. raised his head in a daze. The absent-mindedness in his eyes slowly turned into hatred. You? You're a coward who ran away halfway and made us even more speechless. What right do you have to come here and save us as a savior? Samuel looked as if he had been punched heavily. He took a step back with a dazed expression. He took a deep breath. Barney Jr., I can only say that I'm very sorry. And I can still make up for it now. But Barney Jr. suddenly roared angrily, No. No, Samuel. As he stared at the dazed Samuel, Barney Jr. lowered his voice and shook his head slowly. It's been more than 10 years. I've thought about it for a very long time before I finally figured some things out. And just now, you reminded me of some things. As he spoke, he walked to the wall absent-mindedly. That trial 18 years ago might have been unfair to some people, but it was not without reason. Samuel frowned slightly. What do you mean, Barney? Barney Jr. snorted with the ghost of a smile. His face was filled with indifference, as if he had lost all interest in life. Cannon might have gone mad. He became sensitive, paranoid, crazy, and irritable. He kept bothering us all day, and we couldn't sleep well. He was really f***ed up. Barney Jr. pointed at Cannon and Nalgy's prison cells. But you can't blame him. It's been 18 years. Almost every time he dreams of that day. The assassins tore off their disguises and jumped out of the crowd. The killers invaded the palace, revealed their blades, and fought against us, Barney Jr. said faintly, just like a shadow. He deliberately enunciated each word and repeated, shadow. Thales suddenly realized what he just said. What he just said is, as Barney Jr. spoke, Cannon shivered again. Nair scratched his hair in pain. Bruley whimpered indignantly, but he was held back by Tardin. Only Nalgy and Belden remained silent and listened to Barney Jr.'s words. Barney Jr., Barney Jr. shook his head gently and interrupted the puzzled Samuel. Cannon dreamed for a total of 18 years in the endless darkness. Barney Jr. leaned against the wall and sighed listlessly. He was originally a cavalry scout in the Royal Guards. His ears and eyes were sharp. He lived in the darkness for 18 years. His vision might have deteriorated, and his mind might have been so sensitive that it would explode at the slightest touch, but his hearing might not have been the same. As Barney Jr. spoke, he suddenly turned his head around. His eyes shone with a fierce glare. And I believe that he had a deep impression of the killers. He could recognize their footsteps even in his dreams. Cannon hid in his palms and let out a cry that sounded like a sob. Samuel seemed to have figured something out. He stared at Barney Jr. in a daze. Now, tell me, Samuel. Barney Jr. supported himself against the wall and stood up straight again. Why did you and that hooded man? He raised his head coldly and walked forward. When he was only one column away from Samuel, he slowly extended his hand and pointed at the disaster swords in the distance. Chapter 4:18. When Barney Jr. said this, Samuel looked surprised. He subconsciously took a step back. When he saw his reaction, Barney Jr. snorted coldly. The disaster swords were all stunned. Hood. Klein stared in surprise at Cannon, who was curled up on the floor. He then looked in the direction where the hooded stake had left. Is there really someone in this world who can identify someone through their footsteps that are barely audible? Ricky also stared at Cannon in surprise. He thought about it for a moment and nodded slowly. I think, if you care about something enough, to the extent that you can pour 18 years of effort into it, he shook his head and sighed. Then, there's probably nothing that can't be done. On the other side of the hall, most of the prisoners stood up and approached the bars coldly. Is this true, Samuel? Belden stared at Samuel calmly, then at the disaster swords. His gaze was stern. Are you a member of Shadow Shield now? Nair, who was next to him, mocked him. Wow, this is a good sign, Your Excellency. At least you don't have to feel guilty. Samuel looked at them, then at the other. His breathing was irregular, but in the end, he turned to Barney Jr., who had the scariest expression. He raised his hand and explained, listen, me and them, those assassins, this is just a temporary cooperation. I also hate that cockroach, but now, in order to come here, but Barney Jr. interrupted him. You don't understand, Samuel. Barney Jr. sneered. I'm not talking about how you're doing now. Who the hell cares? Samuel was instantly stunned. Barney Jr. exhaled and looked down at his palms. I'm talking about Lorden Charlton. That blood chant is very good. In fact, he's very good. He's too good. When he heard this name, a thought appeared in Thales' mind. Lorden Charlton, blood chant? Thales' breathing slowly slowed down. Another name appeared before his eyes. A thin gray figure who jumped down from the cliff of the sky. Baronet Charlton. Flying Locust Blade. Samuel was obviously a little surprised. Charlton? Lord Charlton? But Barney Jr. ignored him and continued on his own. But he was far from being strong enough to charge into Renaissance Palace alone, assassinate His Majesty at will, and then leave. At least, 18 years ago, when we intercepted him and fought him for a short time, he was not that strong. Thales was shocked. He came to a realization. Barney Jr. was talking about the shocking and bloody scene in Renaissance Palace during the Bloody Year. The death of 82. Samuel frowned. What are you talking about, Barney? Barney Jr. laughed absent-mindedly. He then put down his palm and said to himself, after the incident, all of us in the Royal Guards, regardless of whether we were free or in prison, were guessing the possible enemies: Shadow Shield, the Assassin's Flower, the Secret Room, the Northlanders, the rebel army in the southwest, the forces of the desert, perhaps the Camions or other people who hated Constellation, and even the great nobles in the country who were at odds with His Majesty before the war. But the only thing we were unwilling to admit was that we were unwilling to admit. His words gradually came to a halt. He hesitated between a few words, as if he was unwilling to continue. Thales' breathing quickened subconsciously. Possible enemies. He did not forget the map King Nuvan gave him 6 years ago when he was still in Heroic Spirit Palace. The map of Horus Jade Star. The map of Renaissance Palace. It lay quietly in the luggage, wrapped in an inconspicuous food bag, and rested on Marina's shoulder behind him. In the hall, Samuel's expression had never been so serious. He took a step forward. What do you mean? Barney Jr. laughed again. What I mean is... Barney Jr. raised his complicated gaze and revealed half of his ferocious face, which was branded with the seal of sin. He said coldly, maybe we deserved it. Belden lowered his head in pain. Nalji did not say a word. Barney Jr. finished his sentence, maybe Prince Kessel back then, no, the new king's decision to throw us into the prison of bones after the incident was the most correct one. Samuel's pupils widened slightly. Barney, why are you saying this? Barney Jr. snorted and ignored him. He just gazed into the distance with an unfocused gaze. Perhaps, back then, there was indeed a traitor who collaborated with the enemy among the glorious and dazzling royal guards. He said faintly. Samuel was stunned. In the 5 cells, every prisoner's breathing became more and more tense. In the next second, Barney Jr. turned around and stared at Samuel. His eyes were cold. And he betrayed His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and the entire royal guards. He turned all of us into what we are now. At that moment, Samuel gasped a few times and took a diagonal step forward. No. But Barney Jr.'s accusation was not over. And that traitor. With an enraged expression, Barney Jr. extended his hands again and grabbed the metal bars in front of him desperately, just to get closer to Thales. He must have known Prince Midier's orders and handwriting like the back of his hand. That's why he could fake the Crown Prince's request for help, exaggerate the riot at the palace gate, and use the late king's love for his son to transfer us away from the Hall of Stars, to go to the palace gate to support Prince Midier. Thus, he dragged most of the royal guards into a chaotic battle with the rioters and those with ulterior motives. Samuel seemed to be frozen on the spot. He was tongue-tied and could not say a word. At that time, Great Charlton acted against His Majesty in the Hall of Stars with the help of Shadow Shield. Master Vitano went to the battlefield with Duke John, and Instructor Ida was in the Sacred Tree Kingdom. Even when old Captain Cullen risked his life to face Blood Chant and a group of assassins, he could not protect His Majesty from the assassins. Barney Jr.'s voice became hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, as if the silk on a loom was being cut inch by inch. At that moment, be it the disaster swords, their hostages, Samuel, or Thales himself, all of them were completely stunned. As Barney Jr. narrated, the Prince of Constellation felt as if he had returned to half an hour ago. At the gate of the prison of bones, when Stake raised his hands slightly, the sneaky masked assassins appeared from the shadows, unexpectedly tore open the guards' necks, pierced their hearts, and cut off their lives. Then, they quietly disappeared into the darkness. Within a few seconds, everything happened so suddenly that it was as if nothing had happened. The prince could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Barney Jr.'s palm, which was holding the railing, began to smoke. His face was contorted. It was obvious that he was in great pain, but he still endured the pain. When the riot at the palace gate gradually subsided, the news of the Hall of Stars being invaded also came. The Crown Prince urgently ordered us to return and provide reinforcements, and we, who were exhausted and anxious, returned according to the trader's expectations, leaving only my father and a few others behind. Thales listened to all of this in a daze. This was something that his father should have told him. Barney Jr. hissed. We allowed them to be with Prince Midir, and at the palace gate, which we thought was already safe, they fell into Shadow Shield's trap. This time, Thales clearly saw an ominous light shining between Barney Jr.'s hand and the railing. When he thought of Midir's death, Thales suddenly recalled the scene 6 years ago. The man who carried the strange black sword on his back. And his confession. That day 12 years ago, I was indeed the one who personally wielded the sword, and stabbed Midir Jadestar. And I did it willingly, and I never regretted it. Thales was stunned. Black Sword, Barney Jr., that year, at the Hall of Stars, at the gate of Renaissance Palace, what happened? As he journeyed in this world, he traveled further and further, and the fog in front of him lessened. But there were more and more suspicious points. When all of this was done, both the late king and the crown prince met with misfortune, and the dead could not testify. In addition, the situation was chaotic, and the war had yet to end. That damn traitor escaped punishment just like that. He pretended to mourn and look like he was in pain, but he still lived among us. He lived among the emperor's Praetorian guards, who were supposed to protect the royal family with their lives, and he got away scot-free. Barney Jr.'s expression grew more pained, but Thales knew that it was not because he was holding the strange railing. The muscles on Samuel's arm grew tighter. No one interrupted this scene. Perhaps the secret Barney Jr. spoke of was too important, and no one wanted to miss it. Barney. Belden stared coldly at Samuel, gritted his teeth, and said, "What do you want to say? Why don't you be more direct?" "What I want to say is..." Samuel, that year. In the prison cell, Barney Jr.'s hand, which was holding the metal railing, began to tremble in the smoke. But he still gritted his teeth and refused to let go, as if he was holding onto a treasure that he could not give up, a belief that he could not violate, and a truth that he could not ignore. When we gritted our teeth, swallowed our blood, bore the stigma, and stiffened our necks when we were escorted here, why did you run away halfway? What are you feeling guilty about? What are you afraid of? Samuel stared at Barney Jr. in disbelief. Barney Jr. roared at the top of his lungs and shook the unmoving metal railing. "And after so many years, when you came back as a fugitive, and why did you hang out with the people from Shadow Shield?" Samuel closed his eyes and said laboriously, "Barney Jr., tell me." Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud noise rose, and the metal railing erupted with the most glaring light it had ever produced. Barney Jr. could no longer hold on to the railing. He fell to the ground. His whole body convulsed, his hands smoked, and he roared in pain. But Thales could no longer tell whether he was in pain because of the physical torture, or because he was grieving because of the despair in his mind. Even Nalji, who was by the side, could not help but say, "Barney, be careful, that thing is very dangerous." "No, Barney." Samuel took a step forward and said while trembling, Why would you think this way?" But Barney Jr. roared in anger. He forced himself to get up from the ground and said with hatred, "Why did Prince Kessel insist on throwing us into prison back then?" "Because he knew that there was a problem with the royal guards a long time ago." He glared at Samuel. "Because he knew that after the incident at Renaissance Palace, the assassination of His Majesty, and the death of the Crown Prince, the Emperor's Praetorian guards, who were chosen from the outstanding descendants of the nobles and swore an oath to protect the throne, could no longer be trusted." Thales watched this scene in a daze. As he listened to the words of these people who had personally experienced the tragedy, he felt an extreme chill around him. Barney Jr.'s accusation slowly turned from an angry and indignant accusation to a wail of pain and despair. After so many years, there must have been many people in the guards who had figured it out. So they, including us, could not eat or sleep, were tormented, and even went insane, and committed suicide. Because the royal guards were bound together for good or ill. Tears slowly gushed out of his eyes. His voice also became intermittent, and he could not speak clearly. As for why it was the prison of bones. Maybe Prince Kessel was just unsure, maybe he just wanted to see if the traitor would jump out on his own. Barney Jr. shut his eyes tightly. Tears slid down his cheeks and wet the brand of the sinner. And in the end, thud. Barney Jr. knelt on the ground. In the end, no, he roared with resentment, you escaped, Samir, you. In the other cells, the former members of the royal guards watched the confrontation between Samuel and Barney Jr. with pale faces. Samuel sucked in a sharp breath and stared at Barney Jr. with a flushed face. He punched his own chest. Yes. I escaped. But it wasn't me. He yelled in a near frenzy and spoke incoherently. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Barney Jr. did not have the slightest interest in listening to Samuel's argument. That's not all. Samuel, I remember that you have a good foundation in words. You have a good understanding of the way nobles write, use of words, styles, and even the language of the ancient empire. Presumably, you would have no problem imitating handwriting or forging letters, such as His Highness the Crown Prince's warrant. Samuel's words of defense were instantly silenced. He turned to the other prisoners as if to seek their understanding, but they were silent. He just watched coldly from the sidelines. Barney Jr. lay on the ground and gritted his teeth with tears in his eyes. This is also why you were promoted to flag bearer. As he stared at the other party's increasingly unpleasant expression, Barney Jr. said coldly, we, the royal guards, are the reincarnation of the emperor's Praetorian guards. In the past 600 years of history, the commander has been in charge of the entire team, the penal officer has been in charge of punishment, the vanguard officer has been in charge of battle, the protector has been in charge of the guards, the logistics officer has been in charge of ensuring supplies, the instructor has been in charge of training the new recruits, and the watchman has been in charge of protecting the legacy. Barney Jr. suddenly raised his head and glared at Samuel with bloodshot eyes. And the flag bearer. Samuel, who was in a daze, jolted. And the vice flag bearer, Sir Colin Samuel, Barney Jr. said coldly. You flag bearers are responsible for the internal supervision of the guards, the exchange of intelligence, and even secret investigations. That's why everyone doesn't like you, second only to the penal officers. But if there's anyone who can discover traitors early, it's definitely you. It can only be you guys. Barney Jr.'s pupils shrank. On the other hand, if there's anyone who can protect traitors, overlook traitors, or even, he did not continue. At this moment, Samuel's body swayed a little, as if he had suffered a blow. He stared at the ground in a daze, as if he could not come back to his senses. Barney Jr. stood up slowly. There were still traces of tears on his face. Tell me, Samuel, the one who escaped from prison 18 years ago and returned with Shadow Shield 18 years later. Barney Jr. restrained his anger and asked in a deep voice, are you that traitor? The one who caused the deaths of His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince? The one who caused the deaths of His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince? The one who destroyed the royal guard's honor that lasted for hundreds of years? That heinous and unforgivable traitor? The hall became quiet. Barney Jr. and his companions stared at Samuel, wanting to get an answer from him. The disaster sword stared at the two of them without blinking. Perhaps they were just curious about the truth of the past, or perhaps they wanted to understand their companion's past. Among them, perhaps Thales was one of them. But no one dared to break the silence. Until Samuel. The former vice flag bearer seemed to have lost all his strength. He staggered a few steps back and only snapped out of his daze when he knocked against the torch he had dropped earlier. The light from the torch illuminated Samuel from bottom to top, making his face look gloomy. Only the brand of sin on the side of his face was bright red. It was as if he was burning in hell. Barney Jr. continued to stare at him coldly. Samuel stared at the fire on the ground desolately. He stooped down in a daze and picked up the torch. His body was hunched, and his movements were slow. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. I know that you won't believe anything I say now. Am I right? After a long while, Samuel finally spoke with great difficulty. It was as if he had used up all the strength in his life. Thud. Penal Officer Belden punched the wall beside him and said angrily, "Then what are you running away from? Come on, Vice Flag Bearer Colin Samuel. You are now standing in front of us, in front of the 7 remaining royal guards. Tell us that you will solemnly swear on your honor, your dignity, your blade, your ancestors, and the name of the Samuel family, which has been rooted in the capital for hundreds of years. You have never done anything against the Jade Star royal family, against the royal guards, and you have never let down the oath you swore as a Praetorian guard." Samuel's body swayed slightly. Belden pressed his entire body against the bars and roared, "Tell me." Crack. There was a loud bang. Belden fell to the ground in pain under the power of the bars. He gritted his teeth and moaned. Samuel instinctively wanted to go forward, but he stopped in his tracks. In another prison cell, Tardin spoke slowly with his unique desolate voice. "Yes, tell us, Samuel. In any case, you and we have nothing more to lose." His voice was filled with a deathly stillness, and it sounded even more sorrowful. Tardin's roommate, Bruley, who had not spoken all this while, also walked forward slowly. He expressed his opinion with a cold gaze. Samuel bit his lower lip. His eyes were lifeless. "Damn coward. You even dared to run away halfway and abandon your companions. Is it that difficult to swear an oath?" This was Sazelnay from the other side. He gritted his teeth and stared at Samuel as if he was staring at a murderer. On the other side, Cannon, who was originally trembling on the ground, was no longer cowering. He only stared blankly at Samuel, who was being questioned. Behind him, Nalji stared at the vice flag bearer without a word. He sighed softly, and there was only sorrow in his eyes. "In the name of the Chief Penal Officer, Lieutenant Belden, I hereby order you, Colin Samuel." Belden stood up again. While he panted, he said solemnly, "Tell us. Tell us." When he heard this title, Samuel stared at the gazes of his 7 former colleagues. He looked at the brand on each of their faces, and he was dazed for a moment. He quietly raised the torch and turned around. He gritted his teeth, and there was indignation on his face. Good, very good. In the end, Samuel seemed to have figured something out. He sucked in a sharp breath, raised his head, and said angrily, I, the vice flag bearer, Colin Samuel. I swear on my honor, my dignity, my blade, my ancestors, and the name of the Samuel family." With every sentence Samuel spoke, he took a step forward. His eyes were burning with anger. "In my entire life, I have never done anything wrong to the Jade Star King." When he said this, Samuel suddenly stopped talking. He was like a windmill that got stuck, and he stopped at this word. At that moment, Samuel seemed to have remembered something. His face turned incredibly pale. The vice flag bearer lowered his head and turned his gaze away with a trembling voice. He glanced behind him. Thales, who was watching this scene from the side with an unknown emotion, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He soon realized that Samuel was looking at him. He was looking at the Prince of Constellation, Thales Jade Star. As he stared at Samuel's surprised, pained, and hesitant gaze, Thales suddenly understood Samuel's hesitation at that moment. He knew that Samuel could not make this oath. Because, Thales wanted to speak, but Marina pressed the tip of her sword against his thigh again. The latter's resentful gaze clearly expressed her attitude towards the prince's interference. This is bad. The Prince of Constellation closed his eyes in pain. He had offended Marina so much that, I have never, Samuel turned his head around with great difficulty. He looked like he was struggling, but he subconsciously repeated, I have never done anything wrong to the Jade Star King. I am sorry, Jade Star. His words kept lingering on his tongue, as if he could no longer form a coherent sentence. Finally, Samuel closed his eyes and exhaled in pain. He did not speak anymore. It was as if he had accepted his fate. He did not dare to look at his former colleagues' faces. He knew that he would only see disappointment, hatred, and... Ha 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 ha, a long burst of laughter came from the prison. It was relieved, sorrowful, desperate, and pained. It was Barney Jr. He stared at Samuel, who could not make the oath. His face was already covered in tears. Why, can't you continue? Samuel was like a lifeless corpse. He raised his head stiffly. I know what you're thinking, Barney Jr., he said with great difficulty. But I can't make this oath, because I have indeed done something wrong to the Jade Star royal family. But back then, it wasn't me, he said in panic. But Samuel could only look at the 7 people in the prison. All of them looked at him with the most unfamiliar gaze. It was as if they were looking at an alien in their own race. It wasn't me, Samuel seemed to have realized something. He repeated in a daze. Samuel, my father, Barney Jr. sobbed and shook his head with a broken smile. You know, he, Chief Protector Tony, and a few new guards whose names I can't remember, are guarding the poisoned Prince Midir in front of the palace gates. They're fighting against 100 enemies alone, and they're not retreating. Barney Jr.'s tears flowed down his cheeks as he smiled in pain. Do you know how many times he was stabbed when I dug him out from the pile of corpses? My father, the deputy commander of the Royal Guards, our oath keeper, Quill Barney Sr. Samuel shut his eyes tightly. His facial features were contorted. And King 80. Barney Jr. raised his voice. You know, when we rushed to the Hall of Stars, we could only see his body, which had died with his eyes wide open. Barney Jr.'s words made all the other prisoners lower their heads, as if they had returned to the most terrifying past. Not just these, there were also the 3 princes' wives, their children, and the beautiful Princess Constance. No. Samuel suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. No, Barney, no, I beg you, don't, that wasn't me. His expression was already numb, and his tone was almost pleading. It wasn't me. But everything was set in stone. Bah! On Samuel's left, Belden spat fiercely in his cell. The penal officer looked at the glaring and ugly brand on Samuel's face. He spat out the most terrifying word with great hatred. Chapter 419. Samuel's face was ashen as he faced Barney Jr. and Belden's questions in Black Prison. He looked as if he had suffered a heavy blow. As Thales watched this scene of brothers turning against each other, he suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the Royal Guards and the Bloody Year. No matter who the traitor was, and no matter what the truth was, it seemed that the problem with the Constellation Royal Guards themselves had been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt when they faced the terrifying assassination in Renaissance Palace. But that was not the point. Betrayal was far more than just a matter of 2 people going against the same path or a process of good friends falling out with each other. Under the most obvious and superficial fuse, there was often a deeper truth hidden. In Northland, Lampard's rebellion stemmed from the Born King's ferocious counterattack after he descended upon Extet. The secret room's wavering was, in fact, a rational choice made after Extet's royal authority declined. The Raven of Death's betrayal was also rooted in King Nuven's ruthless methods in the past. In Constellation, the Duke of the Northern Territories' conspiracy to usurp the throne had always revolved around the Jade Star royal family and the Arund family's game against Broken Dragon Fortress and Constellation's Northern Territory. The collective conspiracy of the New Star nobles, such as Covendier and Nanchester, reflected their expectations and ambitions towards the distribution of power in this country. Even before Thales' eyes, this Blade Fang's camp, which was chaotic and even convenient for foreign enemies to infiltrate the camp and land him in a predicament, was it not also a stage where the Baron of Blade Fang's camp and the Duke of Western Desert, the regular army and the recruits, the Jade Star royal family and the nobles of Western Desert, Eternal Star City and the ruins, the center of the kingdom and the western borders? Then, what about the Bloody Year? When he thought of this, Thales suddenly came to a realization. The split in the royal guards on the surface was not an exception, nor was it the main cause. It was just a reflection that reflected the greatest contradiction of that era. In the turbulent waves of that era, even if these pitiful people persisted in their own hearts, they could only drift with the waves, unable to reverse the situation. Even if they were peerless experts. Even the king of a country. Even if they were mystics. There was a long silence in the cell. Until Ricky's cold laughter rang out. Just as I thought. Barney Jr., who was drowning in resentment and unwillingness, and Samuel, who was lost in sorrow and despair, turned their gazes at the same time. The leader of the disaster swords walked forward slowly and stood next to Samuel. Do you understand now, Samir? As Ricky spoke, he suddenly raised his torch and illuminated the brand on the latter's face. Samuel, who had a desolate expression on his face, was stimulated by the fire. He subconsciously raised his hand to block it and took a few steps back. No matter how much you want to go back to square one, no matter how much you want to make up for your past regrets and heal the scars of the past. Ricky said expressionlessly, no matter how much you want to get rid of that ugly brand on your face. Samuel put down his palm pathetically and straightened his back again. His expression was one of struggle as he lowered his head and panted. Ricky sneered. He suddenly pulled back his torch and turned around to light up the cell on the other side. But this is the answer. The prisoners behind the bars also dodged the flames that Ricky deliberately approached in a disheveled manner. Only Barney Jr., who was breathing rapidly, stood where he was. He merely turned his face to the side, and his feet did not move an inch. Looking at the few ragged and miserable prisoners, Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. This is the answer of the past and yesterday to you. Samuel didn't say anything. He just looked at his once high-spirited colleagues in the prison who were now dirty and disheveled. The past and yesterday. He muttered in his heart. And who are you? Barney Jr. looked at Ricky in disdain. Are you also one of those disgusting scums from Shadow Shield? Ricky stared at Barney Jr. as if he wanted to size him up. But a few seconds later, he just smiled and shook his head. He can't make that oath. Ricky slowly put away his torch, making his face, which looked as if he had gone through many vicissitudes of life, shine even brighter. He gestured at Samuel with his chin. Because just an hour ago, he kidnapped King Kessel's only son together with us. The last of Jade Star's bloodline. When he said this, Thale's breathing froze. As expected, the gazes of the prisoners changed at the same time. What? Barney Jr. spoke slowly. His tone revealed his puzzlement. Jade Star? Thales immediately felt a few gazes pierce through the darkness behind the prison and land on him at the same time. Marina, who was in charge of watching over the prince, felt an inexplicable pressure. It made the disaster swords around him surround Thales even tighter. Did you say, kidnap? Belden's voice trembled slightly. When did this happen? Nalji, who had been humming a little tune, had already climbed up from the ground. He was in disbelief. The new king has a son and a new heir? Outside the prison, Samuel still did not say a word. His expression was one of pain. Kidnap the prince? You? Samuel, is what he said true? Nair widened his eyes. His cheeks twitched as he stared outside the prison in a rather neurotic manner. That teenager with a dejected face is the current Jade Star? Ha ha ha, how interesting. Tardin, who was beaten black and blue by his roommate, looked at Samuel before him, then at Thales in the distance. His laughter was desolate, and the mocking tone became stronger. It's getting more and more interesting. Ha ha ha, outside the prison, Samuel lowered his head dejectedly and closed his eyes gently. Thales was stunned as he watched their different reactions and endured their gazes from the darkness. Barney Jr., Belden, Nair, Tardin, Bruley, Nalji, and Cannon. The former royal guard's gazes were very complicated. The prince could not tell what they were feeling at that moment. Were they stunned, resentful, regretful, excited, or dejected? Thales did not know. He only felt that these people, the former royal guards, were clearly looking at the current him. Their gazes were fixed on him. But it was as if they were looking at the past. They were looking at the past. Ricky, who had just revealed the truth, sized up Samuel by his side. When he saw that Samuel was still dejected, he could not help but frown slightly. The silence and surprise inside and outside the prison only lasted for a short while. So, you really can't swear an oath, right? Nalji sat back on the floor. His expression was calm, and there was a faint sense of relief in his voice. Samuel, I really hope that you know what you are doing. Be it in the past or now. Really? Samuel's expression changed. He raised his head with a slight hint of hope, as if he wanted to find some comfort and understanding. Nalji, but Nalji shook his head. Don't talk to me. Go to Barney. The person with the highest position has the final say. Samuel's words came to a halt. He shut his mouth in disappointment and looked at the vanguard in front of him, Quill Barney Jr. The shock in Barney Jr.'s eyes was slowly replaced by realization and indifference. So, this is the answer. The vanguard stared at the dejected Samuel with a complicated expression. Regardless of whether you betrayed us in the past or not. After so many years, you are still a traitor. At that moment, Samuel's expression froze. So, what does this mean? Barney Jr. sneered and leaned against the wall. He no longer looked at his former companion. Give up on myself? Samuel took a deep breath. He moved his lips, but in the end, he could not say anything. Ricky, who had been watching this scene from the side, chuckled softly. What do you think, Samuel? Ricky threw the torch down gently and let it roll on the dusty ground. Tell them this, Ricky said in a low voice. Then, defend yourself. Tell them that you are not a traitor. Tell them that you are still the good brother from all those years ago. There was a faint hint of sarcasm in his tone. Will this make you feel better? Samuel quietly stared at the torch under his feet. He watched the flames tremble on the ground. I have fulfilled my promise. I have given you the chance to face the shadows of the past. Ricky looked at the 5 prison cells in front of him again. He stared coldly at the 7 former royal guards. But the question is, Samuel, is this really the reunion you envisioned? Samuel's chest began to rise and fall. The light from the fire was reflected in his pupils. It was weak and waning, like the last light in the darkness. His dark back was cast on the wall by the torch on the ground. It danced back and forth, and it drifted about. Ricky took a step forward and snorted coldly. How is it? Is it filled with flowers, excitement, beauty, hope, forgiveness, and understanding? As he listened to Ricky's question, which was as sharp as a knife, Thales only felt uncomfortable. Now, Samuel, Ricky repeated his question coldly. Do you understand now? Samuel stared at the flickering light in a daze. He did not seem to notice it. I can tell. You are not Shadow Shield, my friend. Tardin sneered in the prison. You sound like a brainwashed cultist. Cultist? Ricky was stunned at first. Then, he smiled unexpectedly. He did not respond to Tardin's sarcasm. Instead, he continued to stare at Samuel. The past is gone, and yesterday is hard to recall. Everything is as it was yesterday, is just a dream, a form of escape. Because you can never go back to the past, whether it is the people or the things that happened in the past. Ricky seemed to have a profound meaning in his words. Most of the time, you can't find the answer even if you go back to the starting point. Or if you find the answer, it will only make you more desperate. The torch on the ground was still struggling, but it was getting dimmer. Even Samuel's face was getting more and more blurry. Including the ugly brand. We can only open up a new path and a new future. Ricky sighed. Only then can we surpass the terrible past. Samuel listened to Ricky's words in a daze. The flames in his pupils became smaller and dimmer. But this is our life. Ricky raised his head and looked at the stone pillar in the middle of the hall. He stared at the emblem that resembled an eye. His gaze was slightly dazed. You can't save anything but yourself. You can't grasp anything but the future. In the next second, the torch under Samuel's feet was finally extinguished. It left Samuel's unmoving face and pupils, along with his dazed and pained expression, in the deep darkness. They could no longer see each other. All of you are dressed like mercenaries. Nalji sighed and lit up a simple lamp in their prison. But no mercenary has the courage and means to break into Black Prison. Did something big happen in Blade Fang's camp? Did they slack off to the point where they let you weirdos in? Ricky snorted softly and did not answer. The sharp Barney Jr. quickly reacted. What? Is the main force not here because there's a war going on? Who is it this time? The 8 great tribes of the Orcs or the 3 great tribes of the Baron Bone tribe? Or the Northlanders, or even civil war? No one answered them. A few seconds later, Samuel's figure slowly lowered itself in the darkness. The sound of a torch being picked up rose in the air. With a thud, the extinguished torch was lit up again, and it was so piercing that the prisoners shrank back. Samuel's figure reappeared in the firelight. It was as if he had returned to the bright human world from the darkness of hell. Barney Jr., Samuel's voice rose faintly. You know, when you joined the Royal Guards, many people said that you only got in because of your father's connections. These words floated in the air, and the hall fell silent for a moment. Barney Jr. was first stunned, then he sucked in a deep breath. But Samuel suddenly raised his head and said in a short and forceful voice, and I am one of those people. Barney Jr. was stunned. He suddenly noticed that at that moment, Samuel no longer had that pained and remorseful expression on his face. Instead, it was cold and resolute. Even the brand on his face seemed to have become a lot fiercer. By the looks of it today, they were right all those years ago, Barney. Samuel raised the torch, clicked his tongue, and shook his head. His gaze was cold. You didn't inherit any of Barney Jr.'s strengths. The old captain gave up on you and chose Belden to inherit the position of penal officer. How wise of him. Barney Jr. frowned slightly. Across him, Belden turned his head to the side. Because after being imprisoned for so many years, you are still an idiot, Samuel said softly. His confusion and pain had faded away, and he was like a cold and hard rock, making others feel pressured. You can't see things clearly, and you can't judge people clearly. A lunatic who lost his mind. The guards and prisoners in the prison were all startled. Ricky looked at Samuel and chuckled silently. Ridiculous. Barney Jr. sucked in a deep breath. His resentment and anger accumulated in him again. These words actually came from the mouth of a traitor. But he soon realized that the topic of the conversation had changed. A second later, Samuel said a number coldly, 37. Barney Jr. was dazed. What? Samuel waved the torch, making the flames burn brighter and illuminate the orderly skeletons in the cell. You said that in 18 years, you gave a speech for the deaths of 37 of your brothers. The prisoners frowned. Samuel's face was expressionless. Back then, there were 46 people who were sentenced to be imprisoned in the prison of bones. Barney Jr.'s expression tensed up. Over the years, 37 people unfortunately lost their lives. 7 of you survived until now. Including me, there are only 45. Samuel's voice was emotionless, as if he was narrating someone else's story. There is still one person missing. Behind him, Clay and Ricky both laughed. Thale's eyebrows twitched. Samuel took a step forward and drew closer to Barney Jr. It's him, isn't it? He's not here. Samuel stared at Barney coldly. I didn't see his name on the plate. You came in with him. Where is he? Him? Thale's heart began to race. There's another person. Who is he? The hall sank into an unprecedented silence. The prisoner's breathing became more rapid. I understand now. Barney Jr. stared at Samuel in a hostile manner. You didn't come to rescue us, and you didn't come to see an old friend, did you? Coward, traitor, he said through gritted teeth. As for those people outside, but Samuel extended his arm. The torch passed through the gap in the bars and pointed straight at Barney Jr. Where is he? Samuel asked coldly. Bah. Barney Jr. looked at the flames that almost reached his eyes and spat angrily. Samuel snorted coldly and turned to the other side. Belden, you took over the penal officer position from him. You should know. Belden only shut his eyes tightly and shook his head. Samuel's expression was unhappy. He turned his head again. Where is he? He said coldly, Bruley, tell me, but the robust Bruley only shook his head continuously in the prison cell. His face was ferocious, and he made muffled sounds from his throat. Don't look at him. Tardin, who was in the same cell as Bruley, crossed his arms and sneered sarcastically. Bruley can't tell you. After he broke Larley's neck with his own hands, he couldn't speak anymore. What? Samuel frowned in a barely noticeable manner. The once talkative Bruley, he stared at the resentful Bruley from afar for a few seconds before he finally averted his gaze and stopped asking questions. You know who I'm talking about. Samuel turned around and raised his voice. Ever since Captain Cullen and your father died during the Bloody Year, he became the most important person among the remaining royal guards. Among us, anyone can die, but he can't. Samuel's tone was cold, as if he no longer had any illusions about brotherhood. Barney Jr. was puzzled. The Bloody Year? Samuel snorted angrily and looked at him disdainfully. Yes, that year was the Bloody Year. From His Majesty, the Crown Prince, the princes, the nobles, and the commoners. All lives were plunged into misery and suffering, and only blood was left. That's what they called that year. The prisoners froze for a moment. Their expressions changed. Thales felt a little melancholic when he saw this. This group of people. They personally experienced the horrors of the Bloody Year, but for 18 years, they did not know what history and the outside world called that year. There was a slight melancholy in Samuel's voice at first, but it soon returned to indifference. Tell me now. The strongest elite of the royal guards in the past, the former penal officer, and the current watchman of the royal guards. Samuel stared at the remaining 7 prisoners without compromising. He said sternly, the night of judgment. Chapter 420. Zacriel. The night of judgment? In Black Prison, Thale's eyebrows twitched. Who is this? He sounds familiar. Light flickered in the prison. Shadows swayed, but there was no sound. Then, a languid voice rose slowly. He was imprisoned separately from us. The night of judgment feared by all. These words caused the prisoners' expressions to change. Samuel turned to Nalji, who had spoken. Nalji. Barney Jr. reprimanded Nalji, who did not agree with his companions. But Nalji only shook his head. He should know. Even if he has already parted ways with us, he must know. Barney Jr.'s words came to a halt. Nalji exhaled deeply, as though he was looking at the past. Do you remember the day you broke free of your chains and escaped from being escorted, Samuel? Samuel was stunned. Me? Nalji nodded. He was unhappy. That day, in the absence of a higher commander, Zacriel endured the wrath of his superiors. He stood up and confessed that he helped you escape, even though we all knew that it was impossible. The place where he was escorted was 100 meters away from you. Thale's eyes widened. But the higher-ups did not care about that. Angry and humiliated, they only needed an example to warn us, and the higher the status of this example, the better. Samuel moved. He looked a little dazed. As punishment, Zacriel was locked down there, Nalji said dejectedly. In the lowest level of the prison of bones. Solitary confinement. Nalji said bitterly. You know, when we are in the same level, at least we have someone to talk to. As for him, Zacriel? He has no roommates, no conversations, no light, nothing. Samuel stared at Nalji from afar. He did not say a word. That's right. The most powerful elite in the royal guards, a star with a bright future, and the next commander of the guards. Nalji shook his head. His voice was mournful. Just like that, in the bottomless darkness, he did not hear the outside world, did not know time, and did not see anyone else. He endured for 18 years alone. His life and death are unknown. Solitary confinement. 18 years. Joseph frowned a little in the disaster swords. Thales could not help but recall the disaster swordsman's evaluation of the prison cell, who was very experienced in prison. Because of this, Zakriel saved the brothers who were escorted with you. Nalji chuckled. Because of your cowardice, they should have been punished because of you, including Tardin and Bruli. Samuel's breathing quickened. Ugh, 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 ugh. Bruli, who was on the other side, yelled angrily. I can translate for him, Nair said sarcastically. Bree said, Samir, you're AF * king coward. That's probably it. Barney Jr., who had the highest status, snorted angrily, as if he felt it was beneath him to say anything else. Silence reigned in the prison cell. Samuel closed his eyes. His breathing was extremely chaotic. A few seconds later, Samuel sucked in a deep breath and turned around to face the disaster swords. Come on, we're done here. His figure looked tired and humble, and his voice was inexplicably cold and gloomy. Let's go find our target. Ricky snorted softly and waved his hand. The disaster swords cast a glance at the dark prison cell with complicated emotions before they turned around. Thales wanted to take a few more glances, but Marina rudely pushed him out of the cell. As the number of light sources decreased, the field of vision in the prison cell became darker. By the way, Samuel. Samuel stopped moving. Nalji's voice came from behind him. It was slow and dazed. I'm sorry to say this, but I really hope that Zakriel has gone mad beyond recognition. Everyone was stunned. I hope that he will tear you to pieces the moment he sees you, Samuel. Nalji's voice slowly became cold, and it sent chills down their spines. Then, you can rest in peace. Traitor, he hissed. The other prisoners either sneered faintly or snorted indignantly. Samuel had his back to them. He did not speak for a while. Then, he sighed faintly. You know, I really want to let you out, Samuel said softly. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. But in the next second, Samuel raised his head resolutely and walked out of the hall. Behind him, the faint light in Nalji's prison cell could no longer withstand the long period of time. It was extinguished. The black prison, which had once imprisoned 45 royal guards, was once again sent into the bottomless, dark abyss. After experiencing the scene just now, the disaster sword seemed to have been affected by it. Everyone was silent. Only Thales' heart was in turmoil. Thank you, Ricky. Samuel, who was walking in front, suddenly said these words in the darkness. Thales, who was listening attentively, heard them. Ricky chuckled softly. For what? Samuel's words were mixed with the sound of footsteps, but Hell's senses allowed Thales to hear them clearly. For you to agree with my selfishness. Selfishness? No. Ricky did not seem to care. You think this is just your selfishness. Ricky's next sentence was laced with a hint of sentimentality. But in ancient times, this was one of the legacies of knights. It was the greatest and most important test for every knight. Samuel did not speak. Including you, many of us are covered in wounds. We are shrouded in the shadows of the past. We are cursed by the ghosts of the past, and we are muddle-headed and unable to free ourselves. Revenge, injustice, anger, pain, guilt, indignation, torture, and so on. These are the reasons why we gathered together. It is also the common ground of the scions outside the tower over the past 100 years. Ricky's voice became softer, and Thales had to use all his strength to hear him clearly. But no matter how terrifying the past is, no matter how unbearable the shadow it casts and the curse it leaves behind we must face it, accept it, and overcome it. Only then can we finally understand ourselves. Klein's voice came from the other side. There was a hint of emotion in his voice. Since the first crisis, almost every qualified scion outside the tower has to go through this journey, sooner or later, for a long or short period of time, to understand the meaning of our existence. To truly become a qualified swordsman, to master the most difficult and terrifying power to tame. The middle-aged swordsman from Northland said faintly, "It is unavoidable." Just like the ancient knights during the age of the Empire, they must pass a test that goes straight to their heart. Only then can they finally surpass the limits of skills, power, and willpower, and advance further on the path of knights. Klein chuckled softly and said, "This is what those scholars in the Tower of Eradication call the heart of the sword. Of course, since we are scions outside the tower, you can call it whatever you want." Samuel snorted softly. His emotions were unclear. Ricky's steady voice came again, "Do not underestimate this. At least, this is what the previous Crassus told me. He always believed that, compared to sword styles, tactics, ancient books, weapons, treasures, honor, reputation, precepts, the glory of wielding swords for humans in the past, and even the supernatural powers and the power of eradication that had a far-reaching impact," Ricky's voice seemed to contain a faint firmness. "This is the greatest legacy left to us by the Temple of Knights that perished 1,000 years ago." Temple of Knights. Thales fell into deep thought when he heard this term. Samuel's breathing slowly calmed down. Only after experiencing it will we finally understand that the past cannot be the reason for us to live. We stand together precisely to surpass the irreparable past. Ricky's tone slowly became fierce and resolute. We tear apart the hypocritical present, break the curse of the old world, and create a new future. Samuel, who had been silent all this while, could not help but speak. "Is this possible?" Samuel said hesitantly, "The first Crassus's goal is really to..." Klein's laughter came from the darkness. "Is it possible? My brother from the south, there is a saying in Northland that I would like to pass on to you." Klein's tone revealed a unique pride that Thales was very familiar with. He had sensed it countless times from countless people. Northlanders never ask whether it is possible or not, we only ask whether we will do it or not. The group continued to move forward. Samuel was silent for a while. "Yes. As your guide, Samuel, it is also my duty to let you walk through today's journey," Ricky said faintly. Marina noticed that the boy in front of her, who looked very obedient, suddenly trembled violently. Thales' heart wavered slightly. "Guide? Wait a minute." He raised his head in disbelief and looked at Ricky's back in front of him. "Guide. Is this word a coincidence? Samuel, remember. Since you have chosen to be reborn, there are many times when you have to say goodbye to your past," Ricky said with a chuckle. "No matter how tempting it is and how reluctant it is." Thales' heart skipped a beat again. "Say goodbye to my past?" He felt like he had heard this sentence somewhere before. "Where?" "Remember, you chose to be stubborn and never turn back," Ricky said coldly. "It's not a moving confession. Misunderstanding, framing, stigmatization, and injustice are but the mildest storms on this path." Samuel did not speak, but his breathing became steadier and firmer. Compared to the Tower of Eradication that hides itself in the castle and the greenhouse to shelter from the wind and rain, cherishes its wings, and remains stuck in its old ways, Ricky sighed softly. The scions outside the Tower of Eradication are persistent. They never hesitate because of the vastness of the road, and they never become overcautious and indecisive to avoid the past. Thales stared at their backs in a daze. He suddenly remembered the strange origins of this group of people, as well as the other people's even stranger but thought-provoking names for them. "Because this is who we are," Ricky said resolutely. There was a hint of resolution in his tone, as well as a hint of fearless pride. "This is who we are, even though we have experienced many things along the way, we still have no regrets, disaster swords." At this moment, Thales' eyebrows were arched deeper than ever. His thoughts were soon interrupted. The disaster swords did not stop. Instead, they went straight to the bottom of Black Prison according to Nalji's instructions. However, when the disaster swords stopped abruptly at a rather large corner, Thales sensed that something unexpected had happened. No, to be exact, this is not an accident. What does this mean, Stake? Thales stood on his tiptoes and moved past a few figures. With the help of the torch in Klein's hand, he saw the hooded man standing in front of the group. Stake. He still had a smile on his face. He rubbed his hands together and stood in front of the dim firelight. Everything around him was dark. Didn't I say that I'll wait for you outside? And Ricky took a step forward and said coldly, you know that's not what I'm talking about. Ricky waved his hand gently. Almost in the span of a breath, Thales sensed that the atmosphere around him had changed. The disaster swords turned sideways and bent their knees. They pressed down on their weapons and switched to the most suitable position to attack. Marina did not forget to grab his shoulder with one hand to prevent any changes from happening. At this moment, everyone was like a soldier at the front lines. They instantly entered a battle-ready state. Thales carefully held his breath and paid attention to every slight change around him. It's here. I can feel it. Ricky stared at Stake, whose smile froze in front of him. His gaze swept across the man's surroundings, and he cast it into the seemingly empty darkness. The cold air in the darkness. It's like an unsheathed sword. Stake's smile slowly disappeared. He rubbed his forehead, as if he was wiping off sweat. Baron LaSalle saw that the situation was not good, and he quickly said, everyone, but at this moment, no one gave the spokesperson of King Chapman any face. Ricky's aggressive words were still going on. Stake, you went out for a while. Did you summon all the people from Shadow Shield on the ground? Then, you blocked our path here and waited for us? There was silence. Even LaSalle looked at the assassin in front of him in surprise. Thales noticed that the disaster swords, be it Klein or Samuel, were staring at the dark corners around them warily and fearfully, as if someone would suddenly appear in the darkness. Soon, the prince was no longer puzzled. Through Hell's senses, he received multiple breathing sounds. They came from the ominous darkness where the light from the fire could not illuminate in a regular and rhythmic manner. It was steady, drawn out, and frightening. This scene was divided into two sides. One side was filled with disaster swords. Their gazes were fierce, and they were filled with murderous intent. With Ricky at the center, they were as fierce as a cold wind. On the other side was Stake, who was alone. He stood in the darkness. Only his silhouette could be seen in the firelight, but he seemed to be ruling over the darkness that did not allow any light to pass through. Thales felt that the cold air Ricky mentioned seemed to have materialized, and it slowly froze the two sides, who had been working together happily just now. Stake's expression was indifferent. He coughed softly. What keen senses you have. He sighed. Then I'll be straightforward. In the next second, Stake's smile disappeared. His movements tensed up, and even his tone became flat and emotionless. Honorable Crassus, and everyone else. Can you please hand the prince over to me right now? Stake asked expressionlessly. Thales exhaled softly. Here it comes. The prince could not help but frown when he saw Stake like this. Ricky's lips curled up. Humph, Klein snorted coldly to express their attitude. Baron LaSalle sensed that something was amiss. Stake, for his majesty's sake, I can feel that this. Crassus is only one step away from his goal. So, perhaps we should not turn hostile at this time, but this time, even Stake, who had always been polite, interrupted him rudely. It is precisely because he is only one step away that I cannot ignore him, Your Grace. LaSalle's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the mercenaries. What do you mean? Beside the disaster swords, Ricky's expression did not change. Klein exhaled. Samuel tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Joseph bared his teeth and revealed a malicious smile. I understand your kindness, Baron. Under the dim firelight, Stake's figure under his robe became cold and forlorn, just like his voice, which was slowly returning to its original form. But the Honorable Crassus might not. Ricky and Steak's gazes met in the air. One of them was cold and calm, while the other was as sharp as a needle. I originally thought that it would be harmless and foolproof to leave the prince in your hands for the time being, Steak said expressionlessly, because in Blade Fang's camp, our wariness toward each other and our balance are the best guarantees until we complete our cooperation. His voice did not fluctuate. However, compared to his amiable words and his rhythmic rebuke, these flat and unchanging sentences were filled with an inexplicable chill. That is why Shadow Shield is eager to help and selflessly contribute. He sounded like the worst actor reciting lines from a script. Completely emotionless. When he heard this, Klein snickered without showing Steak any respect. Why do these words sound so awkward? Steak raised his hand gently and pulled down his hood, revealing his fair face under the shadows. But his expression made Thale's heart turn even colder. You trusted me with the matters above, regardless of whether it was breaking through the defenses or guarding the ground. I originally thought that you did it to gain my trust. I also thought that you would not turn against me. After all, the people guarding the ground are mine. If things change, we might both die here. Steak continued speaking steadily. His gaze never left Ricky. But it wasn't until I saw such a breathtaking building that I understood something. You must have been prepared a long time ago to know the wizard's territory like the back of your hand, am I right? The leader of the Disaster Swords did not answer. He only twitched the corners of his lips. Steak continued, I was wondering why you didn't care even though it was clearly a suicide mission. You made up your mind to barge in from the beginning, and you didn't worry about your path of retreat. You even handed over the defense on the ground to us, the shadow shield that you all distrust. Klein cut him off impatiently, what are you trying to say? Steak smiled. But this smile made Thale's skin crawl. Because he did not look like he was smiling. Instead, he looked like he was passively twitching his face. There was no life in him. He was like a puppet. And Steak looked at Thales. His smile was terrifying. I was just chatting with Prince Thales. Steak's words made the prince the center of attention again. We all agreed that the ventilation in this place is too good. Not only is it not stuffy, you can even light a torch without hesitation. The Disaster Swords were stunned. There is only one possibility. Steak still stared at Thales, but his words slowly turned cold. This place, the Prison of Bones, the Alchemy Tower, the Confinement Research Institute, or whatever the hell it is, there must be another exit. Isn't there? Once he said this, the entire place fell silent. Baron LaSalle, who was watching the situation from the side, understood something. His face immediately turned pale. What? The silence in Black Prison lasted for a few seconds. The Disaster Swords looked at each other, but none of them made a sound. Then, Ricky slowly turned his head around and cast Thales a profound glance. It made the latter feel a chill run down his spine. **T, I was just making small talk, Thales said awkwardly. You know, when I was in Dragon Cloud City, the tunnels of the Northlanders were also like this. Because the exit was made, it was ventilated. But his voice became softer, and in the end, he quietly retreated in defeat under Crassus' gaze. Maybe I should have listened to you just now, Ricky said with a chuckle, Marina. Just as Marina frowned, Thales felt a chill in his heart, and both of them thought about the meaning of this sentence. Ricky turned his gaze around and looked at Steak again. In front of him, the person in charge of Shadow Shield shook his head in a seemingly regretful manner. His gaze was as cold as ice. Just now, my people searched around. Even though they did not find the exit, judging from your reaction at this moment, it should be right. Steak's gaze became sharper. So, you are not willing to let go of the prince in your hands, nor are you worried about your retreat on the surface. Because you did not intend to abide by our agreement from the beginning, my honorable Crassus. Steak gritted his teeth coldly. Ricky snorted, his intentions unclear. Why do you have to go through so many twists and turns? I am not a fool. Steak sighed and said, in the tavern, our troublesome prince must have given you some bargaining chip, and that changed your attitude." When Thales heard this, his eyebrows twitched. He lowered his head quietly. Stake slowly narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint shone from between his eyes. "You did not intend to go out the way you came. Instead, you planned to disappear from another exit after you completed your goal, with your spoils of war." Stake said softly, "And our prince? Perhaps, while you were at it, you killed us here and left us in Blade Fang's camp for the furious Constellations?" LaSalle stared at the disaster swords in disbelief. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and left the team with their swords drawn. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Ricky took a slow breath. He laughed faintly. "You are not Tang, after all." Ricky sighed, as if he was regretful. If it were him, he would have done everything he could to take action when we were in the prison of bones, and when we were in a dilemma. Ricky did not answer Stake's question, but Stake did not pursue the matter. "I will not repeat myself, disaster swords." Stake retreated slowly in the darkness. His face became more and more blurry, and his gaze on Thales became colder and fiercer. "Give him to me immediately, and we will be safe." Ricky shook his head and laughed. "Or else?" Stake sneered. "Or else, maybe you know the magic tower better than all of you, but..." Stake clicked his tongue and chuckled. He disappeared into the darkness and only left behind a sentence that made people uneasy. "Darkness, however, is our home ground." In the next second, before Ricky could respond, an incredibly clear scream of pain rose from the back of the disaster swords. "Ah!" Almost at the same time, without waiting for anyone's reminder, the battle-hardened mercenaries drew their weapons without hesitation. Asterisk whoosh. Clang. Clang, asterisk countless sounds of metal rubbing against leather, and metal rubbing against metal rose in unison. Thales felt as if he had experienced another black storm in the desert, and he had to cover his ears with his hands. However, in the next moment, asterisk thud. Bang. Bang. Asterisk with a few shrill sounds of wind being torn apart, almost everyone's torches were extinguished in an instant. All the light in the field disappeared, and Thales' vision instantly turned dark. "Ah! They're here." Asterisk shik, asterisk, be careful of ambush. "By your feet." Asterisk clang. "Kill him." In just the span of a breath, weapons clashed, flesh was torn, screams of pain, angry shouts, and countless sounds of intense fighting rose in the deep darkness, and they intersected with each other. At the same time, they rang in Thales' ears. Disaster swords. Shadow shield. Both sides, who had their own ulterior motives and had been feigning civility, finally tore off their pretense at this moment and broke off completely. Chapter 421. Thales had experienced the bloody and heavy battle between the 2 armies at Broken Dragon Fortress. He had felt the ferocity and intensity of the White Blade Guards and Black Sand Region's battle to the death in Dragon Cloud City. He had also experienced the terrifying power of the Orc army and the Cavaliers charging at each other in the desert. However, the sudden encounter in Black Prison was definitely the strangest battle he had ever seen. Because this was a battle that happened in the dark, and there was no visual aid. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk in the pitch-black darkness, Thales had just activated Hell's senses when he heard the howling of the wind. "Lower your head." A shout came out of nowhere. Then, with his black and white Hell senses, Thales saw a disaster sword 3 steps away from him fall to the ground in pain. A short arrow suddenly appeared in his chest. The mercenaries beside him raised their swords warily, but they could not see where the threat came from since they were in the dark. Hell's senses gave Thales a lot of advantages, but it also made him, who could see clearly in the dark, feel even more fearful than the mercenaries, who could not see anything. They were like 2 people who were driving on the edge of a precipitous cliff during the day and night. 3:00. Crossbows. Sean the mercenary's angry shout traveled into Thales' ears. Thales saw Sean's figure turn around quickly, and a hand axe flew out of his palm. suppress the perimeter. A few throwing axes and knives flew out from the disaster swords at the same time. They flew towards the darkness on the right as Sean gave the order. Thud. A low grunt instantly traveled into the air, indicating the result of the counterattack. However, the disaster sword's counterattack was only temporary. Everything had just begun. The sounds of a chaotic battle came from all directions in the dark. Above, Thales only heard the sound of robes fluttering in the air above him. He turned his head and was shocked to see a strange black shadow fall from the ceiling. It went straight for a mercenary on the perimeter to his left. Thud. The two of them fell to the ground. The mercenary struggled for a while, but he could no longer move. The assassin nimbly rolled backwards to avoid the enemies who surrounded him. Watch the hostage. Ricky's voice traveled into the distance in the chaotic battle. Thales did not even have the time to be surprised. He felt a weight on his shoulder, and Marina pushed him to the ground in the dark. Stay here. If you dare to play any tricks. The swordswoman in red gritted her teeth and said rudely. She pressed her entire body weight on Thales' body. He was abusing his position to avenge a private grudge. Thales was still coughing in the stirred-up dust as he thought in pain. When he finally managed to calm himself down, he inexplicably recalled the scene from 6 years ago when he fought against the elite vampires in the northern birch forest. The scene at that time was the same, clang. The sound of weapons clashing interrupted his thoughts. No. Not far away, a mercenary swung his sword instinctively and parried a stab that came from the dark. However, he immediately cried out in alarm and slipped. It seemed that he was dragged down by a rope that he did not know when. Then, he was dragged into the endless darkness, and all that was left was a scream. Damn it! Even further away, an experienced swordsman cursed as he cut down an assassin who wanted to sneak an attack from behind. However, he was immediately greeted by 7 or 8 hidden weapons that tore through the air. With a grunt, he fell to the ground and died. Thales, who had an extra layer of vision compared to the others, watched all of this while drenched in sweat. Stake was right. Darkness was the assassin's home ground. Besides, they came prepared and did not hold back. In the first round of ambushes, the disaster swords could only defend passively because they could not get used to the darkness. They were caught off guard by Shadow Shield's endless assassination methods. Coming. Use your shields. One of them is heading to your right. Ah. Go up, I've been hit. Arrows, throwing knives, tore through the air, and screams echoed in Thales' ears. The assassins nimbly moved past the periphery of the formation. They were either looking for a chance to attack or making sounds to probe. It made people nervous. Even Thales, who could barely see clearly, found it difficult to suppress his fear. However, the disaster swords lived up to their reputation as the famous blood whistle. In the face of the tense, difficult, and terrifying situation where they could not see, these mercenaries displayed outstanding qualities that did not lose to an army. No one panicked, no one ran, and no one even retreated. All the people in the darkness stood their ground like the most qualified soldiers. Don't panic. Guard the front, don't let them infiltrate. Cut down all those who move. Klein's impatient command rang out. Cover, light up. Soon, a torch was lit again, and it was lit at the center of the formation of dozens of disaster swords. It illuminated a small area. When everyone instinctively closed their eyes, they could not help but feel their spirits lift. There's light. However, at that moment, the light from the torch was like the blood that attracted sea sharks, and it attracted countless attacks from the assassins. From arrows, throwing knives, daggers, and unknown weapons, thud. Bang. Thales heard a series of chaotic sounds. The disaster swords had been prepared for this since a long time ago. They raised 3 shields and blocked the hidden weapons that came from all directions. Quite a number of people even used their bodies to protect the light. Sean raised his shield and bared his teeth. Don't even think about it. Quick, pass the fire. With the light from the fire, the disaster swords could see everything in front of them clearly. They saw the figures of assassins moving through the darkness at the periphery. They were either running or lying on the ground, waiting for an opportunity. There were even some who hung on the wall in a bizarre fashion. All of them were dressed in black and masked, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone with a cold light. Quite a number of assassins subconsciously turned their heads a little, as if they were not used to the sudden light. Light up, counterattack! Klein shouted angrily. Shortly after the second source of fire was ignited, the first torch was thrown out without hesitation, smashing fiercely onto the body of an assassin in a corner. The assassin was caught off guard. Sparks flew all over his body, and it was incredibly bright. That was the last thing he saw. Sean's second hatchet came after him and pierced his chest. The torch he threw was still burning, and it illuminated another assassin in that direction. The two mercenaries immediately caught up to him. Aya! The two disaster swords roared and attacked. One of them slashed the assassin until he lost his balance. Go to hell, ah. The person who came later swung a two-handed hatchet and swung it in a sharp arc without holding anything back. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at the same time the blade of the hatchet cut open the assassin's neck, blood sprayed everywhere. It was a very intimidating sight. The hatchet man was still roaring, as if he was venting his anger. Asterisk thud. Asterisk his head hit the wall and bounced back. A few drops of blood splashed into Thales's mouth, causing the prince to turn his head and spit in disgust. Damn it. He hated the smell of blood. No matter what. The fanatical roars still rang in his ears, and the sounds of chaotic battle became more frequent. The tables seemed to have turned at that moment. After the first wave of panic, the disaster sword's counterattack soon arrived. 9 o'clock, behind you. Straight ahead, suppress them in one go. Orders were given in an orderly manner. More torches were thrown, and they either hit the assassins hiding in the dark, or illuminated their indistinct figures. The disaster swords caught up to them with great teamwork. They either worked together to suppress them, or killed them in one strike. Most of their gazes were filled with anger, and their attitudes were fanatical. They cut down the assassins who had been nimble in the dark. Obviously, Shadow Shield was better at sniping and ambushing. But when it came to a head-on battle, these assassins who were used to living in the dark immediately revealed a weakness that could not be ignored. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, come on, cockroaches. Joseph laughed angrily. He did not care about the flames on his body. He crashed into an assassin who was accidentally hit by a torch and pushed his opponent against the wall. The moment he touched Joseph, the assassin trembled and could not move, as if he had been cursed. Under the assassin's terrified gaze, Joseph stabbed his sword into his abdomen, then laughed and dragged the hilt horizontally. The tip of the sword drew a string of bright red liquid, and the assassin screamed in pain as it spilled on the ground. It was terrifying and disgusting. That's not all. Thales frowned and looked at an assassin who wanted to hide in the dark again. A rope that looked like a horse noose was wrapped around his neck, and he was dragged back into the mercenaries' formation. A tall swordsman coldly turned the hilt of his sword upside down. He deliberately and cruelly pointed the tip of his sword at the assassin's mouth. After letting out a delighted sigh, he roared and stabbed down with all his might. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the poor assassin, whose mouth and the back of his head had been pierced, let out a muffled groan. He wanted to scream, but he could not. His limbs flapped violently on the ground, but the only sound he could make was the sound of the blade piercing through flesh, and the melody of death. Thales furrowed his eyebrows again. The assassins who showed themselves were no match for the mercenaries who had fought in wars. Coupled with the strange power of eradication that Thales had experienced before, many of the assassins were beaten to the point that they could no longer move. Then, with the second or third blow, they fell to the cruel fate of dying tragically. But this was not what Thales cared about the most. Haha. Sean rammed his shield against an assassin's head, rendering him unable to move. Having used up all his hand axes, he threw away his shield and held the assassin's upper body. He licked the corner of his mouth and drew a dagger from his bosom. "Do you like to kill people like this?" Sean shouted in delight. He held the assassin and took 3 steps forward. The dagger in his right hand stabbed the assassin's chest a dozen times, as if he was driving a pile of wood. Every time, under the assassin's dazed gaze, warm blood would splatter on Sean's face. It made him look even more ferocious. "Do you like it? Rats in the sewers." Then, Sean, whose face was flushed red, pushed the unconscious and twitching assassin away. He turned around with a smile. Then, he licked the corner of his mouth again. It was as if he had just finished dinner. "Humph," Marina sneered and said, "you didn't even wipe your mouth clean." Thales felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. "No," the prince stared at the disaster swords in disbelief. He watched as these experienced but ruthless people mercilessly cut open their opponents' stomachs and killed them in the most horrifying way possible. He watched as almost every swordsman who fought against the enemy came back covered in blood or wounds, with expressions of delight or satisfaction. No. Thales watched these swordsmen who killed without batting an eyelid. He suddenly felt a panic that he had not felt for a long time. It's not like this. Over the past 6 years, the prince could be said to have seen a lot of things. Whether it was the unparalleled strength when the vampire sisters turned against each other, the kingdom's wrath's indomitable charge when he broke through the army's formation, Aida's precise attacks when she weaved through the encirclement, or Nicholas and Monty's bloody battle to the death in the wilderness, every confrontation was incredibly exciting, and it was difficult for a normal person to witness one of them. But, Thales stared blankly at the group of mercenaries who were bathed in blood. But those people, be it the Blood Clansmen, Araka, the Elves, the Star Killer, or the Raven of Death, were the most outstanding, the most efficient, and the purest warriors. They did not move, but once they did, they only wanted to win, advance, and achieve their goals. Be it slaughter or bloodshed, they were just the most superficial and peripheral side products of this process. But, these people before me, Thales watched the battle in a daze. He watched Joseph, who was laughing maniacally, Sean, who was licking his blood, and the countless swordsmen who were merciless in their attacks. It was not a warrior's personal style, not a martial art's unique moves, not one person, and not 2 people. Almost everyone was immersed in a frenzy during the battle, enjoying their enemies' wails, cries of grief, pain, and blood. They seemed to have forgotten themselves. Thales became more and more frightened as he watched. No, there's definitely something wrong with this group of people. A normal battle is definitely not like this. He suddenly noticed that among the disaster swords, only Ricky, Klein, and a few other leaders did not move. Their expressions remained the same. They were like bystanders. At that moment, beep, an ethereal, long, and strange whistle suddenly rose. The disaster swords froze at the same time. But they were not the ones who reacted. They were the enemies. The assassins from Shadow Shield gave up on fighting after the whistle. They no longer attacked. They turned around, either dragged their companions' corpses, or ran away on their own. They fled for their lives. Once again, they hid further into the darkness. The battle ended as quickly as it started. In a short period of time, the assassins disappeared from the people's sight, leaving behind only a few corpses that they did not manage to take away in time. They retreated. Klein grabbed a torch and watched in disgust as the last assassin's figure disappeared into the distance. They went into the corners, the stairs, the forks. Any place that can hide cockroaches. Ricky nodded, but his expression did not relax. Take inventory and report. After the terrible battle, the disaster swords might have chased their opponents away, but it was not as easy as it seemed. Many people fell in the first round of ambushes. More people were injured and sat on the ground to be bandaged. There were even people who were poisoned. They either received treatment on the spot or gritted their teeth and endured the pain. Thales was roughly dragged up from the ground. He rubbed his dusty chin in pain and tried his best not to look at the bloody mess on the ground. Do your people enjoy every battle so crazily and so much? The prince looked at a disaster swordsman who was injured along with an assassin and was lying on the ground in pain as he waited for his companions to bandage his chest. He said intentionally, just like wild beasts. What? Did the bloody scene scare our prince? Marina mocked him without showing him any respect. She dragged the prince to her side and said maliciously, "Don't be anxious. Don't worry, you'll see more." Thales sighed in his heart and shifted his attention to the leaders. They retreated, but they did not give up. Samuel put away his sword. His expression was solemn. The environment here is too dark and messy. It's very suitable for them to hide, snipe, harass, and hunt us down. It will cause us a lot of trouble. We have to do something. But Ricky shook his head as he looked at the messy scene. No, you will never be able to kill all the cockroaches. We can only take care of ourselves. While Samuel was deep in thought, Ricky looked at Klein, who had just finished counting and walked forward. How are the casualties? Who was the first to fall? Ricky was very calm, but the question he asked was very strange. In one round, 8 of us fell, and more than 10 of us were injured. Klein could not suppress his anger. The other side also suffered about the same number, maybe a little more or less. As for who was the first, I can't tell. And the Baron from Extet disappeared. I suspect that he might be with those assassins. Ricky pondered for a while and nodded. But he immediately raised his gaze and swept his gaze across the battlefield. Something is wrong, Ricky said faintly. Samuel frowned. What's wrong? Ricky turned around and carefully observed the place where the assassin disappeared. Stake is not trustworthy, but he is definitely not stupid. For the sake of Constellation's heir, it is normal for him to threaten us in this situation, but to overturn the chessboard and go our separate ways? This is not in line with his interests. This sentence stunned Klein and Samuel at the same time. But Ricky did not give them more time to think. Crassus of the Disaster Swords turned around resolutely and gave his orders. Carry out the defense during wartime. The standard will be the same as during the Purge War. Compared to before, Ricky's words had a harsh and awe-inspiring tone, as if he was going to war. Klein, Joseph, Sean, follow behind me and guard the rear. From here on out, assign people and communicate with each other regularly. We must guard the 5 floors from top to bottom, especially the corners and the ceiling. Those assassins will not just walk on the ground. I do not need absolute safety, and it is impossible for us to surround and kill them in this situation. But I want to make sure that when we are attacked, we can send the news over immediately. Under their leader's orders, the Disaster Swords moved efficiently and swiftly. The Disaster Swords, who had experienced bloodshed, were like a pack of wolves that had just woken up. Their ruthless aura, which they did not bother to hide, was now covered in frost. Be careful, everyone. This time, our opponent is not the Tower of Eradication, Ricky said coldly. But the terrifying assassins whose name shakes the entire Western Peninsula. They will never attack head-on, they will only attack from the shadows. Samuel, come with me. This time, we will go straight to the target and end this as soon as possible. Samuel followed without a word and came to Ricky's side. The mercenaries who had seen blood continued to follow Ricky and the others down. They vigilantly observed the darkness around them, and set up sentries at every corner and fork in the road. They guarded the path of retreat and ensured that their Crassus would not have to worry about anything behind him. Soon, under the illumination of the torches, they arrived in front of a unique stone hall. This should be the place. The last floor. The stone stairs end here. What appeared in front of them was still a pitch-black, ice-cold, and spacious hall, making them feel uneasy. However, the strange thing was that this stone hall wasn't as clear and distinct as the previous few floors. Instead, it was divided into 3 paths that led to 3 deep and serene passages. The structure here is much more complicated. Samuel furrowed his brows. Ricky raised his torch and carefully observed the 3 tunnels. According to the information I obtained from the Oracle, this is the place where the Confinement Research Institute developed anti-mystic equipment. Although Constellation's secret intelligence department later converted it into a prison, the general structure could not be changed much. Crassus soon found the emblem of an eye. Ricky pointed at one of the tunnels. This leads to the original storage room. I guess. His expression suddenly changed. What is that sound? His words made everyone nervous. Even though they had taken a lot of precautions before this, many of them still turned around and vigilantly paid attention to the path they came from. But Thales also furrowed his brows. He had heard the sound Ricky mentioned. It seemed to be coming from the other side of the tunnel, buzzing. The sound from Hell's senses became clearer, but it also made Thales more puzzled. Ricky listened attentively for a while, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. It sounds like someone is praying. The disaster swords held their breaths and listened. As expected, faint human voices came from the other side of the dark tunnel. No. Samuel spoke. His expression changed slightly as he stared at the other end of the tunnel. It's not praying, but there's no doubt. Samuel gritted his teeth. His torch illuminated the first half of the tunnel from which the mysterious voice came. Our target is here, at the other end. The disaster sword's spirits were lifted. Bring some people to ensure the exit first. If I remember correctly, it's the other 2 tunnels. Ricky nodded at Klein. Don't let the cockroaches and rats block it. Once we're done. Klein smiled faintly and led the others to the other tunnel. The rest of you, guard outside. Pay special attention to the back, Ricky said to Sean and Joseph solemnly. Samuel can follow us in. Just when Thales thought that Ricky was going to search for his target, to his surprise, Ricky walked over and stared at the prince with a spirited gaze. You can rest now, Marina. From now on, I will personally watch over our guests. While Thales was still in shock, Ricky walked forward and dragged Thales away from the puzzled Marina's hands without giving her any explanation. The prince staggered as he followed Ricky through the crowd. Samuel followed behind them. The 3 of them walked forward step by step and entered the dark tunnel. Why me? Thales managed to steady his feet after much difficulty. He followed Ricky's torch and groped his way forward in the tunnel that was only as tall as 2 people. Ricky chuckled. Our friend lurking in the dark is too worrisome. I'd rather watch you by myself, and listen carefully. Ricky's expression changed. As expected, the moment Thales activated Hell's senses, he heard an unusual human voice. It was a dry and cold male voice. There was a faint drawl to it as he mumbled. I know. I know. I know very well. Something is coming. The voice gave off the impression of an antique covered in dust. It echoed through the narrow stone wall and spread faintly. It seemed to be mumbling to itself. The expressions of the 3 people in the tunnel changed at the same time. It's him. Samuel could not hide his excitement as he looked at the other end of the dark tunnel. That's right, it's him. He's still alive. Ricky remained calm. Continue. But compared to the other 2, Thales had the help of Hell's senses, so he could hear more. He heard the voice at the end of the tunnel continue quietly. I know that your appearance is not without reason. You must be foretelling something, and you want to remind me. Thales frowned deeply. It sounds like the dry male voice is talking to someone. But he did not have the time to ask his question. He was forced forward by the 2 disaster swords' footsteps. They were getting closer and closer to the source of the voice. But what do you want me to do? Give you another sacrifice? Save you one more time? Regret one more time? The voice was filled with doubt and longing. It seemed to be asking for his opinion, but it also sounded like it was begging for forgiveness. But the emotions contained in the voice that were about to overflow made Thales feel a little uneasy. The person at the end of the tunnel. What is he doing? Soon, as the torch trembled slightly, they walked out of the unsettling tunnel. The light from the torch shone and illuminated the stone hall that was neither too big nor too small. The scene before them was still gray and ruined. The only difference was that there was only one prison cell in this stone hall. It was surrounded by a thick iron curtain, and it was located on the other side of the hall. And the dry male voice that had been lingering for a long time came from behind the iron curtain. "No, I know that you are testing me. But please believe me, I have never wavered because of sacrifices. I know that this is what I must give. No matter whether it is merits or sins, good deeds or evil deeds, I will accept them calmly, and will never run away." The voice rose and fell, but its rhythm was orderly. Ricky and Samuel looked at each other. One frowned, and the other nodded. They slowly approached the prison cell. "Yes, I have foreseen my mission, my salvation, but when will it come?" The voice continued. Thales looked at the iron curtain, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. "So, the person locked in that prison cell is, clack. Before he could finish his thoughts, Ricky had already walked to the wall and stuffed the long, dark green key into the center of the alchemy tower's emblem. Soon, the iron curtain slowly descended amid the rumbling sounds of machinery. The cover was opened, and light shone in the prison cell. The final goal of the disaster swords was revealed. Chapter 422. The iron curtain fell completely. The light from the fire shone into the space behind the bars, revealing a figure half kneeling on the ground. Ricky and Samuel stood in front of the cell and stared at him. Thales narrowed his eyes and saw the person in the cell clearly under the flickering light. It was a middle-aged man. He knelt on the ground behind the bars and placed his hands on his chest. His head swayed continuously as he mumbled to himself. "Of course, I will bear my responsibilities, and I will face my sins." It was as if he did not hear the iron curtain fall, nor did he see the flickering light. No wonder Ricky said it sounded like he was praying. But Thales stared at the man in a daze. What is he doing? Ricky and Samuel looked at each other again. They were puzzled. With faint emotions, Samuel took a step forward and asked tentatively, "Zachriel?" Zachriel? With his previous experience, he was especially careful this time. He did not even hope for a response. But the man responded. The man who was kneeling on the ground and mumbling to himself slowly stopped speaking. He raised his head slowly. The movement of his shoulders was so slight that he looked like a porter who was carrying a heavy burden. As he raised his head, Thales saw his face clearly. He had brown hair, a long face, and sharp features. He looked even younger than Putre, who looked like a little old man. Obviously, compared to the 7 miserable and filthy former royal guards locked up, this man took care of himself well. At least his messy hair did not reach his chest, and the ends of his hair had traces of being cut. The beard on his chin did not look like a bird's nest either. Instead, it was only a few inches long. In fact, at first glance, he did not look sallow and emaciated. In the center of his forehead, there was a clear brand on his exposed skin. If it were not for his dirty clothes, stained face, and the smell that could not be underestimated, Thales would have had a hard time suspecting that the person in front of him was a prisoner. The man stared at the light in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and looked puzzled. A few seconds later, he raised his palm to block the glaring light. He seemed to have just come to his senses. Light and sound? The middle-aged man revealed a dazed expression. He seemed a little slow. "There's someone else?" But very quickly, the man hid his face behind his palms again. He pressed his head against the ground and curled up on the ground, letting out a painful cry. "No, no, no." Samuel and Ricky looked at each other in surprise, not understanding what was going on. The middle-aged man who buried his face in his hands asked vaguely, "Is this another test for you?" "Saw you." Samuel took a step forward and stared at the reaction of the person in front of him in disbelief. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he still answered him. "What test?" In just a few seconds, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head. The test before us. This time, the long-faced man looked nervous. He finally shifted his gaze to the 3 visitors. 3 of them. They look like they're alive. 2 of them are armed, and 1 is young and immature. What is this? An opponent that must be defeated, or a hostage that must be saved? Or is it an illusion forged by hope to lure me into a trap of despair? The 3 people who were mentioned shuddered. Very suddenly, the long-faced man's expression changed again. He turned to Ricky, who was outside the prison cell. Hey, are you a demon? The torch in Ricky's hand trembled slightly. The disaster swords gritted their teeth and looked at their companions in confusion. Samuel shook his head. His expression was grave, and there was pain in his eyes. The long-faced man did not seem to want them to answer him. He took a deep breath, got up from the ground, and smiled. I have to admit that I always see them. They are the demons who bewitch people in legends, the monsters who never see the light of day in hell. Their claws are always scratching my heart. Their tongues never stop whispering in my ears. Their gazes are always hidden in the dark. Every minute, every second, they change their own scenes, trying to tempt me into falling into the abyss, into hell. The man leaned against the wall and stared into the distance with a profound gaze. He seemed to be talking to them, but he also seemed to be talking to himself. They will tell us to give up, accept it, and compromise. There's no hope in your world anyway. Samuel could not take it anymore. He took a step forward, and the torch illuminated the man's face. He shouted his name loudly, Zacriel. His voice was so loud that it shook the hall. The long-faced man in the prison cell shuddered. He froze for a moment. His dazed gaze slowly focused. Zacriel, the middle-aged man repeated slowly, almost enunciating each syllable. Samuel gritted his teeth. An inexplicable resentment rose in his heart. He waved the torch in his hand fiercely, making it burn even brighter. Yes. Samuel hit the bars with the torch, and sparks flew. It's me. Samuel. Wake up. Zacriel, the night of judgment. The man named Zacriel froze. He breathed slowly and asked in puzzlement, the night of judgment? But immediately after, Zacriel shook his head and laughed out loud. In the past, yes. Over the endless years, the demons in my heart always liked to use this to bewitch me. The glory of the past, the regrets of the past, and the remorse of the past. But those were all fake. They lied to me, and wanted me to believe in them. As he spoke, Zacriel seemed to have sunk into a mumble. Maybe I'm not perfect enough. Maybe I'm not determined enough. Maybe I'm not strong enough. That's why they're taking advantage of me again. They're trying to defeat me and defeat me. But at least I'm glad that I'm aware of their existence and that we'll have to fight each other. The communication failed. Samuel stared at the person in front of him in a daze. Beside him, Ricky let out a faint sigh. Ricky suddenly noticed that Thales was staring at the man who did not seem to be in his right mind. His eyes were fixed on him. He seemed to have remembered something. But as Zacriel spoke, his expression slowly changed. But yes, I will pull myself together. I will remember that I once fought to the death against the most powerful enemy, and I once sacrificed myself for the noblest ideals. Everything before me is just a fork in the road when I am lost. The middle-aged man's smile slowly disappeared, and his breathing quickened. He seemed to have remembered something. He grabbed his hair with both hands and knelt on the ground again. The man's lips trembled, and his entire body trembled. Wait, Zacriel, Zacriel, Zacriel? The people outside the prison looked at him, but they did not know what to do. Suddenly, Zacriel's eyes lit up. Yes, Zacriel. Flames burst out of the man's eyes, and his expression instantly became incredibly savage. Ayaha! Zacriel roared furiously. He grabbed his hair, threw his head back, and shouted. Get the hell out of my head! His roar was very loud, and his movements were very loud. The three people in front of the prison had no choice but to subconsciously take a few steps back. But Zakriel's madness did not end. Filthy, filthy monster. Despicable, despicable B***tch. Sneaky demon. What a crooked trick. The man in the prison scratched his head with all his might. He knelt on the ground, raised his head, and shouted in pain. I am Emmanuel Zakriel, the glorious Rudalian. I am the noble descendant of the great empire, who walks the land of chauvinism. I was born in the vanguard of the ancient knights under great Emperor Camelot's command. Thales stared at the man's madness. He did not even pay attention to the words he shouted. Then, Zakriel clenched his fists. A great force erupted from his muscles, and he punched the ground. Dong! Zakriel became crazier and lost his composure. His roars echoed in the hall, causing Samuel and Ricky's expressions to change. I am Constellation's royal knight and honorary lord. The penal officer of the royal guards, the watchman, the guardian of the throne, the keeper of the royal treasury. Dong! 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 He pounded his fists again and again, and his eyes seemed to contain an unbearable anger. The world has given me the title of Knight of Judgment. I will definitely punish those who commit crimes severely, and I will punish all who commit crimes. Zakriel cried out in pain. After a while, he seemed to be slightly tired, but he only stopped pounding the ground. Instead, he stood up and threw himself against the fence. What are you? How dare you encroach on my spirit and will? Gritting his teeth, he stared at the empty, dark void. His hands, which were gripping the railing, could not stop trembling. Ah! You're delusional enough to think you can destroy me. The three people outside the cell looked at the crazy scene of the prisoner in fear. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. I will definitely defeat you, and destroy you. I will not hesitate to perish with my enemy. Zakriel's madness seemed to have reached its peak. He held the fence and roared hysterically. Finally, the light smoke between the fence and his palm turned into a bright light. Asterisk bang. Asterisk after a loud bang, Zakriel, who seemed to have gone mad, fell to the ground and stopped moving. The hall became quiet again. The three people outside the cell held their breaths. They did not come back to their senses for a long time. I thought that Barney Jr. and the others were serious enough. Samuel turned his head around laboriously. But I didn't expect that even such a strong warrior like Zakriel would become, he couldn't continue. Ricky snorted softly and looked at the cell in disdain. He stared at the unmoving figure on the ground and finished Samuel's sentence. Become a lunatic. There was silence. Then, a slightly childish voice broke the silence. Not a lunatic. Ricky and Samuel turned their heads around in surprise and looked at Thales, who spoke. At that moment, the prince was staring at the person in the cell. His eyes shone with a deep pain that no one knew where it came from. He just lives in another world, a world different from ours. Thales said laboriously. His emotions were complicated. Ricky cast the prince a few strange glances. He was locked up in solitary confinement for 18 years. Samuel sighed. That's not his fault. However, a few seconds later, a dull voice that they did not expect rose from the cell again. Even if you lock up a coward for 18 years, he won't become a brave man. Compared to before, this man's voice was firmer and more dignified. But you locked up a powerful man for 18 years and made him face his own heart. Zakriel crawled up from the ground again and supported himself against the wall with some difficulty. He will only become stronger. The current prisoner, who was once the watchman of the royal guards, Zakriel turned his indifferent and cold face around. His eyes were incredibly clear as he looked at them through the bars. The three of them stared at Zakriel, who spoke again in surprise. They remembered his performance just now, and they stared at his posture in puzzlement. Ricky looked at the prisoner, then turned his head around and asked Samuel in disbelief, He's talking to us? But Samuel only stared at Zachriel in the cell in a daze and did not answer. Zachriel snorted coldly and glanced at the three people outside the cell. There was no trace of the madness he showed just now. Thales, who was under his gaze, felt his entire body tense up. But the prince was not certain whether the prisoner was rational at that moment. Is there someone else? Zachriel's dull voice was a little deep, and it was filled with a rhythm that made people nervous. So, I have a visitor today? That's rare. The three of them looked at each other. They were finally certain that the long-faced man was talking to them. Samuel stared at the prisoner, and shock slowly appeared in his eyes. Zachriel? Are you all right? Don't worry about me. I'm very clear-headed now. It's just that I haven't seen the light for a long time. Zachriel frowned and patted the bars. He then swung his palms. He was obviously not very comfortable. This thing is quite useful. As for what happened just now, it's just a daily process. It might look a little strange, but it's nothing. Indeed, at that moment, Zachriel looked very normal. He was so normal that he was a little, unlike a person who had been imprisoned for 18 years. Ricky stared at him distrustfully and said in a slightly mocking tone, a little strange? Are you sure? It's just another journey, Zachriel answered him coldly. He then looked at Thales in particular. It's just as you said, child. It's another world, a different world. His gaze was very calm, but it always made Thales subconsciously clench his fists and tense his muscles. This person. In this state, he's the legendary Knight of Judgment? But Samuel and Ricky still looked at each other worriedly. Do you still need to ask? Samuel lowered his head and whispered, he might not even recognize me. I can't be sure if what he said in this state, but Zachriel obviously heard their whispers. The Knight of Judgment chuckled softly in the prison. His shoulders, which were pressed against the wall, trembled slightly. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Zachriel exhaled while he leaned against the wall. He narrowed his eyes and observed his fingernails with the help of the firelight. He looked rather casual. Most of the time, you have to fight against yourself, and this enemy known as yourself is very powerful. He clenched his fists and turned to Samuel in a profound manner. But you just can't give up, Colin Samuel. You can't. Samuel's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have remembered something. He sucked in a breath and took a step forward. He looked a little agitated. Zachriel, why you still recognize me? Zachriel twitched the corners of his mouth. He unclenched his fists and began to look at the fingernails of his other hand. I know everyone in the guards, and I also recognize the brand on your face. He grabbed a tool that looked like a stone knife, and as if there was no one around, he gently ground his index finger. As I said, I am very clear-headed now. After all, the sounds of fighting coming down from the floors above are not common. Ricky watched his calm actions, and his expression became even more solemn. Zachriel blew at his fingernails, which were ground flat by the stone knife, and stared at Samuel from afar. You just said that it was 18 years, right? Samuel's cheeks trembled. 18 years. Ricky and Thales moved at the same time. This is what I just said when Zachriel went mad. He actually remembers all of it? So, fugitive Colin Samuel. It's been 18 years. They finally caught you and sent you down here to rot. Zachriel narrowed his eyes and looked at his old colleague. Or did you break the rules and laws again, and appear here not quite legally? Thales sized up the legendary figure of the royal guards who did not seem to be normal again. He wondered what kind of person he was. Samuel pursed his lips. After the previous reunion with the guards, he did not know how to speak. Ricky, who had been suspicious all this while, said, very good, he can still talk. Although he still doesn't look normal. He nodded at Samuel. Let's try. When he heard the leader of the disaster sword speak, Zachriel's gaze swept past Ricky and Thales. His eyes sparkled, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Samuel took a deep breath and said in a tactful but serious manner, Zacriel, listen, it's been 18 years. You shouldn't be trapped here. We came here because, but Zacriel quickly cut him off. Prison break, rescue, treasure hunt, revenge, suicide, atonement, and answer questions. The former prisoner of the royal guard sneered. There are only these few reasons why you came here. He propped himself up from the wall and turned his head. I'm not interested in any of them, Zacriel said coldly without turning his head around. You can leave now. At that moment, Ricky and Samuel were stunned. Both of them were rendered speechless by his uncooperative attitude. However, Zacriel did not even look at them. He only showed the people behind him his heavy and dull back. The three people outside the prison looked at each other at a loss. In the prison, Zacriel stroked his rough chin and said softly with slight regret, maybe. Chapter 423. Listen up, Zacriel. When he saw that Zacriel did not buy it, Samuel, who had received Ricky's signal, became slightly anxious. It was not easy for us to come down here. We did not come here just to catch up with you, but, then don't waste time. Zacriel caressed his stubble nonchalantly and raised a small stone knife in his hand. Unless you have a razor? This one is a little blunt. Zacriel turned his head and looked at Ricky's waist. There was contempt in his eyes. Your sword is not bad? Ricky snorted coldly and pressed his hand against his unique saber. He was filled with hostility. At that moment, Thales, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Here, a razor. For you. In the next second, as if he was performing a magic trick, the teenager took out a sheathed dagger from his shirt and passed it to Zacriel. Zacriel was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He instinctively took Thales' dagger. Ricky and Samuel's expressions changed when they saw JC's dagger return to Thales' hand at some point in time. Samuel looked at Thales in disbelief. When? Thales laughed faintly. During the scuffle just now, Marina pressed me down on the ground. She pressed me down so tightly that she did not feel my hand. Ricky frowned, then smiled as if he had come to a realization. Good lad, you actually managed to steal the dagger. You really made your ancestors proud. Samuel looked at the prince with a displeased expression. It's a pity that you didn't become a pickpocket. Yes. I think so too. Thales sighed softly in his heart. Zacriel chuckled and shook his head. He looked at the dagger in his hand with great interest. He touched the sheath and turned it over and over again, but he did not draw it out, much less shave it. He cast a sidelong glance under the firelight and muttered a sentence that did not make any sense. A king is not respected by his bloodline? Is that so? Ricky and Samuel looked puzzled. Only Thales smiled. Under the other two's puzzled gazes, the prince took a step forward. Who is that? Thales smiled faintly. Zacriel, who was the person you were talking to just now? Ricky and Samuel frowned again. They seemed to be very displeased with the prince's interruption. But others didn't think so. After so many years, someone finally asked. Zacriel's gaze was fixed on the dagger in his hand for a few seconds. Then, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This means that you're not hallucinating. Are you? Thales smiled. Of course I am not, the prince said faintly. But the person you're talking to, is he? Samuel's expression turned sour as he listened to the conversation he couldn't understand. But Ricky shook his head at him, stopping him from interrupting. Zacriel smiled. That person, his gaze was a little unfocused, as if he was about to return to his previous state of nervousness. When I first came here, everything was fine for me, Zacriel said absent-mindedly. I treated it as another solitary training session, but it was a little longer, the light was a little dimmer, the room was a little emptier, and I didn't have Bruley's big mouth to nag me every day. How nice was that? He muttered, and the coldness in his words made Samuel unable to bear to lower his head. Then, after an unknown period of time, Zacriel suddenly laughed without any rhyme or reason. "He's here, that man." Samuel's expression tensed. "What? Who's here?" Zacriel was once again immersed in his own world. "One day, I saw him talking. He was on the other side of the prison cell." He pointed at a corner beyond the bars, and his expression slowly stiffened. "He was sitting there, smiling, talking." "Him?" Zacriel said in a daze. Ricky and Samuel glanced at the place he pointed at. It was a dusty corner that had obviously not been touched for a long time. But Zacriel's gaze was frozen. His expression was numb, as if he had seen something. He was like a statue. When he saw Zacriel's expression, Samuel understood what was going on and sighed indignantly. "Him? Look carefully, Zacriel. There's nothing there, and you're the same here. There's no one, and there's no light." Samuel's words were laced with faint accusation. "Zacriel, listen to me. I know you don't want to look back on all the torture you went through in the past, but no matter how terrifying it is, what you see is not real. I've seen Barney Jr. and the others. It's all because of this damn prison. And you've been trapped here for 18 years. There's only darkness and loneliness." When he heard Samuel's words, Zacriel snapped out of his motionless statue state and sneered. "I've been trapped here for 18 years, and what about you?" Zacriel fixed his gaze on Samuel. His eyes shone with a cold glare. "You've been trapped in your own heart for 18 years, haven't you?" The Knight of Judgment shook his head in disdain. "In this regard, there's no difference between us, Vice Flag Bearer Samuel." Samuel was stunned. Thales sighed in the slightly stiff atmosphere. "So, this is Zacriel. You said that you saw him here and talking?" The prince stared at Zacriel with a complicated gaze. "Who is this him you speak of?" Zacriel lowered his head. "And who are you, young man?" The prisoner of the royal guards narrowed his eyes. "I don't think you came here voluntarily to tour the prison of bones with these people, did you?" Samuel frowned. He wanted to go forward and pull Thales away, but Ricky stopped him. Thales shook his head. He did not answer. "You saw him talking, but you couldn't see his words," the prince said with a sigh. "I think you saw him first, and then you heard him speak." Zacriel stared at him for a long time. He seemed to be deep in thought. But his answer was still bold and imaginative. "That's not important, is it?" The former star of the royal guard's gaze was unfocused, as if he was immersed in his memories. "Sometimes, I saw him, and his voice traveled to me. Sometimes, I would hear his words first before he appeared in front of me. It's all the same. There's no difference." After he said this, Zacriel's expression froze again. The four people in the hall fell silent for a moment while they listened to this exceptionally strange conversation. "This is meaningless. He's already gone mad." Samuel shook his head and gave Ricky a look. But the leader of the disaster swords ignored him. On the contrary, he listened to the conversation with great interest. "Is that so?" "It's all the same." Thales forced himself to smile. "So, he is talking to you?" Zacriel's face became a little sad. "Yes, as usual, he talks, smiles, and even gives me orders." Zacriel seemed to be absent-minded. He stared at the corner he had just pointed at. "But I know that sometimes, he's real. At that time, I'm very happy." In the next moment, the muscles on Zacriel's face tensed up. He gritted his teeth, as if he had seen something evil. "But I also know that sometimes, he's someone else in disguise, just to lure out the weakness and darkness in the depths of my heart, and then destroy me." Thales' eyebrows twitched. "Something else?" When Samuel saw this, he sighed and whispered into Ricky's ear. "Another meaningless, crazy talk." But Ricky was obviously not bothered. As long as he can speak. Zacriel ignored the whispers of the other two. He focused on his conversation with Thales. Yes, those things that want to harm you. The long-faced, middle-aged man stared at the empty space. His words were filled with emotion. You know, he's not bad, but those things are very cunning. At first, it was very difficult for me to tell the difference between them. As Zachriel spoke, he seemed to be lost in thought. He seemed to be talking to himself. They would tell me about the past. The training when I was young, the selection when I grew up, the duty in Renaissance Palace, the diplomatic mission to Northland, the expedition to the desert, the expedition to Blade Edge Hill in the south. Of course, there were people. Father, mother, brother, sister, His Majesty, His Highness, the old captain, Barney Sr., the old smoker, Glover, and of course, her. Then, when he said this, Zachriel shuddered slightly. Thales watched him attentively, encouraging him to continue. Those things are especially despicable. They like to whisper in my ears when I sleep. Zachriel seemed to have returned to his previous state. He gritted his teeth, and his expression was ferocious. Then, they would show me something else. They tried to destroy me. He stared at the dagger in his hand. His gaze was deep and cold. What was it? Thales asked softly, as if he was guiding a child to learn. What did they show you, Zachriel? Zachriel raised his head swiftly and gritted his teeth like a wild beast. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared straight ahead, as if his mortal enemy was there. Sometimes, I can see rotten skin with maggots and flies on it when I open my eyes. Zachriel's words were filled with a chilling aura, and his body trembled along with it. They're so rotten that they can't be recognized, but they're still moving. But I know that they're the royal guards. It's their faces that appear from the darkness and suddenly appear in front of your eyes. Samuel looked at him with a pained expression and shook his head softly. He's really crazy. Ricky ignored him. Sometimes, there are countless heads stuck on the tips of spears. They fill every corner of the cell, leaving me with no place to hide. Even when I sleep, I can only stand with my back against the wall. Thales listened quietly. His gaze was compassionate. Those heads have been dead for a long time, but they can still speak. They like to suddenly open their eyes and speak when I squeeze past them to get food. Some of them even try to bite me. Zachriel clenched the dagger in his hand tightly. He covered his shoulder with his left hand, as if the monster he spoke of had bitten him there. I have to say that the head that looks like Prince Banker is quite similar. His words made me unable to sleep for a few days. Zachriel squeaked with the ghost of a smile on his face. He widened his eyes and stared at Thales in a rather frightening manner. One day, when I woke up, I saw hanging corpses all over the ceiling. All of them had their eyes rolled back and their tongues hanging out, but they seemed to be looking down at me. Zachriel pointed at the top of his head. His breathing became increasingly rapid. They swayed back and forth above my head, twitching slowly. Sometimes, the feet and robes of the dead would brush against my hair. This would last for about the time it takes for 3 meals. He said faintly. Samuel could not help but speak. But you don't even have light here. The flag bearer looked at the former strongest elite of the royal guards mournfully. Wake up, Zachriel. There's nothing in the prison. It's just an illusion created by your own imagination. We're here to save you. Zachriel sneered and looked at Thales again. Sometimes, they simply don't let me see anything at all. They only let me hear the sounds in the darkness, he said coldly. Thales forced a smile. Thales forced a smile. Voice? Zachriel nodded. His face became blank. Baby's tears. It's like the cries of a baby in the boundless darkness, again and again and again, again and again. Sometimes, it's close to your ear, and you can hear it clearly even if you block your ear. Sometimes, it's so faint that you can't hear it, and you can only hear it when you concentrate and calm down. Sometimes, it's mournful and tragic, sometimes it's filled with malice, and sometimes, it turns into a strange baby's laughter. Zachriel sat down against the wall and curled up. His expression was absent-minded. Thales swayed a little. He tried his best to maintain his emotions. It must have been very hard, he said laboriously, to live in a different world. Zakriel's expression became a little indifferent and numb. A different world, at first, yes. I could only tell myself over and over again that this was a test. Eventually, I got used to it. He raised his head and said in a daze, "You know, the good thing about this is, whether it's him or those things. At least when they appear, I can hear his voice. Whether it's true or not, that's his voice before he died, his laughter, his words, and his orders." Zakriel pressed the hilt of the dagger against his forehead. "Let me console myself in this eternal purgatory." Thales was a little sad. He took a deep breath and asked, "Who? Whose voice is that?" This question attracted the attention of the other two. Zakriel was dazed for a moment. "Of course it's him." The former watchman of the royal guards showed a sad but gratified smile. "The former crown prince." Samuel swayed slightly. Thales was also slightly stunned. "The one I saw, the one who spoke to me, the one who smiled at me, the one who tested me, the one who tortured me, the one who visited me all the time, was him before he died." Zakriel hugged himself even tighter and said in a trembling voice, "The eldest son of the king, Midir Jadestar." The hall sank into a long silence. Only Zakriel's faint sobs could be heard. Thales' expression was gloomy. He closed his eyes gently. To live in a different world. He repeated this in his heart helplessly. But when he closed his eyes, Thales felt as if he was thrown into a stormy sea in his thoughts. He rose and fell with the waves. Then, he ran into a memory fragment that he had not seen for a long time, and it brought him back to a world that he had not cared about for a long time. It stimulated the same unfamiliar feeling that he had not felt for a long time. That voice. It was still that voice. It was a pleasant, gentle, soothing voice that always made him laugh heartily. "Chiron, are you afraid of ghosts?" This despicable man, asking even though he already knows the answer. He's probably going to laugh at me again. "Yes, I remember that you're most afraid of ghosts. You can't even watch horror movies." As expected. He sighed softly and scratched his head. "But you've never seen a ghost, right? Because in many people's worlds, it doesn't exist. Of course, you can't see it." The female voice on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. She sounded a little depressed. "But why don't you imagine that there is a kind of person who sees, ghosts exist in the world they see?" "Exist?" He frowned. "What?" "So, when they sleep at night, they might see a hideous face on the pillow, or stuck to the ceiling. Or, when they open their eyes in the morning, they might see a bloody head standing at the window, and a pale dead person squatting in the corner. When they walk, they might see a faceless little girl dressed in red, and when they eat, they might see a bloody eyeball. At any time, they would feel," the female voice was a little low, trembling, and intermittent, as if she was trying her best to suppress some emotions. Hey, don't scare me, my lady. You know that I'm most afraid of these things, so. The voice trembled. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease. "So, for this kind of person, ghosts are real. At least in their own world, they are real. Really, they can see. But they can't tell whether they're real or not. In their eyes, they really see ghosts." The female voice seemed to be unable to control her emotions anymore. Countless negative emotions gushed out like a broken dam, along with her frail and fragile voice. "They don't want to either. They're also very afraid, but they're not watching a horror movie. They're actually living in a horror movie. They can't struggle out of it, they're really powerless. They're really seeing the most realistic, living, ferocious-looking, ghosts in their lives all the time." He was puzzled, confused, and uneasy. Other than that, he was also a little anxious. What's wrong with her? Is the signal bad? Wait, why are you crying? Did you see something? Hey, don't cry, it's okay. No matter what strange things happen, I'm here. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Chiron, I'm begging you, don't be afraid of me, I'm not. I am not. I'm begging you, I'm just, sob, I'm just living in a different world from you. The gentle voice was filled with panic and fear. Her sobbing voice trembled. This made him extremely flustered. What did she mean, by a different world from him? He did not know. He could only try his best to comfort her. Come, take a deep breath with me. Don't be afraid, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? If anything really happens, at most, we'll look for a Taoist, a witch, or a superpower expert. Feel better, right? Come, tell me, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly say? A faint sobbing sound came from the other end of the phone, but it was calmer than before. Chiron, today, the doctor told me the diagnosis. The female voice was much more dejected. There was even a hint of despair in her voice. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his heart. He could only say 3 words. How is it? The female voice laughed. Have you heard of schizophrenia? A sudden wave of fear seized his brain. Schizion, and phren. The Greek roots for schizion and phren are disjointed and split, as well as mind and thought. The doctor said that this is the disjointed and separation between perception and thought. So, some people translate this as mental disorder. The voice sobbed softly, as if she was forcing herself to laugh. She wanted to laugh, but could not. It made his heart feel as if it was covered in a haze, and he felt incredibly sad. He could only remain silent. But here, we have a more common translation. He gulped. What is it called? The female voice snorted and spoke weakly. Schizophrenia. At that moment, Thales opened his eyes abruptly and broke free from the boundless sea of memories. He returned to the dark and silent black prison underground, drenched in cold sweat. He panted heavily and looked at Zacriel, who was rooted in the prison like a wooden statue. He felt an emptiness in his chest. Chapter 424. The silence in black prison lasted for a long time. Zacriel leaned against the wall like a child who had lost his soul. He did not make a sound. Samuel lowered his head for a long time. His body was stiff. Thales stood where he was, on the verge of collapsing. He was in a daze. Then, Ricky, who was outside, sighed softly and attracted everyone's attention. Zacriel slowly stood up from the ground. Thank you for your question, child. The former Knight of Judgment moved forward dejectedly and passed the JC dagger in his hand through the gap between the bars. And your razor. This is a good knife. It should not be used to shave a sinner. The fence cast shadows in the firelight and carved black marks on Zacriel's face. Thales, who had a lot on his mind, took a deep breath and forced himself to stay awake. He nodded with a forced smile and took the dagger. Zacriel's hand was rough, and the calluses on it were so hard that they did not seem like skin. Thales took the dagger back with his mind in a mess. But when he turned his head, he saw Ricky looking at him expressionlessly. Crassus of the Disaster Sword slowly extended his right palm towards the prince. He curled his palm. Thales was slightly stunned at first. He then looked at the dagger in his hand and exhaled in resignation. He took a step forward in frustration and placed the JC dagger in Ricky's hand. Ricky then showed a faint smile that said, "You're so sensible." The leader of the Disaster Swords lowered his head and flipped his hand over. He saw a line of words on the black sheath of the dagger. A king is not respected by his bloodline. Ricky came to a sudden realization. He looked at Zacriel, then at the gloomy Thales. He snorted softly. Zacriel watched their interaction and curled up the corners of his lips. His tone was indifferent. Thank you for not being a hallucination. Thales snorted with the ghost of a smile. He tried hard to dispel the inexplicable gloom that haunted his heart. How would you know? Zacriel smiled. Of course. Or perhaps your hallucinations are even more powerful than the ones in the past. We don't know. The Knight of Judgment shook his head and combed his hair. He seemed to have sobered up a little. But you know, every time it happens, it's like my head has turned into a big pot, and 20 people are taking turns to use it to stew beef. He frowned, but his expression was somewhat absent-minded. They never shut up, but they don't ask me anything. They don't ask me how I feel, and they don't ask me who I saw. They don't ask unnecessary questions, just like you. Zacriel sometimes gritted his teeth, sometimes smiled bitterly, and in the end, his expression turned into one of helplessness. Because they already knew. He shook his head in self-mockery. Just like I know. As he spoke, Zacriel seemed to be amused by himself. He suddenly slapped his thigh and could not stop laughing. Ha, I know. Ha 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 ha. Amidst his laughter, the wrinkles on his forehead appeared and disappeared, pulling at the brand of sin on his forehead, causing the sinister S to tremble back and forth. Thales felt rather bitter when he saw this scene through the cell door. Samuel, who was beside him, could no longer hold it in. The former flag-bearer took a deep breath and said, You know, Zacriel, I can still save you. No matter what happens after that, you won't have to face this. Zacriel stopped laughing. There's no need for that, he said gloomily. Everyone has a price they have to pay. Zacriel looked around his cell. The price I have now, he said in a daze, is what I deserve. It's just right. Samuel closed his eyes gently. A few seconds passed. What about the others? Zacriel sighed and said, You've been to the top, right? This question made Samuel speechless again. Samuel wanted to say something, but he stopped. Barney Jr.'s roar and the remains of his 37 brothers appeared before his eyes at the same time made his lips tremble. In the end, Samuel forced a smile and said with great difficulty, I've seen them. It's all right. Zacriel did not reply immediately. He stared at Samuel. He stared at the way Samuel turned his head slightly after he finished speaking, not daring to meet Zacriel's gaze. I see. Zacriel smiled faintly, as if he had understood something. That's good. He nodded slowly, turned around, and repeated his words. That's good. Suddenly, Thales felt that the man's back had become hunched and small. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Samuel no longer dared to speak. He just stood by the side with a pained look on his face. Ricky, who was watching everything from the side, did not speak. He only watched the prisoner and the prison with interest. Then, Zacriel sighed softly. Speak, the Knight of Judgment said in a surprisingly gentle tone, Why did you come here? He looked at Thales. For the sake of this child. Thales smiled at him in return. At that moment, Samuel and Ricky were shocked at the same time. They looked at each other. But they quickly realized that the other party was working together. With faint joy and excitement, Samuel nodded at Ricky and spoke resolutely. We just want to verify some things, Zacriel. Zacriel did not speak. He only lifted his chin slightly. Samuel cleared his throat and furrowed his eyebrows slightly, as if he was recalling his own question. But the first one to speak was Ricky, who took a step forward. First of all, Zacriel, how much do you know about the Tower of Eradication? When he said this, Thales frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered what he saw and heard when he was held hostage in the tavern. The disaster swords ambushed the Tower of Eradication, and after suffering heavy losses, they retreated to Blade Fang's camp. They regrouped their men and invaded the Prison of Bones while the army was on a westward expedition. There must be something that drove the disaster swords to move from the Tower of Eradication to the Prison of Bones. And that was, the Tower of Eradication? Zacriel's lifeless tone snapped Thales out of his thoughts. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. The corners of his lips curled up into a disdainful sneer. Not much. A sinister, cunning, and self-righteous shameless force of power. What? Thales was slightly stunned. Sinister and cunning? Self-righteous? Shameless? He scratched his head. He suddenly realized that this description did not fit with the impression he had of the Tower of Eradication in the past. In the past, whether it was the loyal attendant Waya, the forthright and simple-minded Cohen, the scheming schemer Raphael, the cold beauty Miranda, the former enemy, the loud Croche, and even the old tavern head Caslin, who was known as a beast in human skin, Cohen's language, these people from the Tower of Eradication constantly used their ideas and actions to instill this impression in Thales. The Tower of Eradication was a noble and neutral place of inheritance. It taught people combat skills and their powers of eradication. It vowed to preserve the vitality and combat power of humans, and to pass on the spirit of being united and treating each other with sincerity during the battle of eradication. It was to pass on from generation to generation the spirit of being united as one. But today, Thales frowned as he looked at the disdainful Zachriel and listened to him continue to describe his impression of the Tower of Eradication. They claim to be neutral and never build a country, but in reality, they are a separatist force, and are no different from local military leaders. They sway left and right on international affairs, act according to the situation, have no shame, and constantly encourage their subordinates to go out and do dirty mercenary business, which is dirtier than most countries. They call it training. The more Zachriel spoke, the more ferocious he became. He seemed to have a deep prejudice against that place. For centuries, that group of hypocrites who call themselves swordsmen lie on the bones of their ancestors that have been cold for centuries. They bask in the fame and glory that do not belong to them. They habitually use hypocritical and pretentious excuses to attract generation after generation of hot-headed youngsters. In the name of passing down skills and protecting humans, they are actually training their minions and gathering troops to strengthen themselves. He gritted his teeth. When he spoke to the extreme, he even spat on the ground. Samuel, who was outside the prison, frowned. Ricky's eyes lit up. They study how to kill all day long, then teach their subordinates so that they can wield their swords and risk their lives for the wars of other countries. They kill more people, shed more blood, fight more wars, and make the world more chaotic. It's all thanks to those disgusting scumbags from the Tower of Eradication. After that, generation after generation of war orphans, filled with the hatred and ambition left behind by the previous generation, came to the Tower of Eradication's doorstep again, and handed over their loyalty and allegiance to those hypocrites who consider themselves to be virtuous in exchange for the skills to kill. Then, they continue their fated cycle. Zachriel clenched his fists, as if he was in that situation. He looked like a hero who hated evil. And those despicable and shameless people still stay out of it. They still have the nerve to maintain their so-called noble integrity and valuable neutrality, because they only give out swords, and the ones holding the swords are only others. It's as if the filth and despicable acts have nothing to do with them. Bah! The night of judgment cursed. Damn the Tower of Eradication. Thales stared at Zachriel with a strange expression. He thought that Ricky had asked him how much he knew about the Tower of Eradication. You call this not much? However, Zachriel's evaluation, or rather, accusation, had not ended. Have you ever seen shameless scumbags who carry out their missions with a face full of compassion, shout that they love peace, and protect mankind, but never stop for a moment, and never hesitate to sell weapons that kill people all over the world? Zachriel curled his lips and fiercely bared his teeth. That's them. Scumbags from the Tower of Eradication. Once he finished speaking, Zachriel snorted through his nostrils and ended his brief sharing of his thoughts. The atmosphere in Black Prison became awkward for a moment. Samuel did not know how to continue the conversation. Thales also raised his eyebrows. Ricky, on the other hand, laughed out loud without a care in the world. I like this guy. Ricky was done laughing. He scratched his chin and looked at the night of judgment with interest. Are you sure you don't want to get out of prison? We will work well together. Zachriel returned him a cold smile. Samuel coughed and whispered to Ricky. Because of many things in the past, he has a deep prejudice against the Tower of Eradication. Ricky shook his head nonchalantly. Back to the topic. Samuel sighed and took out a piece of paper from his bosom. This action attracted Thales's attention. He had a feeling that this was the disaster sword's true goal. Samuel gently opened the paper and spread it out in front of Zacriel through the bars. He used the light from the fire to illuminate it. Zacriel, do you remember this? Zacriel narrowed his eyes. At first, he shrank a little because of the approaching firelight, but as he gradually got used to the light, he walked forward slowly and stared at the paper in Samuel's hand. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that Zacriel's aura had changed. His gaze became fierce, and his expression was no longer as casual as if he did not care. It was as if he had turned from a pitiful man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was exhausted back into the Emperor's Praetorian Guard he once was. But he only scrutinized the things on the paper without saying a word. This made Thales even more curious. What is written on the paper in Samuel's hand? But Samuel was standing closest to the prison cell, and Thales could only see the blank back of the paper. Samuel also held the paper up so high that Thales could not see it. Just as the prince was hesitating whether he should stick his head out to peek at the paper in front of the two powerful kidnappers, Zacriel, who had become serious, suddenly extended his hand and took the paper. It crushed Thales' hope of seeing the truth. Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows and stared at the contents of the paper. Outside the prison cell, Samuel and Ricky waited quietly. Thales could feel that they were holding their breaths and staring at each other, waiting for each other's response. After a long while, Zacriel finally raised his head. His expression was solemn. He waved the paper in his hand and slowly asked the two uninvited guests. "What is this?" Samuel was obviously encouraged by their unusual reaction. He curled up the corners of his lips. "This is a sketch I drew based on my impression of it after I saw it once. As you can see, the real thing has color, and it is much brighter." Zacriel's eyebrows furrowed even more. He first cast a glance at the two people outside the prison cell, then snorted coldly. "How would I know what it is just based on this piece of paper?" Samuel stared coldly at his former colleague. If it were someone else or something else, the answer might be no, but Samuel raised the torch high and shrouded Zacriel's entire face in its light, but Thales only felt that the latter's expression was a little gloomy. "Do you see its outline? Do you see how special it is? More than 10 years ago, when I was still in Renaissance Palace, I saw it when I was on duty at the entrance of the royal treasury." Samuel stared at the prisoner very seriously. "At that time, I only caught a glimpse of it from afar, but I will never forget it." Thales' heart skipped a beat. The royal treasury, in Renaissance Palace? Zacriel did not answer. He only shifted his gaze to the paper, and his grip on the edge of the paper gradually tightened. As if talking about the past, Samuel's tone became a little gloomy. "The secret treasures in the royal treasury are all invaluable and hold great significance. In all of Renaissance Palace, aside from the royal family, there is only one position in the guards who can directly come into contact with them. That position protects the inheritance of the royal guards and knows countless secrets. Only those who are trusted and have high hopes can take up the position. Based on convention, that person is basically the next captain and commander of the royal guards." Zacriel still did not speak, but everyone in the room understood what Samuel meant. Samuel composed his emotions, pointed at the paper, and said solemnly, "Guarding the royal treasury and controlling the movement of the secret treasures is one of his unique responsibilities. Guarding the royal treasury and controlling the entry and exit of secret treasures is one of his special duties. I can guarantee that this item is definitely on the list of people he should be guarding." When he said this, Samuel took a step forward and almost leaned against the bars. "Tell me, Zacriel, former watchman of the royal guards," the former flag bearer said coldly. "What exactly is the thing drawn on the paper that was hidden in the royal treasury many years ago?" In that second, Thales felt the atmosphere in the room turn cold. The pressure around Zacriel seemed to have dropped by another level. Ricky's gaze on Zacriel gradually became sharp. This made Thales even more curious about the paper in Zakriel's hand. The Knight of Judgment sneered. You spent so much effort just to get me to appraise an antique? He looked up and glanced at Samuel and Ricky. Samuel gritted his teeth in a barely noticeable manner. But he knew that he could not use force against the person in front of him. So, Samuel only took a deep breath and said gently, Please, Zakriel. Please, Zakriel. This is very important to us. Ricky did not move. Zakriel stared at the contents of the paper for a few more times. He asked faintly, Why are you asking this? Did you find it somewhere? Samuel exhaled and frowned. Zakriel, I am the one asking the question. But Zakriel only shook his head. The value of information lies in the circulation of information. It allows both parties to take the next valuable action while receiving feedback and gaining benefits. If you do not tell me more information, I will not be able to give more accurate answers. He raised the paper to eye level and waved it between them. Samuel was about to say something, but Ricky interrupted. Not long ago, we found this in the House of Legacy of the Tower of Eradication. The three of them turned their heads together and looked at Ricky. They said calmly, It is their top secret in recent years. Thales' eyebrows twitched again. The Tower of Eradication's top secret? The Tower of Eradication? Zakriel's expression finally changed. He looked like he was deep in thought. I'm guessing you weren't invited to visit, right? The House of Legacy is their core area. Zakriel pondered for a while, then revealed a gloating smile. By the way, well done. But Ricky only shook his head. We did not get it. The Tower of Eradication has always protected it very tightly. Even though we paid a terrible price, we could only get a glimpse of it. Samuel's expression darkened. He nodded quietly. And according to the information, the master of the Tower of Eradication, the old Far Easterner, values it very much. Ricky looked at Zakriel with a serious expression that was rarely seen. According to him, this may be the key to changing the world. Zakriel frowned. Shao. His face was filled with disgust. That stupid, old fool of a gray-robed sword guard? Thales did not listen to Zakriel's disrespectful words about the Tower of Eradication, but his attention was attracted by Ricky's words. The Tower of Eradication has the key to changing the world? What is that? Thales stared at the piece of paper curiously, imagining what was drawn on it. Now you have the information you wanted, Knight of Judgment. Ricky gestured at the piece of paper with his chin. We found it in the Tower of Eradication, and Samuel was the only one who recognized it. This brought us here, to you. Even if it's for the sake of us barging in to relieve your boredom. Zakriel, answer us. What is this? He focused his gaze on Zakriel's calm and dark face, as if he was trying to see something from it. Zakriel was silent for a long time, staring at the piece of paper. But Ricky and Samuel seemed to be very patient. Until the former watchman of the Royal Guard spoke faintly. 300 years ago. Samuel's expression froze. What? Under the illumination of the fire, Zakriel walked closer to the bars, revealing his half-glowing, half-dark face. The ferocious brand on his forehead was very clear, and the lower half of his face was completely dark. But his eyes were full of life. He swept his gaze over the guests outside the prison cell, and his eyes shone like swords. He did not look like a person who had lost his mind at all. Zakriel continued to speak. In the year 349 of the calendar of eradication, Ixora Yarrow married into the Jade Star royal family and became the queen of Midir IV. Thales, who was listening carefully, was instantly stunned. Midir IV. Isn't that? Ricky was still frowning and confused, but Samuel, who was familiar with Constellation's history, had his expression change slightly. Yarrow. You mean, the only elf queen in Constellation's history, Queen Ixora? Zakriel nodded slowly with a serious expression. And the thing on this piece of paper that you claim to have found in the Tower of Eradication is one of the dowries that Queen Ixora brought into Renaissance Palace from the Sacred Tree Kingdom. His voice was steady, and his tone was solemn. As the people outside the prison looked at each other, Zacriel raised his right hand and gently flipped the piece of paper in his hand so that it faced Thales. At the moment the light from the fire illuminated the paper, the prince was first slightly confused, then he was greatly shocked. The outline of a short sword was carefully drawn on the paper. A strange counterweight ball. A gemstone in the middle of the sword's guard. A handguard that was curved in the opposite direction of the blade. Thales was stunned. That's, even in the royal family's treasure vault, which is full of treasures, it is a rather special one. Because this is the last weapon left in the world since the uncivilized era. It is said to be an ancient weapon that can slaughter great dragons. Thales stared at the picture on the paper. The Night of Judgment's unhurried but strangely powerful voice traveled into his ears. The sacred elves call it. Chapter 425. Blade of Purification. This name, which he had not heard for a long time, echoed in Thales' mind again. How could it be? He stared at the dragon breaker on the piece of paper. He had countless questions, and his emotions were a mess. Previously, when he was in Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales obtained the Precious Against the Heavens book from Saroma. It described the dragon breaker, which was exactly the same as the Blade of Purification. But Thales did not expect that these strange-looking weapons would be so close to his family name and bloodline. Dragon Breaker. Blade of Purification. Is this a coincidence? Or is this the weapon that sealed Giza? So, this is just Queen Asora's dowry. Samuel stared at Zacriel with a puzzled expression, snapping Thales out of his memories. When the Night of Judgment mentioned the past, he seemed to have entered a dazed state again. Not only that, it is also a testimony to a period of history. Every item in the treasury is of great significance. Samuel and Ricky frowned and looked at each other. Zacriel gently touched the bars of black prison. Before it could take effect, he quickly left his hand. He was deft and skilled. That was probably one of the most tense times between Constellation and Extet. The former watchman's gaze was lost. The Nightwing King's invasion and the disaster of the Third Peninsular War broke the political balance, causing countless small and medium-sized forces to perish. The big countries that survived the disaster did not have it easy either. The Western Peninsula welcomed another round of reshuffling. Hence, the struggle for supremacy in the Western Peninsula and the conflict between the descendants of the Empire and the Dragon's children reached its peak again. 2 of the 3 heroes of Dawn ascended to high positions. Chara the hero became the regent of Dragon Cloud City and the actual ruler of Extet, while Midir Jadestar was crowned as the 4th King Midir in Constellation's history. But due to the hatred between their countries and their families, they turned against each other. Samuel and Ricky looked at each other. They seemed to be dissatisfied with the prisoner's rambling and aimless words. Thales listened quietly to the man's narration, which sounded as if he was sleepwalking. He remembered the poem Putre sang in the Black Sand military camp 6 years ago. When Dawn Rises. He still remembered Putre's tune, as well as the 3 main characters in the song. In fact, the Prince of Constellation did not attend to his proper duties, and learned to play the lute and sing bardic poems. It was one of the few pleasures in the palace of the Northland nobles, who lacked entertainment. After the Night of Dragon's Blood, the Star Killer, who was not that amiable to begin with, became even more extreme. He treated any stranger who entered Heroic Spirit Palace as a potential assassin, and the bards who entertained the banquets were no exception. Zacriel continued to speak. The political chess game between the 2 countries has begun again, and it's even better than before. Under such circumstances, due to political needs, the Sacred Tree Kingdom and Constellation realized a royal marriage that was rare even in the history of the elves and humans. Zacriel picked up the paper in his hand and stared at the outline of the strange short sword on it. His expression was mournful, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Hence, after the disappearance of the great dragon, this weapon, which had been lying around for an unknown number of years, became more of a treasure than a battle treasure, and more of a souvenir than a practical weapon, was intentionally given as a political gift. It followed King Ixora to Constellation and entered the royal treasury. Zachriel looked at the sketch in his hand and spoke softly. The Dragon Breaker. A few years later, the large fortress built beside Cold Castle between Black Sand region and the Northern Territory was named after it. For the next 100 years or so, Constellation and the Great Dragon used that fortress to attack and defend against each other, until Queen Erica defeated the Extension Alliance army 6 times in the famous Three Pockets battle. She finally seized Cold Castle and forced the Northland barbarians to retreat to the northern plains, causing Constellation's might to reach its peak. Under the dim firelight, the Night of Judgment's words floated in the dust-covered black prison, which had been abandoned for a long time. One could vaguely hear the excitement and loftiness of that era. Zachriel gently loosened his fingers and let the paper fall to the ground. He slowly retracted his gaze from the void. His gaze became clear again. Of course, perhaps one of the reasons why Constellation's ancestors brought this weapon was because they were worried about the legendary Queen of the Sky. They were worried that it would intervene in the political situation when Extet was at its weakest. This way, they at least had a weapon that could theoretically restrain it, even though it never showed up. Zachriel said faintly. It showed up. Samuel, who had been silent for a while, said softly, that legendary dragon was in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. This sentence made Zachriel tremble slightly, and Thales sank into deep thought. On the night of King Niven's death. Samuel sighed and said, that dragon, which we all thought was a character in the story, descended from the sky and destroyed a calamity before Dragon Cloud City was reduced to ruins. There was a long silence inside and outside the prison cell. Then, Zachriel closed his eyes and exhaled. It seems that I have indeed missed a lot over the years. Ricky seemed to be unable to listen to Zachriel's rambling and erratic narration. He took a step forward and asked straightforwardly, but what I don't understand is, how did the secret treasure of the royal family in Renaissance Palace end up in the Tower of Eradication? Zachriel snorted and shook his head. Who knows? The Night of Judgment's attitude toward strangers was not as good. He looked indifferent. More than 10 years ago, many of the items in the treasury were conscripted for the king's wedding. Perhaps this item is also on the list. Who knows? Wait. Thale's ears twitched. The king's wedding? Which king? Is he talking about Kessel V? The wedding when he was still a prince? Anne. Queen Kia. A beautiful figure holding a doll appeared before Thale's eyes. He felt sad. So, we can confirm it? As he watched the paper fall to the ground, Samuel turned to look at Ricky, as if asking for his opinion. More than 10 years ago, under the king's orders, the Dragon Breaker was moved out of the treasury? But Zachriel only looked like he did not care. He leaned against the wall casually. Is it important whether it is or not? Samuel was about to retort, but Ricky was faster than him. Very well, then let me change my question. The leader of the disaster sword still looked relaxed. He had the ghost of a smile on his face, but Thales could vaguely sense the seriousness hidden in his tone. What is so special about the Dragon Breaker? Does it have no other secrets? Zachriel changed his posture. The light from the fire drew a long shadow on the wall. Then what do you want to know? His words gradually showed his impatience. According to the records, this ancient weapon has been covered in dust for a long time in the Sacred Tree Kingdom. Even the sacred elves themselves know very little about it. That's why they sent it as a political dowry, let alone us, who have reached the end of our lives. The Night of Judgment said coldly. Ricky stared at him carefully, but his expression gradually changed. It was as if the air around them had started to become oppressive. Zachriel. The last trace of warmth on Ricky's face disappeared. Do you really not know, or are you playing dumb? Zachriel narrowed his eyes and stared at the stranger outside the fence through his slits. I'm tired. You should leave quickly. The Night of Judgment did not show any intention of cooperating with the other party. Instead, he said coldly, before the guards show up. Samuel looked a little anxious. He looked at his old colleague's unmoved expression. Just as he was about to say something to ease the situation, Ricky sneered. But Thales could feel the chill in his laughter. Do you know why we paid such a huge price to come here and ask you these questions, Knight of Judgment? The leader of the Disaster Sword spoke slowly with a cold smile. Because what we really want to know is, Zacriel still leaned against the wall without moving. As if he was distracted, he started to observe his nails again. It was as if he was indifferent to everything. That was until Ricky asked his question. 18 years ago, this was the so-called dragon breaker that Samuel saw. You personally guarded it. Ricky said softly. Is it a legendary anti-mystic equipment? Ricky's soft words echoed in the hall. At that second, the light from the fire flickered slightly, but the inside and outside of the prison fell into absolute silence. Soon, Thales' breathing became chaotic without him realizing it. He had to rely on the sin of Hell's River to stabilize it. What did he say? He said, legendary anti-mystic equipment. Thales stared at the piece of paper by his feet and slowly picked it up. That means, the blade of purification that sealed Giza 6 years ago, the dragon breaker in Saroma's book, the black sword that the mercenaries in the tavern were interested in, the dragon breaker that Zacriel spoke of, the dragon breaker the Disaster Sword saw when they met Black Sword not long ago. He stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar picture on the paper. In just a few seconds, the events, elements, and clues were pieced together in Thales' mind. But at that moment, someone lost his composure even more than Thales did. Asterisk bang. Thud. Asterisk an explosive sound, followed by a muffled thud, brought Thales back to reality. He turned his head and was shocked to see Zacriel, who had leaned against the bars at some point in time. He fell heavily to the ground in a cloud of smoke. But the Knight of Judgment did not care about the pain he suffered. He only struggled to get up. There was shock and fear on his face that Thales had never seen since he saw the man. What did you say? Zacriel gritted his teeth and stood up straight. He stared at Ricky, who had a cold expression on his face outside the prison cell. There was a rare tremor in his voice. What equipment? It was as if he saw the end of the world. When he saw Zacriel like this, Thales, who should have been the most shocked, calmed down. He sensed that something was happening. And the people in front of him were the ones who knew about it. Aha! Outside the prison cell, Ricky's tone was filled with faint smugness and slight surprise. Your expression. I understand. Ricky and Zacriel, who had lost his composure, stared at each other quietly. The coldness on his face was slowly replaced by solemnity. I see. It seems like you really don't know. On the other side, Samuel was obviously not aware of the situation. He looked at Zacriel, then at Ricky. With the same question as Thales, he asked, "What's wrong?" But neither Zacriel nor Ricky seemed to care about his idle mood. The former's breathing became faster, and the latter muttered to himself. Zacriel's chest rose and fell. His breathing was incredibly rapid, but this could not compare to his uncharacteristically anxious attitude. Tell me. The Knight of Judgment gritted his teeth. The brand on his forehead was incredibly obvious. Did you just say, what legendary anti-mystic equipment? Tell me. Ricky stood where he was with a slight frown on his face. A few seconds later, in the face of Zacriel's anxious gaze for an answer, he nodded at Samuel. Tell him. Zacriel immediately looked at Samuel. His gaze was sharp, aggressive, and vaguely ferocious. Samuel cast a strange glance at Ricky, but he still spoke quietly. According to the information we obtained from the Tower of Eradication, Zacriel, this so-called dragon breaker, is a legendary anti-mystic equipment. Samuel seemed to be a little hesitant and did not seem to understand. In that second, Zacriel's stubbled face turned incredibly pale. No. He stared at the empty space in front of him and muttered to himself. Samuel said with a serious expression, "Our information is unquestionable. It is said that this legendary anti-mystic equipment has been verified, and it concealed the calamities. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. He remembered the scene 6 years ago. The short sword that shone with red light seemed to resonate with the blood in his body, as if it had a life of its own. In the prison cell, Zachriel's gaze shifted back and forth, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. No, no, impossible. He mumbled. In the end, he widened his eyes and slid down to the floor, as if he had lost all his energy. He was dumbfounded. Samuel sighed softly. Yes, we never knew that the royal family had such a legendary anti-mystic, but before he could finish speaking, Zachriel suddenly raised his head from behind the bars. No. The prisoner's expression changed abruptly as he shouted, interrupting Samuel's words. No, it's not like this. It's not, it's not. He shouted at the top of his lungs while he pounded the floor with all his might. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk the Night of Judgment's sudden outburst caught Samuel off guard. He stared in shock at Zachriel, who was breathing heavily and trembling. He could not understand what was going on. Did he go crazy again? Outside the prison cell, Ricky stared at the prisoner, who had become abnormal again. He did not say a word. Thales, on the other hand, was as confused as Samuel. He was filled with questions. No, finally, Zachriel stopped pounding the floor with much difficulty. In a daze, he supported himself against the floor. Dragon Breaker. Dragon Breaker? He shook his head in disbelief, as if he wanted to ask for help from the people in the void. The light from the fire dimmed slightly. The air was filled with the shock of the few people outside the prison cell. Ricky sighed softly and said something profound. It seems that you understand as well, don't you? Zachriel's expression changed a few times. All sorts of emotions surged within him. A few seconds later, the prisoner in the prison cell seemed to have figured something out. His shocked expression slowly faded away. His shoulders began to tremble. In the next moment, the long-faced man raised his head. His face was filled with panic and helplessness. He laughed loudly as if he had gone mad. Ha, ha, I see. For a full 10 seconds, Zachriel's laughter echoed in the hall. Ha 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 ha, his laughter was filled with sorrow after he was relieved of his burden. It also seemed to contain pain that could not be resolved. It made the puzzled Thales feel uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, in the end, Zachriel's broken laughter slowly disappeared. He knelt on the ground, slowly closed his eyes, and let out a cry filled with regret and pain. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He did not understand. Zachriel's laughter died away, but another one followed. Ha 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 ha, 82nd, what a great king of eternal rule. Compared to the Night of Judgment's pain and panic, this laughter was filled with boldness and grandeur, as if it was the excitement and desire of someone who had seen through the truth. What a courageous king. The prince and Samuel turned their heads in surprise and looked at Ricky, who suddenly laughed. They saw the rare excitement and ecstasy on his face. 82nd? King. Thales' puzzlement became more complicated. Ricky? Samuel asked tentatively. But the leader of the disaster swords ignored him. Instead, he was immersed in a rare moment of joy and pleasure. His laughter was sonorous. Whether it was the king of Renaissance, the Dragon Knight King, the king of vanguards, or Senior Cattle, these so-called peerless heroes in human history, their achievements, courage, and heroic spirit were not even 1/10,000th of yours. Ricky laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh in delight. It was a stark contrast to Zachriel's pained moans and trembling in the prison. 18 years ago, 18 years ago. What a pity, what a pity. A rare excitement shone in his eyes, and he said loudly, why wasn't I in the Western Peninsula that year? Why didn't I witness this magnificent and crazy scene that made people's hearts surge with excitement? Ricky turned around and looked excitedly at Thales, who did not know what was going on. He extended his arm and pressed down on the prince's shoulder. Thales grunted. He felt that Ricky did not hold back at all, as if he was so happy that he forgot everything. The torch shook violently in Ricky's hand, and sparks flew out. "Child, you should be proud of this." Ricky's breathing quickened. He was like an emotional bard who watched the rise and fall of history through the ages. He sighed and said, "Your grandfather was practically the greatest and most fearless supreme king in human history since the Battle of Eradication." Thales stared at him in a daze. He sensed the unusual passion in his words, and he could not help but open his mouth to ask. But Samuel was faster than him. The former flag-bearer of the royal guards asked sternly, "Zachriel? Ricky? What is going on? What are you talking about?" Ricky's laughter slowly disappeared. He let go of Thales' shoulder and took the paper from the prince's hand, but he did not answer Samuel's question. "Night of Judgment, let me confirm for the last time." Ricky's expression returned to normal, and he stared solemnly at the dazed Zachriel in the prison cell. "This thing, the so-called Dragon Breaker, when it flowed out of your hands from the treasury 18 years ago, was it just the Dragon Breaker?" Zachriel shuddered slightly, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He gave a nervous snort of laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Zachriel's gruff laughter came from his chest, and it was hollow. "Look at the present, think of the past." The Knight of Judgment lowered his head and said softly, "Do you still need confirmation?" Ricky smiled. He turned around. "Samuel, let's go," Ricky said casually. Ricky said casually, but his eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence. "We didn't come here for nothing." He strode forward, leaving Zachriel behind him. He remained in the boundless darkness. But Samuel made a low sound. "Ricky." The flag-bearer raised his head coldly and raised the torch. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "I need an explanation." Ricky stopped in his tracks. Thales frowned as he watched the interaction between the two men. Ricky let out a sigh and turned his head. "Samuel, you are a noble in the capital. Tell me, how did we win the Battle of Eradication?" His expression was indifferent, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if this was just a normal conversation between friends. Samuel was slightly startled at first, then he instinctively said, "The legendary anti-mystic equipment." Ricky snapped his fingers, which showed how relaxed he was at that moment. He turned around and walked closer to Samuel, completely ignoring Zachriel, who lowered his head and trembled in the prison cell. It was as if he had already lost his value. Yes, for more than 600 years, as their greatest nemesis, every legendary anti-mystic equipment concealed the calamities. Ricky said softly, "But the irony is that every legendary anti-mystic equipment that concealed calamities was forged during the Battle of Eradication with the power of the two most powerful calamities, along with the wisdom of human wizards, as well as countless costs as a foundation." At that moment, Thales shuddered. "Wait. They're talking about..." A pleasant male voice rang in his mind, awakening memories from not too long ago. Unbeknownst to us, the two mystics, who had always seemed to stay out of the matter and remain neutral, had long since started working together with the humans and the survivors of the Magic Tower. They created the mystics' greatest nemesis. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. In Black Prison, Ricky faced Samuel's burning gaze and continued to speak. When the war was won, the wizards were wiped out, the two magic empresses went their separate ways, the human alliance collapsed, and the Calamity Hunters group, which was famous for a time, disbanded. The limited number of legendary anti-mystic equipment was scattered everywhere with them. However, what most people don't know, Ricky said with a cold smile, Blood Spike and Helen, the two most powerful calamities who were once on the same side as us, were the creators of the legendary anti-mystic equipment. They secretly tampered with their works. Samuel was slightly startled. Tampered with? Thales' breathing quickened, and he subconsciously straightened his body. Memories of the past seized his mind again. Wait, I thought of a problem. If the legendary anti-mystic equipment is the mystic's greatest nemesis, what about the two empresses? Won't the weapons they created pose a threat to themselves? At that moment, what appeared before Thales' eyes was the elegant smile of the man in blue, as well as his faint gaze, which was suffused with blue light. Good question. You're getting closer to the truth of the world, Your Highness. Thales was stunned. He understood something. Then, Ricky's faint voice traveled into his ears. After the war, the human heroes used tragic facts to prove that all the existing legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal Blood Spike and Helen. In Black Prison, Samuel raised his eyebrows slightly. Ricky smiled and threw down the torch. That's right. The strongest weapon in the battle of eradication could seal almost every mystic and end the disaster they brought, but it could not hurt their creators. Not even a little bit, not even a little bit. The torch fell to the ground, and sparks flew. But as it rolled, it gradually dimmed. It no longer shone or heated up. Yes, it makes sense when you think about it. If I were them, why would I do something that would harm others without benefiting myself? Ricky raised his head and sighed softly in the much dimmer Black Prison. So, Blood Spike and Helen, the two magic empresses, the most powerful mystics in the world, were exceptions that could not be sealed. They were like two unbreakable taboos that hung over the entire world. For many years, no one could control them. They stood above all things, transcended above all else, and forged a terrifying balance in Errol that lasted for 7 centuries. All the countries and races were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to voice their anger. As he listened to Ricky's words, Thales' thoughts became more and more agile. There was a hint of shock and understanding in his heart. The words of his mysterious teacher rang in his ears again. But the secret of the legendary anti-mystic equipment has always been in the hands of the two empresses. We have no way of knowing. This is a shackle that has been pressing on our shoulders for nearly 700 years. It is still hard to understand. At that moment, he felt that a lot of the fog that had surrounded him since he came to this world had suddenly cleared up, and many mysteries were easily solved. He was not the only one who had this thought. Samuel's cheeks twitched slightly. He seemed to have understood something, and he suddenly raised his head. Wait, the Dragon Breaker was not a legendary anti-mystic 18 years ago. That means, Samuel's words stopped at the tip of his tongue, and they froze along with his expression. Ricky threw his head back and laughed. His laughter echoed in the hall. Yes, although we don't know the details, if our guess is correct, Ricky took a deep breath and lowered his head. His eyes reflected Samuel's torch in the darkness, and they instantly became sharp, like a beast on the hunt. Ricky gently let go, and the paper with the Dragon Breaker on it slowly slid down. 18 years ago, the first and only legendary anti-mystic equipment in history that did not come from the hands of the Empress of Magic, in Constellation, on the foundation of this Dragon Breaker, it was just barely forged. His voice was like a bard sitting by the fireside at night. The rhythm was orderly, and the tone was mysterious. Samuel's entire body froze. As Ricky's words gradually spread out, the atmosphere in Black Prison had never been so terrifying. It was as if they were talking about the most unbearable secret in the world. Thales watched the paper float in the air a few times before it landed on the stubbornly burning torch on the ground. 18 years ago, the King of Eternal Rule, 80 Jadestar II, and the constellation under him recreated the miracle of our ancestors in the Battle of Eradication. They created a forbidden weapon that had never been seen before. Ricky's voice became fierce and solemn, and there was a faint chill that went straight up Thales' spine. A legendary anti-mystic equipment without any trace of the two empresses, without any restrictions or restraints. Tongues of flame licked the Dragon Breaker on the paper, dyeing the rather clear sketch into an unsettling, scorched black. It was darker and darker than the hue in Black Prison. A secret weapon that can completely seal Blood Spike and Helen. Ricky's voice was cold. Ricky's voice traveled out coldly. Every word was accompanied by the soft sound of the paper being burned. A weapon that can completely end the terrifying haze that has haunted them for 7 centuries, the perfect anti-mystic equipment. Asterisk click. Asterisk the flame trembled slightly, and sparks exploded. Thales' thoughts were almost frozen. He felt his breathing stop, and his hands and feet were cold. The Black Prophet's inexplicable attitude. Asda's fanaticism. The Duke of the Northern Territory's hysteria before he was imprisoned. King Nuvan's thought-provoking attitude when he told him the truth. Little Rascal's hesitation before she left. And the secret of the bloody year. Countless terrifying answers and questions crept into his mind. Of course. Ricky sneered. It was also during the bloody year, before the Jade Star royal family went to Hell's River, the ferryman's bell. In the darkness, the Knight of Judgment's trembling voice rose slowly. No, Thales suddenly felt that his surroundings were so dark, so still, so cold. Ricky chuckled, and his voice was accompanied by Zacriel's faint sobs. It's hard to imagine that 82nd was such a mediocre king who, in the eyes of the people, had neither merits nor demerits, and was almost incompetent. Ricky's face was covered in layers of shadows in the darkness. As he spoke, his voice was filled with endless lament and mockery. The shadows gradually spread. He was probably the first person since the Battle of Eradication who dared to trample on the authority and power of the Calamities, and the strength and pride of the two empresses at the same time, the human king. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a soft sound, the torch on the ground burst into the last sparks. The unusual and peculiar dagger on the drawing paper was completely reduced to ashes. It shattered inch by inch. Chapter 426. The ominous and horrifying atmosphere in Black Prison lingered for a long time. Even after Ricky's laughter and Zacriel's sobs faded away, Thales could still sense the ghastly atmosphere in the air, and it made his hair stand on end. The bloody year. 82nd. The Jade Star royal family. And the only thing that could threaten the Magic Empress, the perfect anti-mystic equipment. Thales breathed in a daze. He just realized that his limbs were trembling slightly. The secret just now had shocked the prince too much. Thales lowered his head in a daze and looked at his left hand. There were a few shallow wounds on his palm. If he did not look closely, he would not have been able to see them. 6 years ago, I used this hand to hold the forbidden weapon, and seal Giza. That weapon is highly likely to be the culprit behind the Jade Star royal family's death, Blade of Purification. Thales could not help but clench his fists when he thought of its name, which should not be a coincidence, and the strange call that seemed to have a life of its own. His chest tightened. What is that thing? Countless questions and goosebumps surged into his body and engulfed him. We should go. On the other side, Ricky put away his reminiscing and joyful expression. He became indifferent again. That's all for today. But just as he turned around, wait, Ricky. Samuel, who was also stunned, sighed and looked at Zacriel in the prison. One last question. Under the dim light, the Knight of Judgment's figure seemed to be sitting dejectedly on the floor. His face was filled with sadness. Ricky frowned slightly, but he did not say anything in the end. Samuel walked towards the bars step by step. The light from the fire forced the shadows of the bars to come close to him, and he continued to approach the corner where Zacriel was hiding. Just now, Zacriel. Samuel inhaled and hesitated for a moment. Barney Jr. told me that there was a traitor among the royal guards who betrayed His Majesty and His Highness. Zacriel shuddered in the prison cell. He raised his head in a daze. His expression was fleeting. Thales forced himself to put away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and looked at the scene. Barney's words are very convincing and logical. Recalling the scene just now, Samuel, who was holding a torch, had a pained expression on his face. He said that they worked together from the inside and outside, falsely passed down His Highness the Crown Prince's orders, intentionally led us in circles, and even hid among our team after the incident. Nonsense like that. Zacriel, who was sitting against the wall, continued to stare at Thales in silence. His face was slightly lowered, and he was immersed in the shadows. Thales could not see him clearly. Samuel chuckled, unsure if it was sarcasm or self-mockery. It seems like traitors really do exist. Samuel's tone was filled with indescribable sorrow. It's as if as long as we find him, Barney Jr. and the others will be freed, or at least atone for their sins. Zacriel exhaled softly in the cell, as if he had not recovered from the shock just now. But at least he spoke. His tone was casual, as if he was sleepwalking. Really? Samuel's expression tensed. He seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "So, Zacriel, I have to ask you this. Was it you? The so-called traitor back then, was it you?" This question caused Thales and Ricky to have different expressions on their faces. The former was silent, and the latter was indifferent. Zacriel was like a slow-witted old man. He only reacted to the question after a few seconds. He slowly raised his head and stared at Samuel in a daze in a dark corner where even light could not reach. "That year, when the situation was urgent and we were surrounded by enemies," as Samuel exhaled, he gritted his teeth and said with slight difficulty, "Whether it was at the palace gate or the Hall of Stars, whether it was Captain Cullen, Barney Sr., or Tony, they handed over the elite main force of the Royal Guards to you. The 46 people who were later sentenced were among them. They either watched you leave, or hoped that you would come to their aid." He clenched his fists subconsciously. "Because they knew and believed that no matter how powerful the enemy they faced, as long as the Knight of Judgment led them and the next captain of the Royal Guards whom they thought highly of, they would be able to turn misfortune into fortune, and everything would be fine." Samuel turned his head away, as if he could not bear to hurt the traumatized and wounded man in front of him. Unless he was a traitor. The flag-bearer closed his eyes gently. "Was it you, Zacriel?" Both Thales and Ricky listened to him quietly. In the prison cell, Zacriel took a few breaths and slowly raised his head. "Was it me?" he repeated in a daze. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Samuel opened his eyes slowly. Even though he could not bear it, his tone was still firm. "Zacriel, you may not be good at forgery or spying, but you are the trusted aide of the Crown Prince's guards. You are also the best in combat, not to mention that you are also the chief flag bearer." Zacriel twitched the corners of his lips with the ghost of a smile. Thales could not see the exact expression on his face due to the limited light. "Was it me?" he repeated faintly. Samuel sighed, as if he was not confident in Zacriel's condition. But he paused for a few seconds before he spoke resolutely. "Zacriel, I know that your mind is not clear." The flag-bearer gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "But it's okay. I believe that, like many people and me, there is only one thing in your memory that will never fade." Thud. Samuel raised his fist and smashed it against his chest. The three people in the room could not help but look at him. "Swear, Zacriel. Swear before me, before the Jade Star bloodline," Samuel said resolutely. A cold glare flashed in his eyes. "With your honor, your dignity, your blade, your ancestors, and the name of the Zacriel family, the noble descendants of the Redalians who have been loyal to the minister since the age of the Empire, I solemnly swear this oath." Finally, when he heard these words, Zacriel shuddered. The Knight of Judgment stood up slowly. His branded face was revealed in the dim firelight. His eyes slowly regained focus. Ricky was deep in thought. Samuel's breathing quickened. With a pained expression, he continued, "Swear, Zacriel, that in your entire life, you have never betrayed the Jade Star royal family, the Royal Guards, or the Praetorian Oath." Zacriel's expression slowly became solemn. Thale's breathing gradually became softer. Tell me with your own mouth that you are not a traitor," Samuel said softly. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Tell me." But Zacriel did not answer. He only stared at Samuel from a distance. His gaze was slightly cold. For a time, only the breathing of the four people could be heard in the air. But in the next second, thud. Samuel took a fierce step forward and grabbed the bars of Zacriel's cell. Ricky's expression changed slightly. "I beg you." Samuel's back was facing Thales. His expression was unclear, and he sounded as if he was gnashing his teeth. But Zacriel still did not make a sound. He only stared at him. I beg you, answer me, penal officer. Once again, Samuel's words were tinged with a pleading tone. This is too important. His hand, which was holding the bars, began to tremble. Finally, Zacriel snorted softly. His unfocused gaze regained its clarity. Too important? Why did Barney Jr. question you, Samuel? He curled up the corners of his lips and shook his head quietly. To question whether you are a traitor or not. Samuel's face paled. He did not know whether it was because he could not bear the pain or because of other reasons, but he subconsciously let go of the bars and took a step back. His palms trembled slightly. The Knight of Judgment smiled. And you? Do you wish that I am a traitor, or do you wish that I am not? There was a long silence in the air. Samuel lowered his head deeply. However, soon after, a quiet sigh came from the darkness. Unexpectedly, Zacriel's voice gradually rose. It went from low to high, and from light to heavy. I swear, he said faintly. Emmanuel Zacriel, I solemnly swear on my honor, my dignity, my blade, my ancestors, and the name of the Zacriel family, which has been loyal to the minister since the age of the empire. Samuel seemed to have been inspired by something. He raised his head with a complicated expression. I will spend my entire life, and I will spend it all. As he spoke, Zacriel's tone became more and more solemn. I have never betrayed the Jade Star royal family, and I have never betrayed the Praetorian Oath. Thales's eyebrows twitched. He seemed to have missed something. As expected, Zacriel's sigh came again. The only people I have let down are all of you. Samuel's breathing seemed to have been cut off. The Knight of Judgment's dispirited and sorrowful voice continued to rise. It's Captain Cullen, Tony, Morian, Belden, Kamal, Rogo, Tardin, Bruley, Nair, and you, Samuel. It was all the brothers of the Royal Guards. He sounded like an old man with one foot in the grave, repenting for the sins he committed when he was young. Samuel did not move. Zacriel stared at Samuel, then at the brand on his face. He said in a daze, as a person who had high hopes placed on me, in that storm, I was unable to protect you, help you, lead you, go through the obstacles, and get through the danger with you. He said in a daze, I could only sit here, day after day, year after year, and watch all of you sink into this state and suffer. Thales turned his head and thought of the 37 emperor's Praetorian guards who died in the prison of bones. He thought of their dazed, desolate, liberated, or crazed gazes. He then looked at the unshaven Zacriel, and for a moment, he did not feel good. Zacriel closed his eyes gently and squeezed out the words he had kept in his heart for many years. I'm sorry. There was another period of silence. Samuel's expression did not change for a long time, but he slowly turned his head away. So, the traitor is not you. The flag bearer trembled slightly. Or, the traitor has already died in prison. Or, there is no traitor at all. No one betrayed His Majesty and his family. Samuel turned his head around abruptly. There seemed to be a faint pleading tone in his voice. Everything is just the conjecture of that schemer Barney Jr.? Zacriel did not answer him immediately. Instead, he paced around in silence and returned to his original seat, which was filled with a desolate atmosphere. After a long while, a faint sigh rose in the air. Perhaps there is. Samuel was slightly shocked. What? Zacriel leaned his head against the wall. His eyes seemed to have lost focus again. I think there should be traitors. When he said this, Samuel, Thales, and even Ricky's expressions changed. Then, he continued speaking. But they are not just a certain person, nor are they a certain face or a certain name. Samuel frowned. What do you mean? Zacriel shook his head with a resigned and hollow smile. The brothers of the royal guards came from various noble families in the capital. He looked above him, as if he saw the past there. The rhythm of his voice also rose and fell, but it was rhythmic. Barney, Belden, Samuel, Tardin, Zacriel. The old captain was even born in the sun's sword and shield, one of the 6 great clans. He was the younger brother of the guardian Duke of Eastern Sea. All of them have a very high sense of honor and responsibility, and even a sense of mission. They are proud of being constellations, proud of being descendants of the empire, and see the kingdom as their eternal home and home. As he listened to the Knight of Judgment's words, Samuel was lost in thought. But Zachriel changed the topic. You heard what the man said just now. It's about the secret of the dragon breaker. His expression became sad and pained. It's about what happened in the past. The other 3 were stunned. Zachriel's breathing became irregular for a moment. A bitter expression flashed across his face, but it immediately turned into a light chuckle. Ha 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 ha, no one spoke. Actually, there were signs of everything a long time ago. I knew it. I should have known it a long time ago. From the decree to restrict the power of the nobles, from the decree on trade, from His Majesty's wedding, from the advisors who frequently entered and exited the palace, from the meetings that were called from time to time, and from the vassals' increasingly intense appearances before the king, I should have seen that doubt was planted in the eyes of my brothers and others, and it was slowly sprouting. Samuel did not speak. Look at His Majesty's actions, look at the path he took, look at the battlefield he stood on, and look at the enemy he chose. The prisoner still looked at the ceiling with a complicated expression. His laughter was filled with bitterness and regret. Look at the future he stubbornly chose for the millions of people in Constellation. Thales listened to him quietly and imagined everything that the former 82nd had to face in that era. Zachriel exhaled hoarsely. When he remembered the blade of purification and the secret he just learned, Thales could not help but frown. Samuel turned his head away fiercely, as if he could not bear to listen anymore. You and Barney Jr., both of you yearned to find that traitor so much, but I was thinking, if the so-called traitors you spoke of, if those people who had hopes and longed for Constellation's future, if they really knew something, such as the Dragon Breaker, and were willing to accept the rebuke of their conscience, even if it went against the king's will, Zachriel stared blankly at the air. He was immersed in his own world, and his words became increasingly incoherent. If they can no longer distinguish between betrayal and loyalty, this is not impossible, right? Samuel was stunned. However, Zachriel continued to speak absent-mindedly. The problem is, Samuel, from what standpoint should we take to be able to rebuke them without hesitation? Is it the disdain of the loyal towards the traitors? Is it the rebuke of the loyal towards the disloyal? The air inside and outside the prison seemed to have frozen. The prisoners and the prison breakers tasted different kinds of bitterness in it. In the end, Samuel's expression changed, as if he had been in a different world. I don't understand, he said faintly. Zachriel smiled. I don't understand either. The Knight of Judgment seemed to have slowly recovered from his daze. He hugged his arms tightly and sank his face into the darkness. Go. You don't belong here, and you don't have to be here. You are not the one who should be rebuked. Zachriel slowly extended his hand and pointed at the empty corner outside the prison cell again, as if there was really someone there. You are also not the one who should face him here. After what seemed like a long time, Samuel turned around laboriously, like a hibernating animal who had suddenly woken up. He no longer looked at the Knight of Judgment. Samuel sucked in a deep breath, as if he wanted to swallow all the resentment and grievances he could not express into his chest. I told you. Ricky tapped his sword hilt lightly on the other side, as if he did not care. Those who face the past will not find the answer. Finally, under Ricky's gaze, Samuel moved. He walked back the way he came, but no one knew whether it was regret or relief. He left Zachriel's prison cell behind. Thales stared at his back and frowned. What are you waiting for, Your Highness? Ricky chuckled, as if he was calling a child to eat. The show is over. Against his expectations, Thales did not follow him. Instead, he raised his eyes, which had become vigilant at some point in time, and stared at Ricky. So, this is your goal? This secret? Thales bent down and picked up the extinguished torch from the ground. He stared at the substance that still had some warmth left on it. He could vaguely make out thin, flaky ashes. Ricky frowned in a barely noticeable manner. The prince slowly raised his head and exhaled softly as Samuel walked further and further away from him. And then? Samuel's footsteps stopped. He also noticed Thale's behavior. And then, we go home. Ricky sized up Thales coldly. He was not very satisfied with the latter's uncooperative behavior. Unless you still want to drink and chat with Stake, the one who killed your uncle? Thales sighed heavily. So. This is the last step for these people. Perhaps it was just as he had guessed. There was another exit in the prison of bones, and he could completely avoid the surveillance of the camp. After that, he had nowhere else to go except under their claws. Thales took a deep breath and whispered to himself, "I'm ready. I'm ready." In the next second, the prince raised his head with a brilliant smile. "Hey, can we talk about this?" Thales looked at the torch, which only had a wooden stick left in his hand. He scratched his head in annoyance. "What I mean is, look, since you've already gotten what you want, and I'm just a weak teenager." Ricky shook his head slightly and finished his sentence in an unquestionable manner. "It's also what we want." Thales froze. Ricky walked forward slowly, and there was a hint of threat in his voice. "It's even more than our original goal." Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but sigh and say, "But, you know, neither the kingdom nor the secret intelligence department will let you leave the camp easily." Samuel walked back and looked at Thales, who looked like he wanted to negotiate with Ricky. "They won't," Ricky said coldly. "But they don't know." Thales flashed a helpless smile and spread his hands. "But what if they know?" Under the illumination of Samuel's torch, Ricky frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Thales flashed his white teeth and smiled bashfully. "What I'm trying to say is, what if the kingdom's secret intelligence department knew everything about your operation from the beginning to the end?" Ricky was slightly stunned at first, then his expression darkened. "You." Chapter 427. Blade Fang's camp, prison of bones, not far from the surface exit. In the dark night, a slightly plump man stood in a short alley and quietly watched the huge hemispherical fortress in front of him. It was the most famous prison in Western Desert and even all of Constellation. He rolled up his sleeves and stared into the darkness. He smacked his lips and clicked his tongue. A slightly heavy footstep came from behind him. "No matter how many times I look at the prison of bones, it's just like Ghost Prince Tower." The plump man did not even look at the scene behind him because he knew who it was. He only sighed and said, "These two things are equally annoying." The slightly heavy footsteps stopped behind him. The plump man yawned in the darkness and cold wind. He still did not turn his head around. "You're out, so fast?" The person behind him seemed to nod. A slightly rough voice traveled faintly. There was a hint of coldness and alienation in it. Around 10 minutes ago, their security on the surface was lax. The chubby man shrugged as he listened to the unapproachable tone of the man. But he knew that the person behind him had always been like this, so he did not mind. Then, the plump man turned around and glanced at the person behind him. That one glance scared him out of his wits. He jumped up from the ground and jumped 3 feet horizontally. He wanted nothing more than to stay as far away from the person behind him as possible. "Oh my God. Norb." The plump man desperately suppressed his voice. He placed his hands in front of him and looked at his colleague beside him in shock. He looked at the latter's revealing and alluring attire. He looked at his colleague's eye-catching makeup with red eyelashes and bright lip gloss. Looking at the other party's slender figure and charming movements, she nonchalantly tugged at her loose shoulder strap. The exposed skin on her shoulder, along with the bulging view of her chest, were all covered by the gauze-like material. But, the plump man could not stop his body from trembling. He pointed at Norb with a trembling finger. "I know this is a job requirement. I have to disguise myself and sneak into the crowd, but, he looked at his colleague in horror. But do you have to dress up and act coquettishly like a prostitute who solicits customers on the streets? Norb turned his head away, allowing his thin clothes to flutter in the cold wind, almost unable to cover his body. This made the slightly plump man shudder. Is there a problem? His tone was light. The slightly plump man forced himself not to look at him and forced a smile. Of course there's no problem, except for one thing. The fatty sucked in a sharp breath and told the truth in pain. You're AF * King Burly, men. The man named Norb deliberately lowered his voice as he screamed in pain. He only glanced at his sturdy body that was covered by a thin veil. Is there a problem? Fatty almost fainted. He hid back in the alley and pressed his forehead. My God, Norb, do you know that the way you cross-dress is simply polluting the environment? Look at your green stubble under your lipstick, your bloody mouth, your stocky waist. Norb couldn't help but turn around to look at him. Oh no, please don't turn your head, please don't turn your head to look at me. I have to go back and wash my eyes today. Your visual damage after you cross-dress is just too great. Out of the corner of his eye, Norb caught a glimpse of Norb's soft and sexy dress. He saw the faintly visible thick thighs and thick leg hair. His cheeks twitched involuntarily. Coupled with his large pectoral muscles, and he had a serious expression on his face, Fatty felt his stomach churn. Bright moon goddess above, don't wait until the end of the game. Throw a meteor down now and crush me and him to death. Norb looked at his shocking attire again and grinned lightly without a care in the world. The smile with the stubble on his face was charming, and it almost made the man, who had just caught his breath, feel his heart stop. This is the essence, Gomez, just like how you're reacting right now. Norb spoke to Gomez with faint confidence. After I dress up as a woman, the ugliness and discomfort brought about by the intentional contrast will make people subconsciously turn their heads away and avoid me. You won't be too interested in whether a lousy male prostitute with a fetish for cross-dressing has other secrets, such as whether he's someone with ulterior motives who deliberately lurks in the shadows. As Norb spoke, he habitually extended his hand and combed his non-existent fringe. Gomez patted his chest in shock, but he still insisted on using the corner of his eye to talk to his colleague. Are you sure you didn't read too many bardic poems? Norb glared at Gomez. His eyebrows were furrowed, and he seemed to be angry. It made Gomez have the urge to immediately retire. Gomez could only exhale in pain. He pointed at the prison of bones in the distance, resigned to his fate, and said to his extremely calm colleague, forget it, forget it. So, what are we eating today? What are we eating? Norb no longer subconsciously swung his woman's sleeves. What do you want to eat? Norb no longer swung his sleeves subconsciously. He shook his head steadily. The list of information is clearly with you. The plump Gomez's face turned red. He coughed, took out a piece of paper from his belt, and slowly unfolded it. All right, let me see. Gomez looked at the paper in his hand. He was instantly in high spirits, and the gloominess he felt when he was almost scared to death by Norb seemed to have been swept away. First, appetizer and appetizer. He looked at the prison of bones in the distance with great interest. His tone rose and fell. A personal envoy of the Northland Kinslayer King. Gomez stopped talking and suppressed his disgust. He looked at the cross-dressed Norb. Did you see him when you were inside? Norb's expression remained indifferent. He only nodded slightly. LaSalle Weeder, the former border baron of Dragon Cloud City. Witness confirmed. Norb was as calm as ever, but there was a rare hint of seriousness in his eyes. 6 years ago, I followed him to carry out surveillance until we entered Eternal Star City. Gomez nodded in satisfaction. He extended his short index finger and tapped LaSalle's name heavily. That imposing manner made him look like a suzerain stamping his personal seal. Gomez said eerily in the cold wind, This former baron may not be eye-catching, but he is the most important. His status is the most special, and he is the key that connects everything. His lordship has instructed us to find out his relationship with the secret room. Perhaps we can even get rid of the secret room spy. Not bad. As for appetizer, the quantity is small, the quality is good, and the taste is exquisite. Norb nodded expressionlessly. Gomez blew on the paper in his hand and shifted his gaze to the next person. Then, the highly anticipated main course. Gomez's eyes lit up again. Wow, guess what we have? A whole pot of shadow shield assassins. Full of sincerity. He was in high spirits. Just like before, Norb spoke slowly in response to Gomez's gaze. Kos, family name inauspicious, former Northland vagabond, codename, Steak. Witness confirmed. Norb said calmly, he is the most valuable target. He fits the description of the shadow-catching operation 6 years ago. His lordship pays a lot of attention to him, especially to find the spy he placed in the upper echelons of the Western Desert. Gomez let out a sinister laugh and clicked his tongue, as if he was tasting the best steak. This might be the biggest gathering of shadow shields since 18 years ago. Phew, the meat is delicious, and the meat is of high quality. As long as it's cooked properly, it will definitely be the best in the world. Norb did not comment. He just elegantly lifted his dusty dress. Next, side dish. Gomez continued to read his list with great interest. The middleman of the mercenary business, the rather famous owner of My Home Tavern. Norb frowned slightly. Tampa, the successor of Half-Mouth Rooney more than 10 years ago. Witness confirmed. The cross-dressing man seemed to be deep in thought. He must have a lot of information and money in his hands. Gomez's eyes darted around slightly. This guy has always been very slippery, and we won't be able to use it against him. But after this battle, we can rub him flat, round, and trample on him however we want. Alright, this side dish is more or less a little greasy. Gomez shook his head in resignation and looked at the last line. Next is the final dessert. This time, Gomez's expression became solemn. Blood Whistle, the famous war mercenary group. Norb's expression also darkened. Disaster Swords. Witness confirmed. Their leader doesn't seem to appear often, I can't recognize him, but one of them stayed in the same cell with me for half a day before he went down. His companion called him Joseph, and he seems to be a regular in the prison. I can't get any information out of him. The other one is Klein, who is stationed in Northland. The last one is suspected to be a fugitive from our kingdom for many years. He is the former vice flag bearer of the Royal Guards, Colin Samuel. When he heard this, Gomez's lips curled up. The surprise is always at the end, isn't it? Those enemies of the Tower of Eradication are suspected to have escaped after launching the attack on the Tower of Eradication. They are large enough to be on the battlefield. The Lord is very interested in what they obtained after they broke into the Tower of Eradication, and he is also very curious about why they entered the Prison of Bones. TSK. It lingers on the tip of my tongue, and the aftertaste is endless. As a dessert, it's a perfect ending. He narrowed his eyes slightly and licked his lips, as if he was really enjoying the taste of the dessert. Norb looked at him and still did not say a word. Gomez rubbed his plump hands and put away the paper with an excited expression. He looked like a man who had just returned home after a busy day. So, this is the menu for today. All of them are here. That Sissy's people should be almost here as well. When are we going to take action, pull in the net, and eat? He looked at Norb, who was dressed as a woman, with hope in his eyes. He tried his best not to look at the latter's dress, which was fluttering in the wind, and the scenery that could be vaguely seen under the dress. No. But Norb only shook his head firmly. We are not going to take action. Gomez's smile froze. Say that again? The plump man seemed to be in disbelief. The prince is still inside, Norb said bluntly. We cannot take action. So what? It's just a prince. The plump man was very displeased at first, until he understood what Norb said. Gomez's expression changed. The prince? Wait, you mean the heir of the kingdom who came back from Northland? Norb did not say a word. He only nodded slightly. Gomez's lips opened and closed, and he twitched soundlessly. The decoy and fake bait for our operation this time. That troublemaker who ruined countless of our plans, Your Highness? Norb nodded. Gomez looked as if he had seen something unclean. He raised his chubby, stubby hands and covered his mouth in horror. You. This. Can't. That's the prison of bones. How did he get involved? Was he caught for prostitution? Or did he sell his ass like you? The plump man stared at Norb in shock. He even forgot about the latter's clothes and dignified appearance. I wish I knew. Norb shook his head. But that's what Nameless told me. The plump man looked like he wanted to argue. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say them. In the end, he could only slap his own face. I'm really F***king. Do you know what this looks like? It's like when the appetizers, main dishes, side dishes, and desserts are all served, and the guests are wiping their mouths and drinking wine while nodding in satisfaction. Then, the child prodigy prince suddenly jumps out with a big plate of prawns with pungent sauce and smelly sauce. He says, surprise. Hey, there's still one more dish. Haha. Pinch your nose and eat it, idiot. Fatty Gomez waved his arms and legs as he cursed in a vivid and hateful manner. What a genius. He practically ruined the entire table of dishes. And the most coincidental thing is that we are that idiot. Gomez looked like he was about to break down. But Norb was unmoved. He only shook his head and said in a low voice, the situation inside is unclear. Acting rashly will only be a meaningless risk. Nameless is the only person who can act. We must wait. Gomez finally calmed down. He gritted his teeth and said, what's going on down there? I didn't ask much, but Nameless, you know. Norb lowered his head cautiously. He doesn't talk much either. That's great. Missions related to the Nameless are always thrilling and exciting. Gomez was full of sarcasm. And we can't do anything now until that troublemaking prince is obediently rescued by the Nameless? Norb tugged at the hem of his dress and nodded quietly. Gomez spat on the ground. It's hard to imagine that our menu now depends on that arrogant Nameless who's like a lunatic. Norb furrowed his eyebrows. Be careful with your words. That Nameless, the cross-dressing man said softly, he's not from the department, but he's been able to act with us more than once. He's even able to grasp the key points of the situation so that we have to cooperate with him. Do you know what this means? Norb pointed coldly upwards. Gomez's expression froze. He ground his teeth and said, damn nepotism. Norb did not speak. With a pained expression, the fat man exhaled a patriotic sigh about the darkness of the bureaucracy and the muddle-headed royal family. All right, then we'll wait here. That cold-blooded sissy will definitely not be happy. Norb shook his head. That's not our problem anymore. Amidst the sound of the wind and sand, the two of them waited in the alley beside the prison of bones for a while. Speaking of which, Norb. Perhaps he was tired of the silence, or perhaps he could not stand the cold. Gomez picked his ears and said, never mind about Nameless. Never mind about the Nameless one. He's always been mysterious and doesn't fight for it. But, the fat man cast a cautious glance at Norb. Are you really resigned to this? Norb furrowed his eyebrows slightly. You know, in terms of ability and achievements in the Western Desert, whether it's the Bloody Year or the Desert War, you're the most suitable person to be the Lord's successor. The fat man shrunk his neck and said in a seemingly meaningful manner, but 10 years ago, when that Baron Bone kid came, the Lord groomed him as his successor. Norb suddenly turned his head. This time, the cross-dressing him no longer had an enchanting expression or a deliberate weakness. Instead, a pair of fierce eyes shot out a fierce and cold warning. It made the fat man subconsciously shudder. Gomez. Norb enunciated each word clearly. Do you know who dies the fastest in the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Gomez felt a chill run down his spine. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, he replied hesitantly, someone who talks too much? Norb smiled coldly. No. The cross-dressing colleague gritted his teeth like a wild beast about to kill. It's someone who thinks too much. The fat man's expression froze slightly, and he shut his mouth resentfully. The atmosphere became very tense. Until Norb added the last sentence with a chuckle. And the fat man. Gomez's expression froze. He looked at his slightly plump body, then shrugged in embarrassment, waved his hand, and said, Forget it, you're the boss. As long as you're happy. The two of them returned to their previous silence. They quietly stared at the dark horizon of the desert. After a while, I say, Norb. That. Norb turned his head around impatiently. The fat man's face was slightly red, and his expression was bashful. He coughed faintly. Will you always wear female clothes in the future? No one in the last level of Black Prison knew how all of this happened. Including Samuel. In that fraction of a second, the former flag bearer of the Royal Guards only saw a flash of darkness under the light of the fire. It gradually appeared in front of Ricky. It was as if the air had instantly turned into a piece of paper stained with ink, and the painter's creation was revealed. But this flash of darkness did not reveal a beautiful scene, much less a still life. It was a blade. Samuel really wanted to warn Ricky. Assassin. Assassin. But he realized that when he recognized the shape of a blade, the murder weapon that appeared out of nowhere had already pierced Ricky's throat diagonally. It tore through his cartilage, lower jaw, tongue, cerebellum, and came out from the back of his skull mercilessly. Even the fastest brain could not keep up with the shocking change at that moment. Asterisk splat. Asterisk the sound of metal-piercing flesh rang out. The leader of the disaster swords only managed to let out a grunt before his entire body trembled. Ricky widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the figure that appeared along with the blade. It was an assassin who stood face to face with him. His movements were indifferent, and he only thrust the blade forward with one hand. But it was already too late for him to reverse the situation. Under the piercing of the blade, the disaster sword's Crassus could only hear the gurgling sounds of blood coming from his mouth and his limbs trembling uncontrollably. It was as if he had lost his mind and was unaware of anything. The assassin nimbly pulled back the dark blade and shook off the blood on it. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Ricky fell to his knees and his upper body fell to the ground. He convulsed and lost his life in a pool of blood that gushed out from his neck. His eyes were still open, and he could not close them even if he died. Impossible. This was the next thought in Samuel's mind, which was almost completely blank. A person as powerful as Ricky. Shadow Shield's trick, how could it work? In the next moment, the assassin's figure disappeared again, like a piece of paper that was stained with water drying up in an instant. It was also in a fraction of a second that Samuel instinctively drew his sword. At the same time, he was prepared to shout. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk but aside from the sound of metal rubbing against leather, another attack came from the darkness, bringing with it the sound of a strong gust of wind. The former flag bearer executed a perfect sword style. With a backhand slash, he deflected the flying hidden weapon. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it was only then that Samuel saw clearly that it was a torch that had been extinguished for a long time. In that direction, Thales, who was still in the position of throwing the torch, stared at him coldly. But what surprised Samuel the most and made him pale with fright was that not only was the torch thrown by the prince at a tricky angle, it also had a strange spinning force that made the long sword in his hand tremble slightly. Impossible. In that fraction of a second, Samuel stared at the indifferent Thales in a daze. Why? Even though he was not skilled enough, lacked strength, and his method was not very orthodox, but he's right. That method. He had met it before. 18 years ago. On that day. Samuel could not believe it. Why? Why did the Prince of Constellation, he actually used the infamous assassin's flower, and the knife-throwing technique unique to the Charlton family? Assassination knife. Samuel's absent-minded state only lasted for a fraction of a second. But that was enough. In the blink of an eye, the dangerous ink that once took Ricky's life appeared behind the former flag-bearer again. His murderous aura was so strong that it made Samuel's hair stand on end. *T. Before he fell to the ground and lost his senses, the flag-bearer heard the prince's slightly anxious shout. "Keep him alive." *Thud. With a dull thud, Samuel fainted and fell to the ground. *Clang. His torch and longsword fell to the ground at the same time. Not far away from him, Ricky's corpse lay motionless in a pool of blood. He no longer breathed. Phew. Thales took a deep breath. His nerves, which had been tense for a long time, finally relaxed completely. The sin of hell's river in his arms, waist, and calves gradually faded away. The soreness he felt after imitating Jayla's posture of throwing the knife suddenly surged into his body. He was so tired that he sat down on his butt. Phew. Thales gasped for air, but a smile appeared on his face. These disaster swords. Damn mercenaries. So what if they have more people? The prince criticized in his heart. After waiting for so long, I finally got the chance to be alone. A truly powerful person planned everything. They did not care about winning or losing in a moment, did not care about strength, and did not care about honor or disgrace in a moment. The one who laughs last is the winner. Whoosh. Thales roared madly in his heart for a few seconds as he stared at Ricky and Samuel on the ground. Then, he wiped off the sweat on his forehead and smiled foolishly. Rustling sounds rose behind him. It seemed that even Zacriel, who was behind the fence, was secretly moved by this swift and decisive kill. But Thales had no time to care about him. He raised his head and looked at the dark figure in front of Samuel. Thales sat on the ground and panted. He massaged his sore right arm and watched the figure's back. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and he could not put them into words. You're just going to stand there?" the prince asked. The figure froze for a moment. Finally, the figure slowly bent down, picked up the torch Samuel left behind, and turned around. He walked towards Thales step by step. His footsteps were light. As if nothing had happened. Thales quietly watched the figure's appearance under the light of the torch. It's still the same. The same figure. The same attire. The same weapon. The same, strange. The figure stood in front of Thales and seemed to be sizing him up carefully. Thales did not say a word and let him size him up. A few seconds later, the figure spoke in a muffled, hoarse, and deep voice. It's been a long time, Your Highness. You've grown up quite a bit. Thales clenched his fists, and his heart trembled slightly. When he heard the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, a sense of familiarity and peace of mind that he had not felt for a long time rose in his heart. It chased away every inch of fear and nervousness in his heart. It was as if from this moment onwards, the outcome had been decided. Thales averted his gaze. He first took a deep breath, then snorted through his nose and shrugged. That's it. Nothing else to say? The torch in Black Prison flickered slightly. The figure in front of him was silent. He did not say a word. Thales was silent as well. With complicated emotions, he looked at the familiar dark purple mask on the figure's face, the faintly discernible mechanism behind the lens, and the short sword with a dark luster in his hand. The scene of their first meeting appeared in his mind. The silence did not last long. In the next second, the strange person in front of him put away the short sword and took a solemn step back. He placed his right hand on his chest, shook his left hand, and knelt down on one knee. It was just like their first meeting in Red Street Market. Yodel Kato. The strange person's tone was respectful and solemn, but there were slight fluctuations in it. Chapter 428. Yodel quietly knelt on the spot. The pair of lenses on his strange, dark purple mask were dark and without light. Thales suppressed all his thoughts and sighed softly. So, you were there. Yodel's mask moved. Yes. A hoarse and muffled voice rose from under the mask. I am. The man behind the mask gently extended his gloved right hand. I have always been there. Thales was silent for a few seconds. The soreness in his arm gradually disappeared. He sucked in a deep breath. Yes. The prince raised his head and flashed a gentle smile. I know. I have always known. He grabbed Yodel's hand and stood up with the latter's help. The torch in Yodel's hand swayed slightly and illuminated the area. But when it shone on Yodel, its color seemed to be restrained, and there were very few reflections. It only made his mask look even more mysterious and profound. Thales let go of Yodel's hand and stared at him quietly. Not long ago, Nicholas and Monty's bloody battle in the land of barren rocks was not only thrilling, but it also brought disaster to the innocent. Poor Thales was caught in the middle of the battle. He was the core bargaining chip that both sides wanted but could not obtain, and he was also the key method they used to control their enemy. He was even heavily injured and lingered between life and death. With a rare opportunity, the sin of Hell's River rose and devoured the teenager at that moment. While Thales lay on the ground, dying, and suffered the uncontrollable pain of the sin of Hell's River, his sensitive senses that were stimulated at that moment gave the Prince of Constellation new information. Besides the Star Killer and the Raven of Death, who were fighting to the death, and himself, who could not move, Thales sensed a fourth person. The fourth person's barely discernible breathing, the fourth person's footsteps rubbing against the ground, and the fourth mysterious figure hidden in the shadows, as if separated by a curtain. It quietly leaned against the huge rock where the white blade guards fought. Its body was like a boulder, and it did not move at all. It was almost one with the environment. Even when Thales was in danger, it quietly lurked, indifferently and cautiously waiting for the victor between Nicholas and Monty. But the two supreme-class elites who were engaged in a fierce battle knew nothing. Just like the past. Thales might not recognize that figure, but this did not stop him from recognizing that curtain through his temporarily strengthened hell senses. It was a wonderful and unusual invisible ripple that separated color and sound, one that even the prince himself had experienced before. Path of Shadows. At that moment, Thales suddenly understood that if the scheming Raphael was right about one thing in the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City, it would be this. We will ensure that you have trustworthy forces and people protecting you from the outside of Dragon Cloud City to the Great Desert. Of course, the number of people won't be too many, but they are all elites rarely seen in the world. We will make sure that you have trustworthy forces and people protecting you from the beginning until the end. It was Yodel. That was why Thales was able to leave Nicholas and Monty alive before he moved forward with an indomitable spirit and entered the desert without looking back. After they escaped from Dragon Cloud City, on the surface, Monty led Thales away from the threat of the pursuers as the most outstanding scout. In the dark, Yodel, who had snuck into Northland at some point in time, acted as a safeguard in the shadows and monitored their movements. Perhaps the Secret Intelligence Department had long suspected the Raven of Death's loyalty, or perhaps this was the final test for Monty. In the Great Desert, Thales was in danger a few times, but in the end, he would always escape the desert god's cold trap by some miraculous luck. Be it when he lost consciousness and fell on the yellow sand after he ran out of food and water, or when he was surrounded by the orcs and was surrounded by enemies from all sides, or when the merchant's camp strangely burst into flames and attracted Constellation's army. Now, it seemed that most of these luck and coincidences were in line with Yodel's usual style of hiding in the dark and attacking in secret. It's not just this. Maybe on the way out of Heroic Spirit Palace, maybe that black-robed swordsman who attacked with dual swords, in that second, Thales, who had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, quietly looked at Yodel's mask. He looked at the man who had always been a man of few words and remembered the first time he appeared in Red Street Market and the scene when he extended his hand to the little beggar. He suddenly realized that he was already as tall as the masked protector's shoulder. At this moment, "Who are you?" A deep and drawn-out voice rose from the air. Thales subconsciously became vigilant, but he noticed that Yodel did not move. He only turned his head to look behind him. He looked at the prison cell shrouded in darkness. What a terrifying ability to hide yourself. Zakriel's voice, which sounded old and tired because he had gone through too much torture, came from the darkness. "Before you drew your sword, I didn't even feel anything strange." Thales frowned. He noticed that Yodel was a little too quiet. "But that mask, in the darkness," Zakriel said faintly, "I recognize that mask." "Mask?" Thales' eyebrows twitched. He quickly looked at Yodel, and paid special attention to the strange, dark purple mask. It was the thing that had piqued his curiosity since the first time they met. Zakriel's cold laughter traveled into his ears. "Bright God's scheme is also one of the dowries of the Elf Queen. It's not without reason that it has been classified as a forbidden item in the royal treasury for 300 years. Bright God's scheme? What kind of name is that?" There were emotions in Zakriel's words that made Thales feel uneasy. Hiding, disguise, observation, insight, and even delayed damage. The prisoner in the prison said slowly, "It can give its owner too many benefits, almost as much as the price it demands." Price. Thales could not help but glance at Yodel again. But the latter only remained silent and did not say a word. "Who are you?" Zakriel seemed to be a little impatient. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. Even without looking at that mask, not everyone is qualified to control the supreme sword. The Secret Intelligence Department? Or the royal family? Just as Thales widened his eyes and wanted to remind them of their current situation, Yodel suddenly spoke. "I am just a nobody," the masked protector said faintly. The prisoner in the darkness was silent for a while. "No, you are not." His tone was firm. "You are not." The eyes behind the mask named Bright God's scheme moved slightly. Zakriel let out a long sigh. He seemed to have thought of something. "I've said it before, a long time ago, when I taught you unarmed combat in Renaissance Palace, I said it." There was an indescribable desolation in the words of the former watchman of the royal guards. "You are not suited to be a royal assassin." Thales saw the masked protector's body, which had not moved for a long time, sway after he said those words. Zakriel sighed and uttered an affectionate name. "Young Yodel." The scene seemed to have frozen in the air. Only the light from the fire continued to flicker. A few seconds later, Yodel slowly turned around. His hoarse voice rose laboriously. "Long time no see." "Sir." Thales looked around awkwardly. Obviously, this was a reunion that they had not met for a long time. "You should not have worn that mask." Zakriel did not listen to Yodel's words. There was a faint sadness in his voice. "You should not have." These were his last words. With a rustling sound, his movements were lost in the darkness of the prison cell. Yodel did not speak. Thales, who had been affected by the atmosphere to the point that he did not even dare to breathe loudly, rolled his eyes. He carefully pointed at the path he came from, the dark tunnel. "So, we are now," Yodel raised his head and no longer looked in Zakriel's direction. "Do not worry. The Secret Intelligence Department is on the surface. They have prepared everything." This time, it was Thales' turn to frown slightly. The Secret Intelligence Department? Did they know all along? "Ever since I came back, about Shadow Shield, the prison of bones, about." He looked at Yodel suspiciously. "Half." Yodel nodded, then shook his head. "They learned about half of it from the Tower of Eradication. I was the one who told them about the other half of Shadow Shield." Your journey back home was not smooth, and many people are very interested in you," the masked protector said quietly. Thales exhaled. "That's good news." A faint feeling of vexation rose in his heart. This is bad. This was the prince's thoughts. Thales tried his best to get rid of his irritation. He cleared his throat and said to Yodel, "Listen, Yodel, how should I say this? When I came back, there was a mercenary." While Thales was troubled, Yodel suddenly spoke. "Quick rope." He spoke in a simple and straightforward manner. Thales was stunned. The Secret Intelligence Department doesn't know about him. Yodel seemed to know what Thales was thinking. "Let's see what we can do." Thales opened his mouth, then closed it again. He looked at Yodel and suddenly felt very grateful to the man. He was grateful for the other party's understanding. But Yodel obviously did not need the prince to thank him. He consciously nodded slightly and turned around. "We should go." Thales' eyebrows twitched. "Oh, wait a minute." Under the prince's signal, Yodel held the torch and followed Thales to Ricky's fallen body. Thales looked at Ricky lying in a pool of blood. It was hard to imagine that just an hour ago in the tavern, this man had effortlessly taken him down. "He's dead, just like that." The leader of the disaster swords. The prince could only shake his head in resignation. He squatted down and pushed Ricky's body flat. Ricky's empty and lifeless eyes were revealed. "Sorry to disturb you, Honorable Crassus." "Excuse me, Honorable Crassus." Thales stared at Ricky's pale face with complicated emotions. He took out the dagger that had been confiscated from Ricky's bosom, waved it at the dead man, and buckled it on his waist. He did not care whether Ricky could hear him. "I believe this is mine." Yodel stared quietly at the sheathed dagger and watched the prince talk to a corpse. He remained silent. Thales searched Ricky's bosom again. His movements were skillful, and he went straight to the point quickly and efficiently. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, when he searched for unconscious drunkards or unclaimed corpses in the smelly gutters of Lower City District. "And this," Thales sighed and took out an expensive piece of yellowed paper. He shook it open in front of him and looked at the inscription, H.N. Jade Star. He sighed a little. "I believe it's not yours either." The prince did not have the time to read it carefully. He took a deep breath, folded the unusual letter carefully, and put it away in his bosom. Yodel suddenly spoke at this moment. "Weapon." Thales turned his head around. "You should take his weapon." Yodel's mask moved slightly. "We are not out of danger yet. You can't just rely on a dagger for self-defense." Thales raised his eyebrows. "All right." The prince shrugged and looked at Ricky's waist. He stared at the long and slender saber that was wrapped tightly in a cloth and had never been unsheathed. "I'm guessing that this sword is useless in his hands." Thales pried open Ricky's belt and tore off his saber belt. "You are a good man, Ricky. Thank you for your protection and generosity." Thales mumbled to himself as he unwrapped the cloth and revealed the long sword in front of his eyes. This is not an ordinary sword. Thales had this feeling the first time he saw it. He saw that the guard of the sword was inlaid with a soft silver diamond, which gave the weapon an elegant, quiet, and noble feeling. Its carefully cast handguard and hilt formed a standard right angle, looking neat and strict. From the tip of the sword to the body of the sword, there was a beautiful arc, and even in the dim light of the fire, it looked smooth and glossy. When Thales grabbed the hilt and lifted it, he immediately realized that the weapon in his hands had an amazing sense of balance. It was smooth when he swung it, without any sluggishness. "Good fellow." Thales swung the sword a few times and clicked his tongue in admiration. Compared to it, the weapons of the Northlanders looked like they were crudely made. Even the creations of the Constellatiates seemed inferior. As for the weapons of the orcs, but what attracted Thales the most was not its shape, but the inscriptions carved on both sides of the blade. The language of the ancient empire, Thales muttered as he flipped the inscriptions on the blade back and forth. But compared to the other language of the ancient empire, this time, he could only recognize a few phrases on the 2 lines of inscriptions. What do you mean by endless? Thales looked at the inscriptions, which were completely different from most written words, with a headache. What do you mean by eternal, my God? I really need to cram on Constellation's culture. Thales shook his head and took out the last thing from Ricky's bosom. He only glanced at it before he casually tossed it to Yodel. Hey, take this. It will be useful. As for him, Thales glanced at the unconscious Samuel lying on the side. Remembering his sensitive and complicated identity, he sighed. Let the Secret Intelligence Department handle it. At this moment, Yodel's figure suddenly flashed. Asterisk whoosh, thud. Asterisk there was a swift sound. Before Thales could react, he was pushed to the ground. Hold him down. An anxious and angry shout rose from the passageway, don't hurt our target. Thales panted heavily. Leaning on Ricky's sword, he pulled Yodel's arm and stood up. With lingering fear, he looked at his original position. An arrow was nailed to the ground, and the tail of the arrow trembled slightly. But now was not the time to be glad. In the next second, a flash of sword light as fast as lightning came from the air. It met with another dark sword in the air. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a piercing sound rang in the air. Thales felt a burst in his eardrums. He was immediately pushed back by Yodel, and he took more than 10 steps back. The masked protector's figure flickered in the air many times. He tried his best to avoid the 2 subsequent attacks that were faster and fiercer than the first one. With a backflip, he landed in front of Thales. He looked more or less disheveled. When Thales saw the attacker who appeared out of nowhere, his heart tensed. This is bad. Klein, the middle-aged swordsman from Northland, stood coldly in front of them. He glared at Yodel with resentment, and the twilight longsword in his hand trembled non-stop. He was not the only one. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk multiple footsteps rose from the other end of the passageway, and they swiftly approached the area. As a disaster sword, Joseph appeared at the entrance of the passageway. Behind him were more than a dozen fierce mercenaries. My God! Joseph put down the crossbow in his hand and stared at the scene in a daze. He stared at his leader, who lay in a pool of blood, and the unconscious Samuel. Like his companions, he was shocked. This. Ricky, no. From shock to indignation, from anger to hate, the disaster swords looked at Yodel and Thales, who were the only ones left. Thales gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. They're here too fast. Just now, when Yodel knocked down 2 people, he was practically silent throughout the entire process, and it took a long time to pass through this passageway. How could they be so fast, in encirclement formation? When he saw the situation clearly, Klein shouted. His face was full of anger. The disaster swords spread out in a semicircle. Their gazes were fierce, but they carefully surrounded the prince and the protector. Thales subconsciously raised Ricky's sword in the face of countless hateful and murderous gazes. Yodel bent his knees slightly, and the supreme sword in his hand was switched to a reverse grip. Ricky was right. Klein stared at the leader's corpse on the ground with hatred, then at the special longsword in Thales' hand. He was right. In the end, he raised Twilight and pointed it at Yodel, the masked protector. As expected, you sneaky bastard. You've been following us in the dark and causing trouble. Thales thought of something. He knows. He stared at the leader of the disaster swords on the ground in disbelief. Ricky knows? Klein spat hatefully. He was extremely indignant. Of course he knows. The middle-aged swordsman from Northland said coldly. Just now, when we were facing off against Shadow Shield, you were the one who launched the sneak attack and started the fight, right? You wanted to see both sides suffer and benefit from it. Yodel did not say anything. Klein gritted his teeth and said, Ricky has been suspicious since then. The battle started too quickly, too suddenly, and we were caught off guard. It doesn't seem like Stake's style of coercion and temptation. Thales understood something, and his face turned pale. That means, so, Ricky deliberately withdrew his men and brought me here. The prince stared at Ricky's corpse in a daze, then at the empty hall. Just to lure out this rat who secretly caused destruction. Joseph coldly threw away his crossbow and pulled out two strangely shaped hand axes from his back. An expert assassin who lurks in the dark, and even has the ability to hide his body. All the disaster swords stared fiercely at Yodel. The only thing Ricky did not expect was that this rat who hid himself had the ability to kill him. Klein stared at Ricky's corpse on the ground. His eyes were filled with hatred. He didn't even have time to send out the ambush signal. Thales stared at Yodel with an unpleasant expression. But he could only see the dark purple mask. Did you know, the one wearing the mask? Klein's longsword trembled slightly. Thales could see the power of eradication gathering in his body, bursting forth along with his anger. I promise you, you will pay for this. The disaster swords got into formation, and the hall was filled with murderous intent. Thales immediately felt a headache coming on. Yodel slowly raised his head. His faint voice came from under the mask, I know. I knew from the beginning. In the next moment, the torch in Yodel's hand was extinguished and fell to the ground. The masked protector disappeared without a trace like morning dew. He instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. It was incredibly strange. He's invisible again. The disaster swords were obviously very experienced. They were not confused by the scene in front of them. Klein roared. Don't use your eyes, use your power of eradication to feel that murderous intent. At that moment, Thales' hair stood on end with his hell senses. He felt the dozen or so disaster swords in front of him lift their swords and prepare for battle. Their power of eradication spread out from their bodies. They were all different. Some gathered in a certain place, some surged endlessly, some ignited a rhythm, and some grew endlessly. But all of them were turbulent, ruthless, and crazy. Even Thales felt an inexplicable pain when he looked at them from afar. They were very different from ordinary people. Take down the small one first. No matter what trick it is, if he wants to attack, he must first show himself and show his murderous intent. Klein calmly ordered. He had the mercenaries surround the exit and pay attention to every corner. Klein observed his surroundings and said coldly, the moment he shows himself, he will die. The moment he shows himself, he will die. Thales' eyelids twitched. He instantly felt that something was wrong. 18. Thales slowly retreated and counted the enemies in front of him. He moved his lips and whispered to the empty air, 18 of them. There are also a few elites who are not inferior to Ricky. Can you do it? A unique hoarse voice rose quietly in the air. It was the same as 6 years ago. They have numbers, a formation, and are prepared. They also know of my existence. If I break through them head-on, Thales' heart sank when he heard what Yodel meant. I am not the kingdom's wrath, Yodel said dejectedly. Before him, the disaster swords were wary of their surroundings. They closed in on Thales step by step. So the answer is no. Thales was very dejected. He frowned, but he could only brace himself and think of a way. All right, then I will try, but Yodel's words continued to travel into his ears and interrupted him. But someone can. Thales was stunned. Huh? Someone can? In the next second, the wind howled. Asterisk thud. Asterisk one of the mercenaries holding a torch stumbled back, the torch falling from his hand and crashing into the wall along with an incoming rock. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past, and the 3 remaining torches in the disaster sword's hands were blown away. Over there! Klein shouted angrily. His sword flashed like a bolt of lightning. Thales only had time to see Yodel's figure flash in the air. Their weapons clashed against each other. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the masked protector's ghostly figure forced one person back. Then, he retreated pathetically under the pincer attack of 3 people. After he dodged countless enemies, he rolled, but his back was pressed against the stone pillar in the hall. He had nowhere to retreat. Surround him and kill him. Klein's murderous voice was merciless. But in the next moment, Yodel's figure disappeared from the stone pillar again. Bang. A heavy hammer smashed against the stone pillar where the masked protector had disappeared, and stone chips flew everywhere. CK. Joseph cursed, having failed at the last moment. The disaster swords calmly turned their heads around, got into formation, and waited for another chance. But a few seconds later, crack, a strange sound traveled into the air not too far away. The disaster swords were stunned. Klein frowned and turned his head around. What's going on? But right after that, another disaster sword discovered the enemy's tracks and shouted a reminder to them. Over there. The mercenaries turned their heads and found Yodel's figure by the wall behind the hall. Kill him. Joseph roared and charged forward with his men. 4 weapons were drawn at the same time, forcing Yodel to be flustered. But Klein saw more. He saw the masked, dark, and strange person put his left hand on the wall and gently let go of a ring. Ring? Beside the ring was an iron plate with words carved on it. Klein's expression changed. He instinctively turned his head and saw a familiar emblem on the stone pillar where Yodel had disappeared. That eye. The eye that leads to omniscience. At some point in time, the long crystal green key that originally belonged to Ricky was inserted firmly in the center of the emblem. No, that was Klein's first thought. In the next moment, rough metal scraping against metal and the clear sound of machinery rang out continuously. Crack, crack, crack. The disaster swords were so shocked that their movements became chaotic, allowing Yodel to escape from the encirclement again. He hid in the shadows and even knocked away a torch. Crack, crack. The noisy and piercing sound of machinery rang out for a few seconds, tormenting everyone's ears. Thud. Then, with a muffled sound, it disappeared abruptly. It was as if the blade of an axe on a guillotine had gone through the friction of death and blood. With a loud bang, it fell to the ground. Klein and Joseph turned their heads around in shock. Under the barely illuminated light of the last torch, they looked at the back of the hall. It disappeared. Klein's eyes were wide open as he stared at the infamous black prison cell. It disappeared. At some point in time, the mysterious bars that isolated and tortured the prisoners in the dark cell at the back of the hall, they were gone. Only dozens of round holes were left on the ground, telling them where they had gone. Only the quiet darkness behind them served as a foil to the eerie silence. Oh no, Klein blurted out subconsciously. He did not even have time to care about Yodel's whereabouts. As they stared at the ominous darkness that was supposed to be separated by the mysterious bars, the disaster swords instinctively retreated and gathered together. They looked at each other at a loss. Many of them felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts. A second later, a long and distant sound of inhaling could be heard slowly from the deathly silent darkness that no one knew about. The sound was a little heavy, and the breathing was a little hurried. It was as if a person who had not breathed for a long time had just breathed in for the first time. Even the dim light from the fire flickered slightly. At that moment, the mercenaries who were immersed in the strange power of eradication felt their skin crawl, and their hair stood on end. Their powers of eradication went berserk at the same time, like restless animals. How? Stay steady. Klein gritted his teeth and shouted, "Formation." Under the surging power of eradication, the mercenaries had to restrain themselves with all their might. They suppressed their uncontrollable anger and the inexplicable panic that attacked them. Then, they looked at the mysterious darkness. The sound of exhaling rose again in the darkness. Compared to before, the aura this time was much more dull and steady. Whoosh, it was also a little boring. Rustling sounds came from the darkness. Beads of sweat rolled down Klein's forehead. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and suppressed the touch of greed that was operating madly in his body. He was on guard against the unknown darkness in front of him. What's going on? He knew that there were not many situations that could make the disaster sword's power of eradication go berserk. And that is, at that moment, a dull and ordinary male voice traveled faintly from the darkness. I really should shave. His accent was pure, and there was sadness in his voice. Puzzled and terrified, the disaster swords looked at each other at a loss. Their breathing quickened. Klein's eyelids twitched a little. The moment he heard the voice, he suddenly had an illusion. It was as if a terrifying beast had just woken up from its hibernation in the darkness in front of him. It exhaled its first languid and unhappy breath. Klein gripped the sword in his hand even tighter. He swallowed hard. So, the dull male voice rose again. This time, there was a little more life in it, and there was even a hint of a smile in it. Do you have a razor? Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a muffled sound, the only torch in the hall was extinguished. The light disappeared before their eyes. The entire hall, including the 18 disaster swords, sank into dead silence and deep darkness. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.